Chapter 51. Tang San doubting Yu Xiaogang, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling absorb immortal herbs. The youth in the blue athletic suit was Tang San, while the girl in the pink skirt was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised her hand, gently wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, her voice filled with heavy complaints. Finally, we've reached Suotuo City. I really don't know what Grandmaster was thinking. Several intermediate spirit master academies in Fasinuo province clearly expressed interest. Yet he insisted you come and test for this broken academy that doesn't even have a rank classification. The name is even unpleasant, Shish. Shit Tark Academy. It's Shrek Academy, Tang San said with a slight smile. Teacher asked me to take the test, but he didn't ask you. Who told you that you had to follow along? Fortunately, the Balak Kingdom borders Fasinuo province, otherwise, wouldn't you be complaining even more? Hearing this, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Tang San, pouted, and said huffily, truly heartless. I only did it for you. Who told you to be my brother? Anyway, there are still 2 days before registration. You have to accompany me to play in Suotuo City for 2 days to make up for the damage to my young heart. All right, everything as you wish. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu dotingly, and the two of them then arrived at a unique hotel, the Rose Hotel. Before long, Dai Mubai walked in with 2 sexy twins. Subsequently, just like in the original story, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai had a conflict over a room. Ignoring the other people in the hotel, Tang San and Dai Mubai summoned their spirits and began to fight. After a series of exchanges, Tang San found that his blue-silver grass could do nothing to Dai Mubai, so he directly lit up his second spirit ring. Second spirit ability, blue-silver spike. Several strands of blue-silver grass, their tips becoming exceptionally sharp and glowing with an eerie light, lunged toward Dai Mubai's chest like venomous snakes emerging from their burrows. However, facing the powerful defense bolstered by the Evil Eye's White Tiger's first spirit ability, those spikes, sharp enough to penetrate ordinary rock, only left a few shallow white marks on Dai Mubai's chest. With a crisp, ding-ding, sound, they could no longer advance an inch. How is this possible? Tang San's pupils shrank suddenly, his heart jolting with shock. This second spirit ability he was so proud of couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Seeing this, Dai Mubai laughed arrogantly, just this much skill. And you dare to fight me for a room? Your blue-silver grass's attack power is too weak. As expected, a trash spirit is a trash spirit, nothing can change that. To the side, Xiao Wu wanted to step forward to help but was forced back by Dai Mubai's White Tiger light wave. During the battle, Tang San's heart gradually sank. For a moment, he became somewhat lost, even starting to doubt whether Yu Xiaogang's martial soul mimicry theory was truly correct. He had discarded the parasite skill, which had stronger control, in exchange for this spike skill. To think it would be so vulnerable before a truly strong opponent. If he had chosen the Ghost Vine back then and obtained the parasite spirit ability, would he be able to better restrict Dai Mubai now? A trace of doubt toward Yu Xiaogang's theory was quietly planted in his heart like a seed. This battle finally ended with Tang San's defeat and Dai Mubai's forceful declaration. What remained for Tang San was deep humiliation and confusion about his own path. Meanwhile, at the Sylph's Great Spirit Arena, in the Royal Fighting Team's lounge. Captain is mighty. A purple gold soul badge. A 50-win streak. Yu Feng danced with excitement, while joy also radiated from the faces of Oslo and the Shi brothers. Yun Ting smiled calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Du Guyan, who was holding Yi Lingling's arm. He keenly perceived that the spirit power around Du Guyan was fluctuating significantly, obviously. Senior sister, congratulations on breaking through to rank 40. Yun Ting spoke with a smile, his face brimming with joy. Seeing this, Du Guyan smiled sweetly, with a hint of pride. Junior brother truly has good eyes to be able to see that I've just reached rank 40. Wow, congratulations Sister Yan on breaking through to Spirit Ancestor, becoming the second Spirit Ancestor among us after the captain. Yu Feng and the other 3 hurriedly offered their congratulations, cheering loudly. Seeing this, Yun Ting looked at the team's teacher, Qin Ming, and said, Teacher Qin, my teacher instructed that once senior sister breaks through to rank 40, he will personally take her to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt for a spirit ring. This trip is also a test for me from my teacher. I plan to have Lingling accompany senior sister and me to ensure everything goes smoothly. Pausing for a moment, Yunting continued while looking at Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, you can take Yufeng and the other 4 to continue training at the Great Spirit Arena first. Once senior sister has obtained her 4th spirit ring, I will bring her and Lingling to catch up with you. Hearing this, Qin Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With the poison Douluo personally taking action, safety was naturally not a concern. In that case, all of you be careful. We will wait for you in the next city, Qin Ming said to the 3 of them with a serious expression. Afterward, Yunting led Du Guyan and Yi Lingling away from the noisy Great Spirit Arena and arrived at the luxury hotel suite where Du Gubo was staying in the city. Inside the room, Du Gubo had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Yunting didn't say much and directly took out a Ganoderma from the wishful 100 treasure purse. It was shaped like a coiled dragon, entirely reddish gold, and emitted waves of scorching energy, the 9 rank. Dragon Ganoderma. Senior sister, take it directly, then circulate your spirit power to absorb it, Yunting said seriously as he handed the 9 rank dragon Ganoderma to Du Guyan. Hearing this, Du Guyan took a deep breath, accepted the 9 rank dragon Ganoderma, and then sat cross-legged. After swallowing it in a few bites, she began to refine the majestic medicinal power within. Afterward, Yunting looked at Yi Lingling, who was standing quietly to the side, and a strange plant appeared in his hand. It was shaped like a begonia, but the petals were a sacred milky white, and the stamens were a faint gold. The entire flower emitted a soft and warm life aura, as if it could heal all wounds. Yi Lingling's grandfather had once sought out Du Gubo. If Du Gubo could solve the curse of the 9-heart begonia, the Yi family would be willing to follow Yunting's lead. Lingling, Yunting's tone was solemn and his expression serious. I promised your grandfather that I would do my best to solve the legacy curse of the 9-heart begonia. This immortal herb is called the sacred heart begonia. It was something my teacher obtained by chance. It can allow your 9-heart begonia to evolve into the sacred heart begonia, thereby breaking your spirit's curse. Hearing this, a flicker of disbelief flashed in Yi Lingling's cool eyes. She looked at the sacred begonia and then at Yunting's sincere gaze. She nodded gently, took the immortal herb, and also began to absorb it. While the 2 were absorbing the immortal herbs, Yunting whispered to Du Gubo, whose eyes were full of expectation. Teacher, you can send a message to Uncle Fu. Once we enter the Stardo Great Forest, he can start preparing according to the previous plan. Hearing this, Du Gubo nodded slightly. Spirit power condensed at his fingertips, and an invisible message was quietly sent out, received by someone who had been waiting outside the hotel for a long time. Then, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Chapter 52. Yunting's plan, undercurrents surging in Heaven Do City. Inside the hotel, time passed slowly. 5 hours later. In an instant, a low yet majestic roar faintly emanated from Du Guyan's body. A powerful aura erupted from her, and the phantom image of the jade phosphor serpent spirit behind her began to undergo a drastic change. The originally slender snake body expanded and elongated at a visible rate, becoming increasingly vigorous and powerful. The cold snake scales stood up one by one, their edges gleaming with a metallic luster, and their color shifted from jade green to a dark red, resembling a branding iron. Most astonishingly, at the forehead of the snake's head, a bulge suddenly burst open, and a short yet ferocious crimson horn pierced through the skin, emerging high. At the same time, a tearing pain came from the abdomen area, where 4 small protrusions appeared, vaguely showing a tendency to transform into sharp claws. It's transforming into a dragon, Du Gubo said with an excited expression. Although he had known the outcome for a long time, watching Du Guyan's spirit evolution from beginning to end still made him marvel. Not far away, Yi Lingling radiated a holy aura. Her 9-heart begonia spirit emerged automatically, but the originally somewhat simple, even slightly desolate pink and white begonia flower, under the infiltration of the sacred heart begonia's medicinal power, began to undergo a marvelous change. The color of the petals gradually transitioned toward milky white and gold, and its form became fuller and more complex, layered like a meticulously carved work of art. At the center of the stamen, a point of golden light grew brighter and brighter, emitting a more vast and inclusive rhythm of life. 2 completely different energies intertwined within the room. On one side was a scorching, overbearing transformation carrying dragon majesty and toxicity, on the other was a gentle, holy rebirth full of vitality and Inclusiveness. A moment later, the two women opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their gazes filled with pleasant surprise. Douluo Yan looked at the brand new form of her spirit with excitement. Feeling the surging power within her body and the carefree joy of having no more worries, she said excitedly to Yun Ting, "Junior brother, it's a success. My spirit has evolved into the Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon." As she spoke, Douluo Yan pointed at the crimson horn on the dragon's head and said excitedly, "Look at this horn, it really can store all the toxins. From now on, I never have to worry about the backlash from the poison of my spirit rings again." Hearing this, Yun Ting nodded, his face beaming with a smile. "Congratulations, senior sister. Your spirit has evolved into the Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon and even possesses terrifying fire poison." Looking at the sharp claws on the Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon's abdomen and the dark red scales covering its entire body, he praised, "After spirit possession, senior sister's attack and defense power will definitely not be inferior to top-tier spirits." Hearing this, Douluo Yan nodded happily, while Douluo Bo, standing behind them, tugged at his beard, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. To the side, Yi Lingling gently stroked the holy begonia flower in her palm, her cold face rarely showing an expression interwoven with shock and joy. She tried to activate her spirit, and the light on the sacred heart begonia flowed, turning into a soft radiance that enveloped Douluo Yan. Immediately, Douluo Yan couldn't help but let out a soft groan. The moment the radiance enveloped her, the sense of fatigue brought by the spirit evolution gradually dissipated. A moment later, Douluo Yan felt full of energy with nowhere to release it. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Yun Ting's eyes, and he hurriedly turned to look at Yi Lingling. At this moment, Yi Lingling's eyes were full of shock, and her voice trembled slightly. "My spirit, it really broke the restriction. Besides group healing, it can also restore spirit power, mental force, and physical strength. I can even choose to concentrate on restoring one of them, and the effect will be even more pronounced." Hearing this, Yun Ting and Douluo Bo exchanged a glance, surprise showing on their faces. Yi Lingling's evolved spirit would be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Then, Yun Ting looked at Yi Lingling and smiled. "Lingling, your spirit power has already broken through level 40. Just like senior sister, you're only missing a spirit ring." As he spoke, he looked at Douluo Yan and Douluo Bo. "There's no time to lose, we'll head to the Stardo Great Forest right now." With that, Yun Ting's group of four left the room and rushed toward the Stardo Great Forest without stopping. While Yun Ting and the others were hunting for spirits in the Stardo Great Forest, undercurrents were surging in the direction of Heaven Do City. Douluo Bo's butler, Uncle Fu, after receiving the message, took several thousand-year spirit bones from Douluo Bo's collection and immediately rushed toward the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Inside the main hall, Ning Fengji looked at the 2 spirit bones of about 3,000 years that Uncle Fu had brought, showing surprise. He asked, "What is the meaning of this, poison Douluo? Why exchange precious 1,000-year spirit bones for rare medicinal herbs?" Hearing this, Uncle Fu replied respectfully, "To answer Schoolmaster Ning, this old servant is merely following my master's orders. Master only said that he urgently needs the rare medicinal herbs on the list for a significant purpose, but he did not inform me of the specific reason." A sharp light flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. After exchanging a look with Sword Douluo Chen Shin and Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong beside him, he immediately took Uncle Fu to the 7-treasure glazed tile school's treasury to exchange for the required herbs. Afterward, Uncle Fu thanked Ning Fengji and left the 7-treasure glazed tile school without delay. Watching Uncle Fu's disappearing figure, Bone Douluo mused, "Fengji, remember a few years ago when Douluo Bo released information that he wanted to use the Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb to exchange for an immortal herb that could neutralize the potent poison in his body? Could it be that Douluo Bo has found a master who possesses such an immortal herb?" Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded slightly. Chen Shin, who was beside him, took over the conversation and said in a deep voice, "Furthermore, it's possible this person has more than one type of immortal herb in their possession. Otherwise, with Douluo Bo's personality, why would he be willing to exchange 1,000-year spirit bones? He must have seen an even greater benefit, or, perhaps that person has a medicinal herb that can cause a spirit to evolve." Hope appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes as he smiled. "Uncle Jian is absolutely right. If that's the case, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our 7-treasure glazed tile school." The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He didn't continue, but the meaning was self-evident. Bone Douluo flashed a sharp glint in his eyes and said in a low voice, "Should I follow this butler to investigate the whereabouts of that master?" No, Ning Fengji immediately rejected the idea. Someone who can trade as an equal with Douluo and even make him willing to pay such a price is very likely a titled Douluo as well. Otherwise, given Douluo's nature, he would definitely have just taken it by force. Following them rashly would not only make it impossible to befriend them if discovered but would also create an enemy for no reason. We only need to wait patiently for Douluo to return to Heaven Do City, then pay a personal visit and have him introduce us. That would be more secure. Just then, a subordinate announced the arrival of Crown Prince Shui Qing. After bowing to Ning Fengji and the other two, Shui Qing spoke directly. "Teacher, I just received news that the poison Douluo's butler, Fu, is using 1,000-year spirit bones to buy up large quantities of rare medicinal herbs everywhere. Even my imperial uncle, Prince Shui Qing, has allocated a batch to him from the royal treasury. I also received news that Fu borrowed a large amount of rare medicinal herbs from the inventory of the Yi family head. Does teacher know the reason behind this?" Hearing this, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before informing Shui Qing of his speculation. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghei's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, "In that case, once the poison Douluo returns to the city, I will go with teacher to pay a visit. If there really is a chance for the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to evolve into a 9-treasure, 9-level pagoda, it would also be a blessing for my Heaven Do Empire." As he spoke, an imperceptible glint flashed in Shui Qinghei's eyes. What he was actually thinking was how to bring this potential power under his own control. For a time, undercurrents surged in Heaven Do City, and all eyes were fixed on the Douluo residence. And the instigator of all this was currently in the Stardo Great Forest obtaining spirit rings for Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling. Chapter 53. 7-Colored Deer and Medusa, Encountering Kangwei Academy on the road. On the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, ancient trees reached into the sky, and sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. Douluo looked at his granddaughter Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling, whose auras had been completely refreshed, and spoke to Yun Ting. "Good disciple, test their physical strength to see the limit of the spirit ring they can withstand after absorbing the immortal herbs. I need to have an idea in my heart so I can look for suitable targets." Hearing this, Yun Ting nodded. With a thought, 2 slender yet tough purple-black vines extended from his palms, wrapping around Douluo Yan's and Yi Lingling's wrists and calves like spirit snakes. Faint blue electrical arcs jumped on the vines. They weren't attacking but were instead sensing the muscle density, bone toughness, and the carrying capacity of their meridians in a unique way. Yun Ting closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully sensing the information fed back by the vines. After a moment, he retracted the vines and said, "Lingling's physical quality can withstand a limit of no more than 6,000 years. Senior sister's Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon Spirit grants a greater boost to the physical body, so her limit is higher, not exceeding 8,000 years." Hearing this, Douluo nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the result. "Not bad, it far exceeds the level of a spirit ancestor. In that case, we will go directly into the mixed zone to find targets. Lingling's Sacred Heart Begonia possesses both healing and recovery. We need to find spirit beasts that have powerful life force and recovery abilities. Such spirit beasts are relatively rare and require a careful search." With that said, Douluo took the lead, slightly releasing the powerful aura of a titled Douluo, driving away most of the ignorant spirit beasts along the way. Seeing this, Yun Ting followed closely behind Douluo with Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling. Yun Ting's group had good luck. After searching the mixed zone for more than half a day, they discovered a group of deer-shaped spirit beasts leisurely drinking water in a forest clearing filled with spiritual qi. The leader of the group had an elegant build, its fur displaying a dreamlike 7-colored luster. Its antlers were as translucent as crystal, emitting a refreshing aura of life. "It's a 7-colored deer." A flash of joy appeared in Douluo's eyes. This kind of spirit beast is extremely rare. Its ability is pure healing and life recovery, making it a perfect match for Lingling's spirit. Looking at the size of this 7-colored deer and the rings on its antlers, its cultivation is roughly around 5,500 years. It's just within Lingling's endurance limit, couldn't be more suitable. Hearing this, a look of joy also appeared in Yi Lingling's cool eyes. The subsequent battle held no suspense. Under Douluo Bo's secret suppression, Yi Lingling easily ended the seven-colored deer's life, and a purple spirit ring emerged from its corpse. Seeing this, Yi Lingling immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide the spirit ring for absorption. The process was exceptionally smooth. The seven-colored deer's spirit ring energy was gentle and pure, blending perfectly with the sacred heart begonia. Half an hour later, Yi Lingling's spirit power steadily rose to rank 42. She felt that her healing and recovery effects had improved significantly, and they even carried a faint purification effect. Very good. Douluo Bo nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze deeper into the forest. Next, it's time to find a target for Yan Yan. Follow me. I know a place that has a spirit beast suitable for Yan Yan. After speaking, he led the three of them toward a certain direction without stopping. On the way, Douluo Bo explained to the three of them, that is the place where I obtained my 8th spirit ring, and it is also the habitat of the Medusa tribe. Medusa's petrification pupils and poison attributes might produce an unexpected resonance with Yan Yan's evolved jade phosphor flood dragon. Under Douluo Bo's lead, the group arrived at an area in the Stardow Great Forest's mixed zone filled with jagged rocks and a somber atmosphere. The air here was permeated with a faint fishy smell and a weird energy that made one's skin tighten. Wait here, do not wander around. Douluo Bo looked at the three and instructed, the Medusa tribe is quite troublesome, especially the strong ones among them. I will go in and catch one with a suitable age. As his voice fell, his figure flickered and disappeared into the jagged rocks like a ghost. Hearing this, the corner of Yun Ting's mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, Douluo Bo didn't say he was going to buy some oranges. Before long, several sharp screeches and muffled sounds of energy collisions came from deep within the rocks, which soon returned to silence. When Douluo Bo's figure reappeared, he was carrying a struggling monster in his hand. The upper body of the monster resembled a human female with an eerie yet hideous face and grayish-white skin. Her long hair was actually wriggling poisonous snakes, while her lower body was a thick snake tail covered in hard scales. Even though it was currently restrained, those pale snake pupils still emitted a heart-chilling coldness. It was indeed a Medusa with a cultivation of about 7,500 years. This one is just right. Douluo Bo threw the Medusa onto the ground, his powerful spirit power suppressing it firmly. Yan Yan, do it. Douluo Yan took a deep breath, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Her jade phosphor flood dragon spirit possessed her, and with a swipe of her dragon claws, she quickly ended the Medusa's life. Subsequently, a deep purple spirit ring rose, its edges faintly tinged with black. Seeing this, Douluo Yan immediately sat cross-legged, guiding the spirit ring to settle over her and slowly absorbing the energy within it. 2.5 hours later, when the spirit ring had completely merged into her body, Douluo Yan slowly opened her eyes, a look of disbelief appearing in them as she asked in confusion, why is my spirit power only at rank 44? Hearing this, Yun Ting immediately explained, Senior sister, the medicinal power of the 9-rank dragon Ganoderma was mainly used for the evolution of your spirit. It won't increase your spirit power too much, probably helping you gain about 2.5 ranks. The remaining 1.5 ranks are the energy provided by this 7,500-year spirit ring. Hearing this, Douluo Yan's furrowed brows immediately smoothed out. Douluo Bo, who was standing nearby, immediately asked, Yan Yan, what about your 4th spirit ability? Grandpa, it's Medusa's gaze. Seeing Douluo Bo's expectant gaze, Douluo Yan immediately replied, Good. Douluo Bo's eyes were full of gratification as he repeatedly praised. Seeing this, Yun Ting glanced at Douluo Bo speechlessly. After all, he had personally experienced Medusa's gaze, and it was indeed a very strong spirit ability. Seeing that it was getting late, Douluo Bo led the three of them quickly out of the mixed zone toward the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest, preparing to find a place to rest. At nightfall, the group finally arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. Just as they were looking for a place to stay, a loud bang and angry cursing suddenly came from a distance. A figure was seen flying out of a brightly lit hotel like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the street not far in front of them and kicking up a cloud of dust. The person struggled to climb up, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. The state of his spirit possession had not yet fully dissipated, and the phantom of a black tortoise was vaguely visible, with 5 spirit rings circling beneath his feet. Subsequently, 7 youths wearing white school uniforms ran over to help the black tortoise spirit king up, and then the group immediately left dejectedly. Seeing this, Yun Ting's gaze narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, could it be? Let's go, junior brother, senior sister is very hungry. Seeing Yun Ting standing still, Du Guyan immediately pulled him along, while holding Yi Lingling's hand, and walked toward the hotel ahead. Chapter 54. Conflict with the Shrek 7 Devils. The hotel lobby was a bit messy, clearly having just undergone a struggle. A group of youths were sitting around a large table, the atmosphere lively, while a burly man at the head was smugly gulping down wine. They were exactly the Shrek 7 Devils and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was seen looking at his right hand from time to time, muttering in a low voice, the feeling of slapping people without using a spirit is truly damn satisfying. Teacher Zhao, what are you muttering about? Oscar, sitting to the side, asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was about to scold Oscar and tell him not to be so talkative. Just at this moment, Yun Ting and the other 2 walked into the hotel, immediately attracting everyone's gaze. Especially Du Guyan and Yi Lingling behind him. One was enchanting and seductive, her eyes overflowing with charm, while the other was cold and exquisite, like an orchid in a deserted valley. Distinctly different temperaments, yet both possessed beauty capable of toppling nations, instantly making the light in the lobby seem a few shades brighter. Gulp. Asterisk. An untimely sound of someone swallowing saliva rang out, exceptionally clear. The red-haired fatty of Shrek, Ma Hongjun, was seen with his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, his saliva nearly dripping onto the table, his face full of infatuation and greed. He had just witnessed Zhao Wuji easily defeat a spirit king from Kangwei Academy, and at this moment, he was feeling smug and self-important, thinking he was the greatest in the world. Seeing such beauties, how could he possibly restrain himself? Boss Dai, Little Ao, look. Top tier. Both of them are top tier. Ma Hongjun spoke to Dai Mubai and Oscar beside him in a volume he thought was low, but which could actually be heard throughout the lobby, his tone filled with lewdness. They're way better than those chicks from Kangwei Academy just now. Hee, Teacher Zhao just taught that blind spirit king a lesson. It seems Lord Fatty's luck is good tonight, maybe I can successfully strike up a conversation. His words were incredibly vulgar, and his gaze unashamedly swept over the sensitive areas of Du Guyan and Yi Lingling's bodies. Hearing this, Du Guyan's brows instantly furrowed, a trace of disgust and anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although Yi Lingling remained expressionless, the aura around her clearly turned a few degrees colder. Seeing this scene, Yun Ting's eyes turned completely cold. He had originally just wanted to eat a quiet meal and then go to bed. He hadn't expected this fat pig to actually dare target his senior sister and Lingling, even speaking so insolently. In that case, he wouldn't be polite. That stupid pig, do you want to live or die? Yun Ting stared at Ma Hongjun and spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying an unquestionable authority. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun was stunned, then flew into a rage, slamming the table as he stood up. Kid, who are you calling a stupid pig? Do you know who we are? We are the Shrek 7 Devils. We just finished off a spirit king. Do you also want to taste your Lord Fatty's phoenix flames? Beside him, Dai Mubai also stood up, a cold light flickering in his evil eyes. Although he felt Ma Hongjun was in the wrong, how could someone from Shrek allow an outsider to humiliate them? Their Shrek Academy's motto, one who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre talent. Only Shrek bullied others, no one else could bully them. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji right there, he wasn't afraid at all. Looking at Yun Ting, Dai Mubai immediately said coldly, "Friend, you insult my brother like this, don't blame me for losing my temper." Just then, among all Shrek members, Tang San suddenly raised his head. His gaze locked onto Yun Ting's face, his pupils suddenly contracting and his body tensing up. A trace of disbelief flashed across his face, followed by deep shock and a subtle, hard-to-detect fear. Yun Ting, why is he here? Instantly, Tang San's memories were pulled back to several years ago, to that afternoon that had made him feel incredibly frustrated and defeated. Yun Ting's strength, which had effortlessly crushed him and Xiao Wu, and that final sentence, the high-level Soul Master tournament in 8 years will be the opportunity I give you. I hope you can entertain me, Tang-san. These words surfaced once again like a nightmare. Tang-san subconsciously touched his empty waist, where a jade belt should have been, the 24 moonlit bridges given to him by Yu Shaogang. Immediately, a strong sense of humiliation and vigilance surged in his heart. Tang-san quickly lowered his voice and spoke urgently to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun beside him. Boss Dai, fatty, don't be impulsive. This person, I know him. He's dangerous, very dangerous. Hearing this, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were stunned, looking at Tang-san in surprise. They had never seen Tang-san show such a solemn expression, even carrying a hint of fear. Little San, you know him. What's his background? Dai Mubai asked with a frown, the anger in his heart dampened quite a bit by Tang-san's reaction. Tang-san took a deep breath and spoke very quickly, his name is Yun Ting. A few years ago in Nuoding City, Xiao Wu and I suffered at his hands. His strength is inscrutable, don't act rashly. However, Tang-san's warning was a step too late, or rather, Ma Hongjun's anger and inflated self-confidence had already overridden his reason. Hearing Tang-san say they suffered, he felt even more like he was losing face, especially in front of two peerless beauties. Dangerous? How dangerous can he be? Teacher Zhao is still here. Ma Hongjun stiffened his neck. For the sake of face, and even more to show off in front of the beauties, he ignored Tang-san's warning and let out a roar, you're looking for death. Two yellow spirit rings lit up beneath his feet. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple-red phoenix fire wire toward Yun Ting, the scorching heat causing the air to distort. Fatty! Tang-san cried out in alarm, hidden weapons already gripped in his hand, ready to provide backup at any moment. However, facing this phoenix fire wire of no small power, Yun Ting didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't even make a full defensive or evasive move, he just stood there and casually flicked his right index finger forward. Snap! A tiny but piercing black gold electric arc, like a spiritual snake emerging from its hole, shot out from his fingertip. This arc seemed small, but its speed was beyond imagination. It arrived first despite being launched later, accurately colliding with the surging phoenix fire wire. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The seemingly ferocious phoenix fire wire was instantly annihilated the moment it came into contact with the black gold electric arc. The black gold electric arc that had crushed the phoenix fire wire continued unabated toward Ma Hongjun, but its trajectory underwent an extremely subtle, seemingly unintentional, deviation. Arg! In the next instant, a shrill scream that didn't sound human suddenly erupted from Ma Hongjun's mouth. The black gold electric arc hit him squarely in the crotch area between his legs. Boom! A muffled explosion followed immediately. The black gold electric arc instantly burst, completely engulfing Ma Hongjun's lower body. A moment later, the electric light dissipated. Ma Hongjun was seen clutching his crotch tightly with both hands, his whole body curled up like a shrimp, rolling and twitching frantically on the ground. That fat face was distorted and deformed due to extreme pain. Pea-sized beads of sweat mixed with tears and snot, making for a wretched sight. The clothing at his crotch had been blasted to pieces, revealing charred, black flesh that even emitted wisps of faint smoke and an indescribable scorched smell. A strange scent of burnt meat permeated the air. Instantly, the entire hotel lobby fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and cunningly ruthless attack on such a specific area. The sausage in Oscar's hand fell to the ground, and Dai Mubai's figure, which had been about to charge out, froze in place. Tang-san's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were so frightened they covered their mouths, and even a hint of shock flashed across Zhu Zuqing's cold face. Even Zhao Wuji stood up with a start, his face filled with shock and fury. No one had expected Yun Ting's counterattack to be so casual yet so lethal. This was no longer a simple lesson, it was a ruthless strike intended to end his lineage. Seeing this, Yun Ting acted as if he had just done something insignificant. He flicked his finger as if to brush off non-existent dust, his gaze calmly sweeping over the wailing Ma Hongjun on the ground, his tone carrying a hint of faint mockery. Since you can't control the source of your troublemaking, I'll help you cripple it. Perhaps you'll be more well-behaved in the future. Chapter 55. The contrast of Zhao Wuji, Tang Hao appears. Seeing Ma Hongjun's crotch charred black, curled up on the ground letting out inhuman wails of agony, Dai Mubai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His white tiger spirit possessed him immediately, and with a roar, he lunged toward Yun-ting. You bastard! I'll kill you. Boss die. Don't be impulsive. Tang San's expression changed drastically as he firmly pressed down on Dai Mubai's shoulder. He knew Yun-ting's terror better than anyone. Dai Mubai going up would definitely be seeking death. Witnessing this, Yun-ting's gaze fell upon the solemn Tang San, his lips curling into a half-smile. Oh, so it's an old acquaintance from Nuoding Academy, Tang San. Yun-ting's voice was flat, but his eyes were full of mockery. Haven't seen you in a few years, and your taste in friends is still so unique. Pausing, he glanced at the wailing Ma Hongjun on the ground and continued, you actually like hanging around with trash who can't control their eyes or mouths. With these words, he not only insulted Ma Hongjun but also mocked Tang San and the entire Shrek. Hearing this, Tang San's face instantly flushed red, his fists clenched so hard his nails almost dug into his palms. Beside them, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, his face so dark it looked like it could drip water. Yun-ting had not only crippled Ma Hongjun right under his nose but also mocked Shrek Academy. To him, this was an absolute disgrace. Originally, hearing Tang San say Yun-ting was from Nuoding City, Zhao Wuji intended to kill Yun-ting immediately to avenge Ma Hongjun. However, his past experience of being hunted by Spirit Hall made him a bit more cautious. After all, judging by the clothing and temperament of Yun-ting's group, and the fact that he possessed such extraordinary strength at a young age, his background was likely significant. Zhao Wuji feared he might not be able to afford the provocation. Then, staring intently at Yun-ting, his voice was like ice. Kid, you were so ruthless to my student. You'd better pray you have a powerful backer, otherwise. And what if I don't have a backer? What will you do? Yun-ting looked directly at Zhao Wuji, a sneer forming on his lips. Or is it that Shrek Academy just loves bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You're looking for death. Zhao Wuji roared, his already thin patience instantly abandoned. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's massive body shot out like a cannonball. Spirit power condensed in his right palm, carrying a terrifying force capable of shattering boulders, as he struck directly toward the crown of Yun-ting's head. With this palm strike, he truly intended to kill. Facing Zhao Wuji's lethal blow, Yun-ting's eyes turned cold, and he focused his mind. Immediately, the thunderclap hell vine spirit possessed him, with purple-black vines coiling around his body. Second spirit ability, parasite vine armor. Countless purple-black vines instantly grew wildly from Yun-ting's skin, intertwining and compressing. In the blink of an eye, they formed a form-fitting vine armor that covered his entire body, with sleek lines and a metallic sheen. Meanwhile, Yun-ting neither dodged nor avoided. Clenching his left fist as black-gold electric arcs permeated the air, he chose to directly clash with Zhao Wuji's massive palm. Bang! Fist and palm collided, producing a dull thud like hitting leather. A violent airwave swept out from the center of the two, flipping over all the surrounding tables and chairs. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Wuji felt an unimaginable force mixed with stinging lightning surge from the opponent's fist, causing his blood and chi to churn. He was forced back 3 steps before he could barely steady himself. As for Yun-ting, his upper body only swayed slightly, and he calmly took a step back to dissipate all the force. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief. He, a dignified level 76 attack system battle spirit saint, had actually lost in a pure contest of strength to Yun-ting, who looked to be only in his teens. Yun-ting lightly shook his left hand as the vine armor on his body quietly receded. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. Then, he looked up at the uncertain Zhao Wuji, his tone flat but carrying an unquestionable majesty. Zhao Wuji, I'll give those same words back to you. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Arrogant. Zhao Wuji had never suffered such humiliation. In his fury, his terrifying spirit saint-level pressure surged toward Yun-ting like a tide, attempting to crush him with the difference in their realms. However, that pressure, enough to suffocate a spirit king, simply vanished without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea the moment it touched the space a foot in front of Yun-ting. Immediately after, a terrifying aura far more vast and colder than Zhao Wuji's pressure descended upon him like a 10,000-foot mountain. Thud! Before Zhao Wuji could even react, he was pinned to the ground by this irresistible pressure. His cheek was pressed against the cold floor, and he couldn't move a single finger. At this moment, he was utterly horrified, squeezing 4 fear-filled words through his teeth. Titled Douluo. In the next second, Douluo's figure appeared silently beside Yunting like a ghost. Humph. Any old stray cat or dog thinks they can touch my disciple. You must be tired of living. Douluo snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the pinned Zhao Wuji and the stunned members of Shrek like a cold blade. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji struggled to lift his head. Looking up at Douluo, his eyes were filled with terror. Say, Senior, spare me. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse and pleading. It was I who was blind and offended your disciple. Please, I beg you to let me go. I won't ever do it again. However, Douluo ignored Zhao Wuji because his gaze had just inadvertently swept over Xiaowu, who was hiding behind Tang San. With a pale face, suddenly, his emerald pupils shrank sharply as if he had discovered some peerless treasure. Even his breathing became rapid as he sent a mental force transmission to Yunting. Disciple, that girl, is actually a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. I've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yunting understood that Douluo had already seen through Xiaowu's identity as a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't Douluo noticed her in the original story at the Heaven-Do City Royal Academy? Just then, the greed in Douluo's eyes flared. Unable to restrain himself any longer, his figure blurred as his withered palm reached directly for Xiaowu. 100,000-year transformed spirit beast was an irresistible temptation for any spirit master. Xiaowu. Seeing this, Tang San's eyes nearly split with rage. He wanted to intervene, but he was pinned down by the titled Douluo's pressure and could hardly move. Just as Xiaowu was about to fall into Douluo's hands, a low and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Get lost. Along with the voice, a majestic aura no weaker than Douluo's erupted, directly blasting away Douluo's reaching palm. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a tattered black robe, with messy hair, a face full of stubble, and an unkempt appearance, stood before Xiaowu like an iron tower. Chapter 56. Yunting blackmails Tang Hao, the inner elixir of the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Tang Hao. Yunting's eyes narrowed slightly, his brow furrowing. Douluo was forced back a step. Sensing the undisguised titled Douluo-level spirit power fluctuations from the other party, his expression immediately turned grave as he barked, Who are you, Your Excellency? Tang Hao ignored Douluo and instead turned to the shaken Xiaowu, whispering, Don't be afraid. Only then did he look at Douluo, his voice still low. Poison Douluo, I have long heard of your name. This place is inconvenient, could we step aside for a talk? Hearing this, Douluo narrowed his eyes, sized Tang Hao up for a few moments, then looked at Xiaowu behind him and snorted coldly. Fine, this old man wants to see what you have to say. Seeing this scene, Yunting's mind stirred, and he also stepped forward to follow. Teacher, I will accompany you. Tang Hao glanced at Yunting, his gaze lingering on him for a brief moment as if he had sensed something, but he did not speak to stop him. Before long, the three arrived at a secluded forest outside the small town. Tang Hao got straight to the point. Douluo, I am Tang Hao. That 100,000-year soul beast is being raised by me. For the sake of my face and that of the Clear Sky sect, let this matter drop here. How about it? Tang Hao directly revealed his identity, attempting to use his status to pressure Douluo into backing down. Tang Hao, you are the Clear Sky Douluo. Douluo was startled at first, but then it was as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. What did you say? You're raising it. Tang Hao, do you take this old man for a 3-year-old? That is a 100,000-year soul beast. Do you know what that means? How much is your and the Clear Sky sect's face worth? You actually want this old man to give up a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast? Tang Hao, have you swung that big hammer of yours until you've gone stupid? Hearing this, Tang Hao's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected Douluo to be so disrespectful. He took a deep breath, and 9 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The moment that bewitching and dazzling blood-colored 100,000-year spirit ring appeared, the entire world seemed to lose its color. The terrifying pressure caused Douluo's expression to change drastically, his eyes filled with wariness. A 100,000-year spirit ring. This was Tang Hao's source of confidence. And now, Douluo Bo, or do you intend to have a fight with me? Tang Hao's voice carried a hint of unquestionable dominance, attempting to use absolute strength to make Douluo Bo back off. Hearing this, Douluo Bo's brow furrowed tightly, his expression shifting constantly. At this moment, Yunting let out a light chuckle and took a step forward, looking directly at Tang Hao with a tone of undisguised mockery. He, clear sky Douluo, I heard that after your battle with Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji back then, you were heavily injured. With playfulness in his eyes, Yunting continued, I wonder, with your current body, can you still withstand a battle between titled Douluos? How did you know? Tang Hao's face changed slightly as he looked at Yunting with uncertainty. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Yunting looked at Tang Hao with a calm expression, then a playful look appeared in his eyes. With your broken body, if you fight my teacher, I'm afraid you won't have many years left to live. By then, your son Tang San will become an orphan. Alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand the pursuit of Spirit Hall. Hearing this, Tang Hao's face immediately darkened, and he fell into silence. Through ring explosion, he was confident he could keep both Douluo Bo and Yunting here, but after the ring explosion, he would likely be unable to protect Tang San's life. Yunting watched Tang Hao's shifting expressions and even saw a hint of killing intent in the depths of his eyes, so he immediately spoke coldly. Tang Hao, I know what you're thinking. But I advise you to think clearly before making a decision. My teacher is ruthless, vindictive, and stops at nothing to achieve his goals. I'm sure you are aware of his character. Hearing this, Douluo Bo's face darkened nearby. Was his image really that bad? He then looked at Tang Hao and let out a sinister, cold laugh. Tang Hao, no one below the level of titled Douluo can escape this old man's natal poison. You wouldn't want to see the younger generation of your Clear Sky sect wiped out, your legacy severed, leaving you as a titled Douluo all alone, would you? Also, I am well aware that Tang Yuehua, the mistress of the Moon Pavilion in Heaven Do City, is your biological younger sister. Tang Hao, you wouldn't want her too. Jia, Douluo Bo, you dare. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, he breathed like a bull, and spirit power surged around him. He stared fixedly at Douluo Bo but did not dare to strike. Whether this old man dares or not, you are more than welcome to try. Douluo Bo glanced at Tang Hao with disdain, his tone extremely flat. Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. A moment later, seeing that Tang Hao made no move, Douluo Bo couldn't help but puff out his chest. The displeasure from being startled by Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring earlier vanished instantly. Standing to the side, Yunting shook his head speechlessly at this scene, then looked at the grim-faced Tang Hao and said, Since you don't want to fight, then let's talk about how to handle that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. Hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly, asking, What will it take for you to let that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast go? Let it go. This old man is truly curious about what's inside that head of yours, Tang Hao. Douluo Bo mocked, then glanced at Yunting and continued, We split the transformed spirit beast. The 100,000-year spirit ring goes to me, and the 100,000-year spirit bone goes to you. How about it? No way. Tang Hao's face was as dark as water. Staring at Douluo Bo and Yunting, he tightly gripped the clear sky hammer in his hand and said deeply, You can raise any demands you have, but you cannot target that transformed spirit beast. Hearing this, seeing Tang Hao preparing for a battle, Douluo Bo immediately mobilized all his spirit power. Since Tang Hao was at low health, why should he be afraid? Seeing this scene, Yunting coughed twice, breaking the tense atmosphere between the two, and then looked at Tang Hao, saying, I heard that in the Hell Road of Slaughter City, there is an ancient exotic beast called the 10-headed fierce young serpent. This serpent is fated to be with my teacher. Hand over its inner elixir to us, and we will not target that transformed spirit beast. Fine. Tang Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I will deliver it to the Douluo residents before the Soul Master tournament. Although Douluo Bo on the side wasn't sure what the 10-headed fierce young serpent was, since Yunting had spoken, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. He then looked at Tang Hao and said, In that case, this old man will not spread the news of that transformed spirit beast. As for whether it is discovered by others later, that is none of my business. I hope you keep your word. Tang Hao snorted coldly, retracted his spirit, and turned to leave. Watching Tang Hao's disappearing figure, Douluo looked down at Yun Ting and asked, "Disciple, what do you want that 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner elixir for? With that transformed spirit beast's 100,000-year spirit ring, you wouldn't have to worry about your 7th spirit ring." Yun Ting looked at Douluo, whose brow was slightly furrowed in confusion, and immediately replied, "Teacher, that 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner elixir is prepared for senior sister." "For Yan Yan," Douluo exclaimed, suddenly thinking of something. Excitement appeared in his eyes as he asked urgently, "Could it be?" Seeing this, Yun Ting nodded slightly and said calmly, "The inner elixir of the 10-headed fierce young serpent can allow senior sister's spirit to evolve once more." Hearing this, Douluo's eyes sparkled, and his breathing became hurried. Then, thinking of that transformed spirit beast, he looked at Yun Ting with some guilt. "Disciple, then what about your 7th ring? What about it?" The corners of Yun Ting's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. "Tang Hao is raising that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast for his son, Tang San. It's still too early for Tang San to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. When I need a 100,000-year spirit ring, I'll just go and snatch it. By then, how could a heavily injured Tang Hao stop you and me, teacher?" Hearing this, Douluo looked in the direction Tang Hao had disappeared, the corners of his mouth curling up unconsciously as he teased, "Poor Tang Hao." Chapter 57. Tailing Shrek, Foolish Xiao Wu. Inside the hotel, a faint smell of blood and scorched flesh still lingered. When Douluo and Yun Ting returned, the lobby was still a mess with shattered tables and chairs, but there was no sign of the Shrek group. Yan and Yi Lingling were sitting at an intact table in the corner, conversing in low voices. "Grandpa, junior brother, you're back." Yan stood up, looking at Yun Ting and Douluo. She then pointed at some bloodstains and drag marks on the floor, curling her lip. "That group from Shrek Academy carried off that fatty whom junior brother crippled, rushing off in a panic to find a physician. The rest of them probably feared we'd cause more trouble for them and just ran off together." Yi Lingling, standing nearby, nodded slightly and added, "Their presence was very frantic, they left in a great hurry." Yun Ting's gaze swept over the scene, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he had just swatted a fly. "If they're gone, they're gone. Senior sister, Lingling, let's eat something and rest early." Afterward, the 4 of them had a simple meal and retired to their respective rooms. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Yun Ting and the others woke up early, preparing to leave the town and return to Heaven Do City. Just as they stepped out of the hotel entrance, Yun Ting's gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on several figures hurrying along a distant street corner. The leader was the burly Zhao Wuji, followed by Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu. Only the heavily injured Ma Hongjun was missing. "Oh," an imperceptible curve formed at the corner of Yun Ting's mouth as he thought to himself, "Tang San, I'll be taking your 8 spider lances." He then turned to Yan and Yi Lingling, saying in a gentle tone, "Senior sister, Lingling, rest in the town hotel for another day. I'm going out with teacher and will return tomorrow." Hearing this, Yan's beautiful eyes blinked. Though curious, she never contradicted Yun Ting's decisions, only muttering, "So mysterious." After speaking, she pulled Yi Lingling back toward their previous hotel. Yi Lingling's cool eyes glanced at Yun Ting, and she nodded slightly without asking any questions. "Teacher, let's follow them," Yun Ting whispered to Douluo. With a flicker of his body, he merged silently into the morning mist like a Gui Mei. Seeing this, although Douluo was somewhat puzzled, he had absolute trust in this meticulous disciple who always brought surprises. His figure flashed as he followed closely behind. The 2 were like invisible shadows, tailing far behind the Shrek group as they ventured deep into the Star Do Great Forest. Ancient trees reached for the sky within the forest, and the light was dim. Unable to contain his curiosity, Douluo asked via mental force transmission, "Good disciple, you're following these fellows, are you planning to teach them another lesson?" Yun Ting shook his head slightly, keeping his gaze locked on the Shrek group ahead. He replied via transmission, "Teacher, have you forgotten that 100,000-year soul beast rabbit?" Douluo's pupils constricted slightly. Yun Ting continued, "Since she dared to choose transformation to cultivate as a human, she must have some form of backing." "You mean?" Douluo seemed to grasp something. A sharp light flickered in Yun Ting's eyes as he said calmly, deep within the Stardow Great Forest, there must be her kin, or rather, other 100,000-year soul beasts. This rabbit needs to condense her third spirit ring, so she will definitely seek a safe environment. If we keep tailing her, perhaps. Yun Ting didn't finish his sentence, but Douluo already understood. His breathing instantly became heavy, and an extremely greedy light erupted in his eyes. Another 100,000-year soul beast, what did that mean? It meant at least 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone. Perhaps even more. Good, 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 Douluo said. Good, 3 times, trembling with excitement. Disciple, you really have thought of everything. I almost missed out on another 100,000-year soul beast. With that, the two lurked silently behind the Shrek group like the most patient of hunters. 1 hour later, at Zhao Wuji's signal, Tang San and the other 5 rested in a 100-meter clearing. Suddenly, the aura of a spirit beast rushed toward the Shrek group. Zhao Wuji immediately shouted, telling Tang San and the others to get ready. A second later, a pale red figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was a slender, incredibly fast serpentine spirit beast with a bright red fleshy crest. It's a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Tang San spoke loudly while observing the serpent's size. After a brief calculation in his head, he spoke with certainty. 6 to 8 meters, its cultivation should be between 1,300 and 1,800 years. Oscar, it's perfect for you. Hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Under Zhao Wuji's command, Tang San and the other 5 didn't expend much effort to capture the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, waiting for Oscar to finish it off and absorb the spirit ring. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stood by Tang San's side with her head lowered, her large eyes filled with unbearable pity. She said heartbrokenly, "Is it absolutely necessary to hunt spirit beasts?" Tang San sighed softly. The strong prey on the weak, this is the law of survival. Xiao Wu didn't speak again, but she kept her head down, her face still somewhat pale. Douluo, who had been watching Xiao Wu from the shadows, couldn't help but look at Yun Ting and ask with a frown after hearing her heaven-defying remark, "Is this transformed spirit beast a bit lacking in the head?" Yun Ting was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. He could only say that for Xiao Wu to grow safely for 100,000 years, her mother's protection skills must have been excellent. She's a bit stupid, but you can't deny that this rabbit's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are truly enticing. Yun Ting replied casually. Hearing this, Douluo nodded slightly, that was indeed the truth. Just then, Serpent Grandmother Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiren appeared to fight for ownership of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. After a bout of verbal sparring, the farce finally ended with Meng Yiren kissing Tang San goodbye. After Oscar absorbed the spirit ring, Zhao Wuji led the rest of the Shrek group through the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest to help Tang San find a suitable spirit beast. They searched until dark but couldn't find a suitable one. Night fell. The Shrek group found a clearing and set up their tents, preparing to rest for the night and continue the search tomorrow. Just then, a massive shadow, like a mountain, tore through the trees and appeared not far from the Shrek group. Its entire body was pitch black, its muscles knotted like rock, and its pair of giant yellow crystal-like eyes flashed with violent and cold light. Titan Giant Ape. It's the Titan Giant Ape. Everyone, retreat. Retreat now. Zhao Wuji's voice was distorted by extreme fear. Before all Shrek members could react, the Titan Giant Ape slammed its dark fist into the ground, and the terrifying impact sent them flying. Then, the Titan Giant Ape grabbed Xiao Wu and ran straight toward the depths of the Stardow Great Forest. Chapter 58. Stripping the 8 spider lances, extorting Xiao Wu. No, Xiao Wu. Seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes turned blood red, his breathing heavy as a bull's, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Afterward, he looked at Oscar and took a flying mushroom sausage from his hand. After quickly consuming it, he flew off in the direction where the Titan Giant Ape had disappeared. Little San, come back. Zhao Wuji was terrified. If anything happened to Tang San, he would be hammered into 7 or 8 pieces by Tang Hao. Zhao Wuji intended to give chase, but he was slowed down by the residual pressure of the Titan Giant Ape and his injured body. He could only watch helplessly as Tang San's figure vanished into the darkness. Not far away, hidden within the tree canopy, Yun Ting and Douluo took everything in. Douluo's beard trembled with excitement, his eyes flashing with sharp light and his breathing becoming incredibly rapid. As expected, there really is a connection. That Titan giant ape came specifically for that pure rabbit. Disciple, let's follow them quickly. No rush, teacher. Yun Ting shook his head slightly and continued, we can pry the Titan giant ape's location out of that stupid rabbit's mouth later. For now, we need to change our target. As he spoke, Yun Ting's gaze locked onto Tang San, who was desperately and frantically pursuing. Follow him. Subsequently, Yun Ting and the other man followed far behind the frantically running Tang San like two ghosts. They watched as Tang San shuttled through the forest like a headless fly, shouting in despair. A moment later, an abruptly appearing man-faced demon spider with a cultivation of over 2,000 years blocked Tang San's path, intending to swallow him whole. In an instant, the fire of revenge and the urgency to save someone caused Tang San to explode with combat power far exceeding his usual level. Hidden weapons were deployed everywhere, and poison spread. Relying on the power of the Zug godly crossbow, after a tragic and difficult struggle, Tang San finally succeeded in counter-killing this hideous and terrifying man-faced demon spider at the cost of heavy injuries. At this moment, Tang San was at the end of his rope, but as he looked at the slowly emerging purple spirit ring, a mad and obstinate light erupted in his eyes. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I will definitely become stronger, to save you. Tang San murmured to himself. Then, despite his severe injuries, he actually began to forcibly guide the 2,000-year man-faced demon spider spirit ring, which far exceeded his limit. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. Douluo Bo, in the shadows, watched with his eyelids twitching. While heavily injured, he actually dares to absorb a 2,000-year ring. And it's from a domineering spirit beast like the man-faced demon spider. It seems Tang Hao's son is just like Tang Hao, his brain doesn't work right. Hearing this, Yun Ting didn't speak, just calmly watched Tang San, who was on the brink of collapse due to absorbing the spirit ring. A moment later, 3 auras appeared not far ahead of Tang San, while Zhao Wuji and the others' auras were behind. Seeing this, Yun Ting looked at Douluo Bo and said calmly, Teacher, drive them away. Hearing this, Douluo Bo nodded slightly. His spirit power surged, and the pressure of a titled Douluo charged directly toward the two groups. Feeling the familiar pressure, Zhao Wuji immediately led Dai Mubai and the other 6 away quickly without the slightest hesitation. On the other side, Dragon Lord and Serpent Grandmother, sensing the aura of a titled Douluo, also tactfully led Meng Yiren toward another area. An hour later, under the watch of Yun Ting and Douluo Bo, Tang San's body trembled violently. His skin constantly cracked and was barely repaired under his resilient will and the support of the mysterious heaven skill. The process was thrilling. Finally, the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring successfully merged into Tang San's body. Not only that, at the moment the absorption was completed, 8 bulges suddenly swelled from Tang San's spine. Amidst flashes of purple light, 8 hideous, purple bright, steel-like spider legs with a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This is an external spirit bone. Douluo Bo cried out in shock. In the next second, his eyes were instantly filled with endless greed. An external spirit bone, second only to 100,000-year spirit bone. The chance of a man-faced demon spider dropping an external spirit bone is 1 in 10,000. To think Tang Hao's son actually has such luck. However, Jia. Before Tang San could recover from the weakness and joy of obtaining the spirit ring and advancing to spirit elder, and before he even had time to sense the new 8 spider lances on his back, Douluo Bo and Yun Ting appeared behind Tang San like ghosts, without any warning. Seeing this, Tang San didn't even have time to make any reaction. He only felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck, his vision went black, and his consciousness instantly plunged into endless darkness as his body slumped forward. Douluo Bo withdrew his hand, looking at the fallen Tang San and staring intently at the slightly twitching 8 spider lances. He licked his lips. Tisk tisk, Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao. This great gift from your son is fated to be mine, so I'll graciously accept it. Yun Ting crouched down, his gaze calmly examining the connection between the 8 spider legs and Tang San's spine. He raised his right hand, and extremely fine but incomparably sharp black gold electric arcs coiled around his fingertips. Then, under Yun Ting's control, they condensed into a dagger. Teacher, protect his heart's meridians. Don't let him die. The backlash from stripping an external spirit bone is not small. Don't worry, I am quite good at this. Douluo Bo's emerald green spirit power surged into Tang San's body, protecting his back. Yun Ting's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden force, he plunged the lightning dagger directly into Tang San's back. Squelch. The dagger sliced through bone and muscle. Immediately, a tooth-aching sound of tearing rang out. The 8 purple bright spider legs trembled violently, as if they had a life of their own and wanted to resist. But under Yun Ting's absolute strength and the suppression of the lightning dagger, they were ultimately torn away from Tang San's spine. At this moment, even though Tang San was unconscious, his body twitched violently. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his aura became extremely withered. Yun Ting held the 8 hideous spider legs, which were still flashing with purple light and twitching slightly. Feeling the surging energy and poison contained within, he nodded with satisfaction. Teacher, these 8 spider lances conflict with my spirit's attributes, so let's leave them for senior sister. Hearing this, Douluo Bo was about to reply when a familiar aura entered his spiritual perception. Disciple, that stupid rabbit is heading our way. Douluo Bo looked down at Yun Ting and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yun Ting glanced at the half-dead Tang San on the ground. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled. Just in time to extort that stupid rabbit. A moment later, Xiao Wu stepped out from the darkness not far ahead, her expression somewhat anxious. When she saw Douluo Bo, her face instantly turned deathly pale. She intended to turn and flee, but when her gaze swept over Tang San on the ground, she immediately screamed. Third brother. With those words, she rushed to Tang San's side in a single stride and knelt beside him. Looking at Tang San's bloody body, her eyes instantly turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She then raised her head and glared at Yun Ting and Douluo Bo. What did you do to third brother? Chapter 59. Xiao Wu's Life and Death Crisis. The 100,000-year wood spirit. Hearing Xiao Wu's questioning words, a fierce light flashed in Douluo Bo's eyes, his emerald pupils narrowing as he said coldly, Little rabbit, do you believe I'll slaughter you right now to take your bone? 100,000-year spirit bone is enough for this old man to do whatever it takes. Although Xiao Wu's face was pale, her pink eyes held a hint of stubbornness, as if she had something to rely on. She shielded Tang San tightly, raising her head to retort, Uncle told me himself that he has an agreement with you, you definitely won't lay a hand on me. And, she turned her gaze toward the silent Yun Ting, her voice laced with a hint of mockery and anger. No matter how much of a genius Yun Ting is, he can't absorb 100,000-year spirit ring right now. Kill me, and besides getting a 100,000-year spirit bone, you'll just be waiting to be hunted down by Uncle. As she spoke, Xiao Wu suddenly felt more confident and instead sternly questioned Douluo Bo and Yun Ting, what exactly did you do to third brother? How did he end up like this? Upon hearing this, Yun Ting calmly pointed to the large, hideous corpse of the man-faced demon spider nearby, his tone devoid of emotion. Look closely. This man-faced demon spider's cultivation exceeds 2,000 years. Your third brother overestimated himself and tried to absorb its spirit ring beyond his level, causing his body to be on the verge of collapse. If my teacher hadn't used spirit power to protect his heart's meridians, he would already be a corpse by now. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked in the direction Yun Ting pointed. When she saw the man-faced demon spider's corpse, especially its spider legs which exceeded 3 meters, she cried out in panic. It really is a man-faced demon spider with a cultivation of over 2,000 years. In the next second, tears instantly gushed out. Xiao Wu turned and knelt by Tang San's side, stroking his cold cheek, her voice choked with sobs. Third brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for helping me obtain a spirit ring, you wouldn't have. A massive wave of guilt overwhelmed Xiao Wu's heart and mind, and she began to wail loudly. Wah, third brother, you absolutely cannot die. If you die, I won't live either. Seeing this scene, a hint of disgust appeared in the eyes of both Yun Ting and Douluo Bo. Spirit beasts and humans were naturally opposed, yet Xiao Wu acted like this. Watching Tang San's breathing grow weaker, Xiao Wu suddenly raised her head, looking at Yun Ting and Douluo Bo through tearful eyes with a hint of pleading. I beg you, save third brother. You must have a way, right? Hearing this, Douluo Bo sneered, as if he had heard a huge joke. Save him. We are neither kith nor kin to him, so why should we save him? so he can come back and cause us trouble once he's healed. This is a life. A living person. It's my third brother. Xiao Wu roared out. She didn't understand why Douluo and Yunting were so indifferent to life. They truly didn't have a shred of kindness. Seeing this, Yunting frowned slightly, looked at Xiao Wu, and said indifferently, "Saving Tang San is possible, but you need to give us something of equal value to Tang San's life." Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline and asked urgently, "What do you want?" "As long as I have it, I'll give it to you." Yunting pondered for a moment before speaking. "I need an jade swan of over 50,000 years as my fifth spirit ring. You should know where to find one, right?" Xiao Wu froze for a moment and quickly shook her head. "The Jade Swan clan, there are only 100-year and 1,000-year ones in the Douluo Great Forest. As for those over 10,000 years, I heard my mother say when I was very young that a long time ago, all jade swans over 10,000 years were gathered and protected by a powerful existence. I don't know exactly where they are." Hearing this, Yunting understood immediately. The powerful existence Xiao Wu mentioned was naturally the 400,000-year jade swan, Bridget. Subsequently, Yunting changed his target and continued to ask, "Then, what about a dividing soul sacred wood of over 50,000 years? This kind of spirit beast possesses tenacious vitality and the ability to create a clone. It is one of my backup options." Dividing soul sacred wood. Xiao Wu's expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously took half a step back, her eyes filled with vigilance and resistance. "Impossible. The dividing soul sacred wood clan is one of the few gentle and kind races among spirit beasts. I absolutely cannot betray them. You pick another one. It must be an extremely evil spirit beast." Hearing this, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Yunting's mouth. "Spirit beasts are divided into good and evil. The strong prey on the weak. That is the law of heaven and earth." His tone turned cold as Yunting pointed at Tang San, whose aura was becoming increasingly faint. "Your third brother seems to be dying. He's probably about to kick the bucket." Glancing at Xiao Wu, he said playfully, "Can't you just treat the dividing soul sacred wood as an evil spirit beast? Or is it that Tang San's life can't compare to your so-called betrayal of spirit beasts?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's increasingly faint breathing, and her psychological defenses completely collapsed. Immense pain and struggle intertwined in her eyes. On one side was the morality of spirit beasts, and on the other was the life of her beloved. Ultimately, her worry for Tang San outweighed everything. She lowered her head, her voice trembling and filled with endless guilt. They are in the sacred soul forest in the southwestern part of the Douluo Great Forest, living together with the sacred soul grass clan." After saying this, Xiao Wu seemed to be drained of all her strength, her face covered in guilt. Right at this moment, Yunting keenly captured a fleeting anomaly deep in Xiao Wu's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and immediately followed up with a question. "Do you know if there is a life attribute spirit beast in the Douluo Great Forest that is even more powerful and more suitable for me than the dividing soul sacred wood?" Xiao Wu's body stiffened slightly, her expression changing drastically as she shook her head like a rattle. "No. No." Seeing this, a playful curve appeared at the corner of Yunting's mouth. He then took out a jade bottle from the wishful 100 treasure purse. The bottle was opened, and a rich, pure aura of life spread out, making one feel refreshed upon smelling it. "This is a rejuvenation pill. As long as Tang San takes it, his injuries will be fully healed within a week. Tell me the information about that life attribute spirit beast, and this medicinal pill is yours." Xiao Wu looked at the pill and then at the dying Tang San, her heart once again undergoing an ordeal. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yunting hatefully, cursing, "Yunting, you really are a bastard." For Tang San's sake, she finally compromised, saying in a tone bordering on anger, "Deep within the sacred soul forest, there is a spirit beast called the wood spirit. It is an elemental life form condensed from the purest wood attribute heaven and earth essence, possessing nearly ultimate vitality." As she spoke, a look of disdain appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes as she mocked him. "I saw it decades ago, and it already had 100,000-year cultivation back then. Yunting, stop dreaming, you simply cannot absorb its spirit ring. 100,000-year wood spirit." A bright light flashed in Yunting's eyes. He tossed the pill to Xiao Wu and sneered, "No need for you to worry. You should worry more about your third brother." Chapter 60. Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng and Yearning Heartbroken Red. Hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly caught the medicinal pill and carefully fed it into Tang San's mouth, then used her spirit power to help him dissolve the medicine's power. A moment later, feeling Tang San's aura stabilize at a visible speed and his face regain a hint of color, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, though the worry in her eyes did not diminish. Seeing this, Yunting and Douluo did not stay any longer, turning to quickly disappear into the dense forest. On the way back to the small town on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, Douluo couldn't help but ask, "Disciple, although that wood spirit is 100,000-year soul beast, with your current physical condition, absorbing 100,000-year spirit ring for your 5th ring is still too risky. It would be better to find a 50 or 60,000-year dividing soul sacred wood spirit beast first. That wood spirit can be saved as the target for your 6th ring." Hearing this, Yunting shook his head, his eyes flashing with a light of confidence. "Teacher, I am certain I can absorb 100,000-year spirit ring at the 5th ring level." "Oh, what's the method?" Douluo asked with a face full of curiosity. Yunting took out that yearning heartbroken red, white as jade with its roots wrapped around an obsidian stone, from the wishful 100 treasure purse. "Teacher, absorbing this, yearning heartbroken red, will allow me to be reborn, causing a qualitative leap in my physical condition. However, to reduce the loss of medicinal power, I need a medicinal primer, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng." "Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng?" Douluo frowned. "That thing is too rare. Even when you used the Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb, you didn't lure out any information about it." Yunting smiled slightly. "Teacher, I know where there is a ready-made one." "Where?" "In the hands of the Speed clans." "Clan chief, Bai He." Douluo was first startled, then asked in disbelief, "Bai He? How could he have it?" Even when Yang Wudi exchanged for the Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb, he didn't bring it out. Then, as if realizing something, Douluo's eyes showed a look of realization and amazement. "Disciple, you knew all along that the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng was in Bai He's hands." Releasing the news of the Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb back then was to attract Yang Wudi, and then through Yang Wudi's connection, get in touch with Bai He to plot for the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng in his hands. Hearing this, Yunting nodded, then said somewhat helplessly, "That was the plan, but I didn't expect Bai He to value this immortal herb more than Senior Yang's life, keeping it so tightly hidden that he was simply unwilling to exchange it." Seeing this, a fierce look flashed in Douluo's eyes. "Then, should we just take it by force?" Yunting shook his head again. "No, we have already formed an alliance with Yang Wudi's Defense, Breaking, and Speed clans. Using force against the Speed clan would destroy the trust of the alliance and be detrimental to long-term development. Teacher, do not say things that are not conducive to unity." "Then what do you plan to do?" Douluo asked with some confusion. "Exchange. I have checked the records. The Speed clan's needle-tailed swift spirit, in pursuit of ultimate speed, directly abandoned attack and defense. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well happens to have an immortal herb suitable for their clan, the Coxcomb Phoenix Chick." Hearing this, Douluo stroked his beard and laughed. "Brilliant. Catering to his preferences. That old fellow Bai He certainly won't be able to refuse." An hour later, after the two returned to the town and met up with Douluo and Yi Lingling, they first sent them safely back to the Sylph's Great Spirit Arena to rejoin the rest of the royal fighting team. Afterward, Yunting and Douluo did not stop and headed straight for the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well in the Sunset Forest. Half a day later, inside the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, after a brief exchange with the Blue Silver King, Yunting carefully picked the Coxcomb Phoenix Chick and placed it into the wishful 100 treasure purse. Immediately after, the two rushed non-stop to Swift City on the border of the Star Luo Empire, the base of the Speed clan. 3 days later, Swift City was not large, but its architectural style was light and agile, with totems related to speed and flight visible everywhere. The Speed clan's manor was located in the east of the city. It couldn't be called luxurious and was even a bit dilapidated, but it was kept neat and tidy. After announcing their names, Yunting and Douluo were quickly led to the living room. Bai He was already waiting there. He was tall and thin, looked energetic, and his eyes were exceptionally bright. "Poison Douluo, little friend Yunting, to what do I owe the honor of your visit?" Bai He had a smile on his face, his tone polite but carrying a hint of curiosity. Hearing this, Yunting did not engage in much small talk and went straight to the point. He took out the jade box containing the coxcomb phoenix chick and opened the lid. Suddenly, a hot and pure energy fluctuation spread out. The immortal herb in the jade box had a top that looked like a coxcomb, was fiery red in color, and had crimson gold leaf veins, as if a phoenix phantom was circling it. Senior Bai He, Yun Ting pushed the jade box in front of him. This item is called the coxcomb phoenix chick, and it is a top-grade fire attribute immortal herb. Its medicinal effect can fundamentally strengthen bird-type spirits, allowing them to possess the power of the fire element, and it can significantly increase spirit power. Hearing this, Bai He's gaze was instantly firmly attracted by the coxcomb phoenix chick, and his breathing became rapid. As the clan chief, he knew all too well what this immortal herb meant to the Speed clan. This was simply a peerless treasure that could change the destiny and shackles of the Speed clan. He then suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked with a voice that trembled slightly. "Little friend Yun Ting, could you sell the coxcomb phoenix chick to me? Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can give it to you." Hearing this, Yun Ting looked directly into Bai He's eyes and said slowly, "Junior has heard that Senior has a rare medicinal ingredient in his hands called the crystal blood dragon ginseng. I want to use the coxcomb phoenix chick to exchange for the crystal blood dragon ginseng in Senior's hands." Crystal blood dragon ginseng. Bai He's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was the heirloom of his Speed clan, holding extraordinary significance. Even Yang Wudi didn't know of its existence. Where on earth did Yun Ting learn of it? But at the thought of the coxcomb phoenix chick, Bai He quickly put it out of his mind, his heart undergoing a fierce internal struggle. Afterward, Bai He gritted his teeth, a hint of pain flashing across his face, but his eyes were incredibly determined as he looked at Yun Ting and said, "Fine. I'll exchange it." After speaking, he carefully took out an exquisite jade box from a storage spirit tool he kept close to him. A ginseng that was blood red throughout and crystal clear came into view. Its surface had a layer of obvious protrusions that connected to form a special pattern, like a five-clawed giant dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Dense vitality and energy fluctuations emanated from it. It was indeed the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Seeing this, Yun Ting said no more. The transaction was clean and straightforward, and afterward, Bai He could not wait to take the coxcomb phoenix chick to study it. Yun Ting, on the other hand, borrowed a quiet, secret room from Bai He and had Douluo Bo stand guard outside. Chapter 61. Physical fitness and mental force surpassing a titled Douluo. Inside the secret chamber, Yun Ting looked at the crystal blood dragon ginseng and yearning heartbroken read in his hands. The original work stated that these two peerless immortal herbs complemented each other and needed to be taken together to maximize the benefits. After taking a deep breath, Yun Ting put the two immortal herbs into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed them directly. He then sat cross-legged and immediately began refining the medicinal power within. Inside his body, the two peerless immortal herbs, crystal blood dragon ginseng and yearning heartbroken red, were now transforming into two vast, sea-like torrents of crimson gold and pink, surging through his meridians. Instead of the expected excruciating pain, there was a nourishing and reshaping sensation that went deep into his marrow and touched his soul. The extremely young and rigid blood vitality of the crystal blood dragon ginseng was as hot as lava. Everywhere it passed, the meridians, bones, muscles, and even the tiniest cells greedily absorbed this power, becoming increasingly resilient and full of vitality. Meanwhile, the profound devotion and vast life energy contained within the yearning heartbroken red were like gentle spring rain, soothing the slight burning pain caused by the blood vitality's surge, repairing any potential damage, and further triggering a deep resonance with the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline and Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone inside Yun Ting. Then, calming his mind and looking inward, Yun Ting clearly saw that under the infiltration of the medicinal power, his meridian barriers were faintly coated with an extremely thin but real golden luster. Seeing this, Yun Ting's heart surged with excitement, for that faint golden light was an initial sign that his physical body was transforming toward the legendary divine body. No wonder Xiao Wu used this to reshape her physical body in the original work, even reaching a semi-divine body. The combined effect of these two peerless immortal herbs is truly heaven-defying. Yun Ting felt a sense of awe. He then circulated his spirit power with all his might, guiding the medicinal power through a full cycle and thoroughly integrating it into every part of his body. A day and a night passed quietly. The morning light was dim. When Yunting opened his eyes again, it seemed as if a flash of lightning flickered through the secret chamber. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his breath was long and steady, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable and transparent. Clenching his fist lightly, his bones and muscles chimed together, making a subtle yet powerful crackling sound. A surging sense of power filled his entire body, his internal organs were full of vitality, and his mental force was as condensed as if it were physical. My physical body's strength has at least doubled, and my mental force has also been significantly enhanced. Feeling the changes within, a satisfied curve appeared at the corner of Yunting's mouth. At this moment, with just his physical strength, he could probably shake a titled Douluo. Creak. The door of the secret chamber was pushed open, and Douluo, who had been waiting outside, immediately came forward. The moment he saw Yunting, his emerald snake pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was full of disbelief. Good disciple, you. Douluo stepped forward 2 paces and couldn't help but reach out to give Yunting's arm a gentle squeeze. What he felt was no longer the softness of flesh, but a peculiar texture that was warm as jade yet harder than refined steel. He subconsciously activated a trace of spirit power to investigate. Douluo's expression changed again, his eyes filled with shock. His spirit power entered Yunting's body like a clay ox entering the sea. What he felt was a vast, abyss-like, and bottomless foundation of life along with a faint sense of rejection. Yunting's physical strength had actually surpassed his own as a rank 95 titled Douluo. Refusing to believe it, Douluo's gaze sharpened, and a terrifying mental pressure at the titled Douluo level enveloped Yunting like a tide. An ordinary spirit king would have already trembled in spirit and fainted under such pressure. However, Yunting only raised an eyebrow slightly, his figure remaining motionless. His eyes were still clear and calm, and he even looked at Douluo with a hint of teasing. Teacher, is the test over? A monster, truly a monster. Douluo withdrew the pressure, shaking his head in amazement, but his face was full of wild joy. Ha ha ha, good, great, with such a physique, absorbing 100,000-year 5th ring is absolutely feasible. I didn't quite believe it at first, but I never expected, ha ha ha. After his initial joy, Douluo remembered the business at hand and then went with Yunting to find Bai He. Seeing Yunting's transformative change, Bai He was also secretly shocked. Senior Bai He, I know that Yufeng is actually your granddaughter, Bai Chenxiang, Yunting said calmly as he looked at Bai He. I wonder if you intend for Bai Chenxiang to absorb that coxcomb phoenix chick. Although Bai He was somewhat shocked that Yunting knew Bai Chenxiang's identity, he still nodded frankly and said, I do indeed plan to let Shangshang take it. Hearing this, Yunting's tone was calm. Bai Chenxiang is now a member of my royal fighting team and is currently training at the Sylph's Great Spirit Arena. If you can trust me, senior, you can hand the coxcomb phoenix chick to me to deliver. I will personally act as her protector to ensure she absorbs it safely. Bai He pondered for a moment and then nodded heavily. I naturally trust your character and strength, little friend Yunting. These past few years, I also have you to thank for taking care of Chenxiang. He solemnly handed the jade box containing the coxcomb phoenix chick to Yunting, his eyes full of expectation. The shackles of the Speed clan were about to be broken by his granddaughter, which also heralded a bright future for the clan. Afterward, the two left the Speed clan's residence. Douluo looked at Yunting and asked, Disciple, shall we head straight to the Sacred Soul Forest next? With our current strength, we should have a 70 to 80% chance of hunting that 100,000-year wood spirit. Yunting shook his head, his brow furrowing slightly as he said, Teacher, the Sacred Soul Forest isn't just home to the 100,000-year wood spirit, it's also the habitat for the Sacred Soul Grass and Dividing Soul Sacred Wood clans. Those two clans must have high-age spirit beasts. If we barge in blindly and alert them, we might be besieged. If the wood spirit escapes then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Hearing this, Douluo's expression also turned solemn. That makes sense. So, what do you mean? We need help, Yunting said in a low voice. Teacher, although your poison counters the spirit beasts in the Sacred Soul Forest, using it on a large scale might trigger a riot among other spirit beasts in the Stardow Great Forest, potentially causing a beast tide. Hearing this, Douluo nodded slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, we can call Old Yang. The attack power of Old Yang's soul-breaking spear is comparable to a titled Douluo's. Moreover, given his friendship with me, he will surely keep his mouth shut and won't leak the secret of your 100,000-year spirit ring. Yunting nodded and said, Senior Yang is one, but we also need a crowd control expert who can restrict and counter plant-type spirit beasts on a large scale. Who? The Dean of Heaven Water Academy, Shui Shinru. Yunting uttered the name. A rank 83 spirit Douluo with the ice bird spirit. Her ice attribute extremely counters plant-type spirit beasts. With her there, our operation will be secure. A gleam flashed in Dugu Bo's eyes, and he nodded unconsciously. Then, as if he had thought of something, a mischievous smile appeared on his face, and he nudged Yunting with his elbow. Chapter 62. Teased Yunting, meeting Shui Binger again. Oh, Shui Shinru, why have I heard that your relationship with her daughter, Shui Binger, is, rather ambiguous, even taking walks under the moonlight together. Good disciple, tell your master the truth. Are you really after the girl while pretending to be interested in something else? How about your master goes to Heaven Water Academy right now to propose for you? Hearing this, Yunting's face instantly darkened. He knew senior sister Dugu Yan must have told Dugu Bo. He glared at Dugu Bo with a hint of embarrassed anger. Teacher, serious business first. As for feelings, let nature take its course. You should worry more about senior sister. After saying that, Yunting quickened his pace and walked straight ahead, his back revealing a trace of subtle embarrassment. Seeing Yunting's rare display of youthful embarrassment, Dugu Bo laughed heartily. Feeling even more refreshed, he quickly caught up and stopped teasing, though the smile in his eyes only deepened. Upon reaching a three-way intersection, Yunting spread out a map, pointed in 3 directions, and looked at Dugu Bo. Teacher, let's split up. You head to Longxing City to invite Senior Yang Wudi, and I will go to Heaven Water Academy to invite Dean Shui. Then, Yunting's finger pointed to Nuoding City on the map. We will meet in Nuoding City then. Coincidentally, I also need to give the immortal herbs I prepared for Uncle Yun and Brother Dao to them, and help them hunt for suitable spirit rings along the way. Hearing this, a look of relief and appreciation flashed in Dugu Bo's eyes. He stroked his beard and praised, good. Valuing friendship and showing gratitude, you truly are Dugu Bo's disciple. Dugu Bo felt more and more that this disciple not only possessed extraordinary talent but also a rare hard nature. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, the corners of Dugu Bo's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Yunting and teased. I can just send someone to notify old Yang. I'll go with you to Heaven Water Academy to see my future disciple-in-law. Teacher, serious business first. Yunting glanced at Dugu Bo with a dark face. Seeing this, Dugu Bo laughed out loud. You are 15 this year, and Shui Binger is 14. It's the perfect age for marriage. Furthermore, Shui Binger's strength and talent are both quite good. You two are a perfect match, a marriage made in heaven. Hearing this, Yunting ignored Dugu Bo. His figure flashed as he turned into a streak of light, rushing toward Heaven Water Academy. Seeing this, Dugu Bo cursed, brat, and flew toward Longxing City. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy in the distant Balak Kingdom, a heavy atmosphere loomed. Yu Shaogang arrived weary from travel. Before he could even catch up with his old friend Flender, he heard the news of Tang San's severe injury. Then, he rushed to Tang San's bedside in a panic. After a careful examination, he found that although Tang San was weak, his life was not in danger, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. But upon learning that Tang San had absorbed a man-faced demon spider that exceeded the age limit, a surge of anger rushed into Yu Shaogang's heart. His face turned ashen as he looked at the pale Tang San and scolded him sternly, foolish. To cherish your life so little. Do you know how dangerous that was? Have you treated your master's teachings as mere wind past your ears? Tang San lowered his head, hands clenched tightly, his voice hoarse but firm. Teacher, Xiao Wu, I couldn't just watch her be taken away by the Titan giant ape, so. Xiao Wu, is she the only thing in your heart? Yu Shaogang said, pained and furious, his eyes burning with anger and his breathing heavy. You have twin spirits and innate full spirit power. Your future is destined to be at the peak of the continent. How could you be so impulsive over romantic feelings and nearly destroy your own future? You've disappointed me, little San. You vowed to help me prove the spirit theories of Heldonta for years so that others would no longer look down on me, but look at what you've done now. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San with a mix of anger and disappointment. A woman, for a woman, you would even throw away your life. Are you worthy of your father's upbringing? Are you worthy of my teachings? I know I was wrong, teacher. Tang San was lectured until he couldn't even raise his head, and he didn't dare to offer any rebuttal. But a hidden trace of stubbornness and determination flashed in his eyes. In Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu's safety was more important than anything else. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang's tone softened slightly, a stiff smile appearing on his face. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them, that is my good disciple. Afterward, Tang San told Yu Xiaogang about their group's encounter with Yunting in the town outside the Stardo Great Forest. Hearing that Zhao Wuji had actually lost to Yunting in terms of strength, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed slightly. He saw the look of fear in Tang San's eyes when he spoke of Yunting's terrifying lightning. Yu Xiaogang frowned deeply. After a moment of silence, he looked at Tang San and said seriously, "Little San, do not fear Yunting. Remember, you have twin spirits, Yunting simply cannot compare to you." Yu Xiaogang's eyes were full of disdain as he sneered, "Remember what I told you. Yunting is destined to never break through to Spirit King in his lifetime unless he wants his body to explode from the lightning. So, you don't need to worry about him." Hearing this, the fear in Tang San's eyes vanished, replaced by confidence. He nodded heavily. "I understand, teacher." Seeing this, the corners of Yu Xiaogang's mouth curled up. He was very satisfied with this obedient disciple. Meanwhile, 5 days later, Tianshui City. Yunting traveled quickly and finally arrived at Tianshui City. Without stopping, he headed straight for the most prominent building in the city, Heaven Water Academy. In front of the Grand Academy gates, Yunting was about to ask the guards to announce him when a cool voice filled with surprise rang out from behind him. Yunting. Hearing this, Yunting turned around to see Shui Binger standing not far away. She wore a simple Heaven Water Academy uniform, yet it could not hide her clear and refined temperament. A flash of surprise crossed her ice blue eyes, which then seemed to light up like stars. "Binger, why have you come to Heaven Water Academy?" Shui Binger stepped closer. Her tone seemed calm, but her slightly quickened speech and the subtle expectation in her eyes betrayed her internal turmoil. Yunting looked at her, not missing the flicker of light in her eyes. His heart stirred, and he felt like teasing her, though he kept a serious face. "This trip is mainly to visit your mother, Dean Shui Shinru, to discuss important matters with her." "Oh, I see," Shui Binger replied softly. Her long eyelashes lowered slightly, hiding the expectation in her eyes. The light in her gaze seemed to dim a little. Seeing this, the smile in Yunting's eyes deepened. He changed his tone and lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of sincerity. "Of course, seeing Dean Shui is for business, but at the same time, I also came specifically to see you." Hearing this, Shui Binger suddenly looked up, staring straight at Yunting with a hint of uncertainty. "Really?" Yunting met her gaze, his smile undiminished, his tone carrying a rare hint of playfulness. "Of course, more real than a diamond." "Smooth talker," Shui Binger huffed, glaring at him with feigned dissatisfaction. But the slight upward curve of her lips and her suddenly bright and moving face completely exposed her current mood. She turned around, her steps becoming a bit lighter as she said softly, "Come on, I'll take you to see my mother." Watching the girl's face turn from cloudy to clear in an instant, Yunting smiled and stepped forward to walk side by side with her. Chapter 63. Ice Crystal Phoenix Sunflower, Shui Binger's Devotion. On the way to Shui Shinru's office, Yunting seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to say to Shui Binger, "Right, Binger, let's bring Yuer along too." Hearing this, Shui Binger looked at Yunting in confusion, her elegant brows arching slightly. "Call Yuer. Why?" She keenly sensed that Yunting's visit this time wasn't as simple as just seeing her mother. Meeting her searching gaze, Yunting kept her in suspense and smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes." Seeing him like this, Shui Binger knew she wouldn't get any more answers. She could only nod. So mysterious. Fine, the training grounds are this way. Although she said that, she couldn't help but start guessing Yunting's intentions, her eyes occasionally glancing at the boy beside her who always did the unexpected. The two changed direction and headed toward the Tianshui team's private training ground. As they approached, they heard the sounds of spirit ability collisions and the crisp shouts of young girls coming from inside. Shui Yuer was sharp-eyed and was the first to notice Yun Ting and Shui Binger walking side by side. She immediately ran over like a joyful butterfly, her face beaming with a bright smile. Big brother, why are you here? Did you miss big sis, so you came specifically to see her? Shui Yuer teased, winking at Shui Binger as she spoke. Yuer, what nonsense are you talking about? Shui Binger's face instantly flushed crimson. She reached out and gave Shui Yuer's smooth forehead a light flick in feigned anger, but her eyes involuntarily drifted toward Yun Ting from the corner of her vision. She saw Yun Ting looking at her with a half-smile, his deep eyes filled with understanding and a hint of playfulness, as if he had already seen through her shyness. At this sight, Shui Binger's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly lowered her head, her ears turning beet red instantly. A wave of heat rushed to her cheeks, and even her neck was tinged with a faint pink. Seeing Shui Binger reveal such a different side of herself, Yun Ting found it amusing. He chuckled softly and stepped in to save her from the embarrassment, saying, Miss Yuer, I've come this time to see Dean Shui, and I also have something good to give to you and Binger. Hearing this, Shui Yuer's curiosity was completely piqued. She tugged on Yun Ting's sleeve relentlessly. What is it? Big brother, can't you tell Yuer first? Beside them, Shui Binger also suppressed her shyness and looked at Yun Ting curiously. Seeing this, Yun Ting only smiled and shook his head, insisting, it's a secret. His gaze swept over Shui Binger's still reddened ear tips, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible softness. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Dean Shui waiting. Shui Binger took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her heartbeat. She glared at the still giggling Shui Yuer before regaining some of her usual cool demeanor. However, her slightly flushed cheeks and flickering gaze betrayed the inner turmoil from just moments ago. All right, let's go. The three of them set off toward Shui Shinru's office. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the three of them. The atmosphere was harmonious, with a faint, lingering hint of ambiguity. Shui Shinru's office was not luxurious, but it exuded elegance everywhere. A few rare ice attribute plants dotted the room, and a faint fragrance permeated the air. When Shui Binger knocked and led Yun Ting and Shui Yuer inside, Shui Shinru, who was busy at her desk, looked up. She appeared to be in her 30s, with features 60 to 70% similar to Shui Binger's, but with more mature charm and the elegant poise of someone long in a position of authority. Her gaze swept across Shui Binger's still flushed cheeks before landing on Yun Ting, whose aura was steady and restrained. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in Shui Shinru's eyes. Mother, Yun Ting is here, Shui Binger said softly. Her gaze quickly swept over Yun Ting before she slightly lowered her eyelids. She appeared calm, but her slender fingers clasped in front of her unconsciously twisted slightly, revealing her inner nervousness and anticipation. Dean Shui, excuse my unannounced visit, Yun Ting said, stepping forward with a composed manner. Seeing this, Shui Shinru put down her pen, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Young friend Yun Ting, no need for such formalities. Your performance in the Soul Master tournament is still fresh in my memory. Binger, Yuer, please sit. Her gaze lingered on Yun Ting for a moment before she praised him. It seems you've had some fortuitous encounters recently. Your vitality is so abundant that even I can't quite see through you. Just a stroke of luck. Yun Ting laughed. After a few pleasantries, Shui Shinru got straight to the point. I wonder what brings you here this time, young friend. Hearing this, Yun Ting didn't waste time on formalities. With a flick of his wrist, an entirely ice-blue medicinal herb appeared in his hand. Its shape resembled a miniature phoenix spreading its wings, with leaves that looked as if they were carved from ice crystals. Layered and dense, it emitted a coldness that made the soul tremble. Shui Binger's gaze was instantly fixed on this herb. The coldness resonated strongly with the ice phoenix martial soul within her, causing her heart to race involuntarily. She subconsciously held her breath, her beautiful ice-blue eyes unblinking as she stared at the plant, a longing she hadn't even noticed herself showing in her gaze. Yun Ting's gaze fell on Shui Binger, his expression gentle yet solemn. My visit this time is, firstly, to repay Binger for saving my life in the icebound forest back then. Before he could finish, Shui Binger's delicate body trembled. She snapped her head up, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Yun Ting gently handed the ice crystal phoenix sunflower to her, his tone sincere and firm. This item is called the ice crystal phoenix sunflower. It shares the same origin and symbiosis with your ice phoenix martial soul. It can help you fully awaken your spirit and compensate for any innate deficiencies. Shui Binger stared blankly at the immortal herb before her, which seemed to have been born just for her. Feeling the extreme coldness of their shared origin, she looked up at Yun Ting's serious expression. An indescribable warm current instantly broke through her inner defenses. She never imagined that her subconscious action back then would bring such a significant reward, one so perfectly suited to her needs. This is too precious, back then I only. Shui Binger's voice carried a hint of imperceptible sobbing as she instinctively tried to decline. How can saving a life be a small matter? Yun Ting interrupted her, his tone gentle but carrying an unquestionable firmness. In my heart, this debt of gratitude is far more precious than this ice crystal phoenix sunflower. For you, it is an opportunity, for me, it is peace of mind. Accept it, Binger. Hearing Yun Ting's words, the tip of Shui Binger's heart trembled. She bit her lower lip and, finally, under Yun Ting's insistent gaze and Shui Shinru's slight nod of approval, reached out her trembling hands to carefully take the ice crystal phoenix sunflower. As her fingertips touched the ice-like leaves, a throb of bloodline connection pulsed through her, yet she felt a scalding hot current rise from the depths of her heart. Thank you, Yun Ting. Shui Binger's voice was very soft, yet it contained heavy gratitude and an indescribable trace of emotion. She held the jade box tightly to her chest as if clutching the most precious treasure in the world. Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with light as she gazed at Yun Ting blankly, as if trying to engrave his figure into the depths of her heart. Chapter 64. Water Immortal Jade Tendon Bone, Shui Binger's Transformation, the True Ice Phoenix Martial Soul. Then, Yun Ting looked at Shui Shinru and said solemnly, secondly, this junior has already broken through to level 50 and would like to ask senior to help me hunt a spirit beast. Hunt a spirit beast? Shui Shinru frowned slightly, looking at Yun Ting, and asked in confusion, although I cannot see through the strength of your physical body, with poison Douluo's strength, even a 70 or 80,000 year spirit beast should not be a problem. As she spoke, Shui Shinru suddenly thought of a ridiculous possibility. Her face was full of disbelief as she asked uncertainly, unless. That's right, it's 100,000 year soul beast, Yun Ting calmly uttered those words. After he spoke, the office instantly fell into a dead silence. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes wide as they looked at Yun Ting in disbelief. 100,000 year soul beast. That was an existence one could only hope for but never seek. Yun Ting was actually targeting one, and for his 5th spirit ring at that. Shui Shinru's pupils also shrank. She took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, young friend, do you know what 100,000 year soul beast signifies? They are often guarded by powerful clans. Even if Poison Douluo and I join forces, we might not necessarily gain the upper hand. Dean Shui is absolutely right. Yun Ting nodded. Therefore, besides you, there is also the clan chief of the Breaking Clan, Yang Wudi. Furthermore, the target is a 100,000 year plant-type spirit beast, the Wood Spirit, located in the Sacred Soul Forest within the Stardow Great Forest. Your Ice Bird martial soul possesses a powerful ice attribute, which naturally counters plant-type spirit beasts. It can greatly restrict its mobility and recovery, preventing the battle from spreading too far and inciting a riot among other spirit beasts in the Stardow Great Forest. When the time comes, you will control the field, while Senior Yang Wudi and I will be the main attackers. My teacher will provide support from the side. It should be foolproof. Hearing this, Shui Shinru frowned, considering the feasibility of Yun Ting's plan. Seeing this, Yun Ting flipped his wrist, and a pure white, translucent medicinal herb appeared in his hand, its stem white and flawless. This item is called the Water Immortal Jade Tendon Bone. It can strengthen the foundation, nourish the sinews and bones, and clear the qi through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, allowing a spirit master to quickly increase their spirit power. This immortal herb is this junior's payment for requesting Dean Shui's assistance. It will also be of great benefit to Yuer's cultivation. Hearing this, Shui Yuer, who had been watching eagerly from the side, immediately cheered. She excitedly took the Water Immortal Jade Tendon Bone handed over by Yun Ting and thanked him sweetly, "Thank you, big brother." Shui Shinru took in her daughter's reaction, her heart filled with emotion. She looked at Yun Ting and made a solemn promise, "Young friend Yun Ting, I cannot refuse such a generous gift. Heaven Water Academy will remember this favor." As for the spirit hunt, I will do my best to assist. Thank you, Dean Shui. Yun Ting expressed his gratitude, then looked at Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Binger, Yuer, you two should absorb the immortal herbs first. Hearing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were extremely excited. With Shui Shinru's approval, the two immediately went into the quiet room next to the office and began to absorb the immortal herbs under the protection of Yun Ting and Shui Shinru. The moment Shui Binger swallowed the ice crystal phoenix sunflower, the entire quiet room seemed to turn into an ice cellar as an extreme chill spread out. The ice phoenix martial soul behind her emerged uncontrollably on its own, letting out a high-pitched and clear phoenix cry. In an instant, ice blue brilliance completely enveloped Shui Binger. The phantom of the ice phoenix behind her became solid and clear at a speed visible to the naked eye, with every feather appearing, just like a living creature. Even more shocking was that, in the state of spirit possession, the tips of Shui Binger's hair were dyed with an ice blue luster. A pair of ice crystal wings spread out from her back, and the feather patterns all over her body shimmered with brilliance. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within Shui Binger. Even Shui Shinru, who was protecting her, felt a tremor of palpitations from the spirit suppression and heartfelt shock. This was the true form that a top-tier beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix, should have. The beastification characteristics marked the complete awakening of Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul. Her spirit power aura climbed steadily from level 38, breaking through the level 39 bottleneck with unstoppable force, reaching level 40 directly. On the other side, Shui Yuer's process of absorbing the water immortal jade tendon bone was much gentler. A soft white halo enveloped her, cleansing her meridians and bones, and nourishing her spirit. The increase in her spirit power was even more terrifying, soaring all the way from level 33 to level 40, yet her foundation remained exceptionally stable, with no sense of instability. 15 minutes later, the two girls completely finished absorbing the medicinal power and then slowly opened their eyes. Feeling the earth-shattering changes in themselves, both were too excited to contain themselves. Shui Binger looked at the magnificent ice wings behind her in disbelief. Feeling the extreme ice phoenix power surging within her body as easily as her own limbs, her delicate body trembled slightly with excitement. She tried to control the wings to flap gently, and her body floated lightly a few inches off the ground. This unprecedented sense of control and power filled her heart with endless gratitude toward Yun Ting. She looked at Yun Ting, her ice blue eyes shimmering with light. Gratitude, shock, and a hint of indescribable emotion were intertwined. Yun Ting, thank you, this gift is too precious. Yun Ting looked at Shui Binger, whose temperament had become even more noble and cold, yet her eyes were brimming with emotion due to excitement. He smiled slightly. This is what you deserve, Binger. Congratulations on becoming a true ice phoenix. Seeing this, Shui Yuer jumped up and excitedly hugged Yun Ting's arm. Big brother, you're so amazing. Yuer feels like she can take on 10 people now. Thank you so much. Shui Shinru watched all this, the shock in her heart beyond measure. Only now did she truly understand what heaven-defying existences these two, immortal herbs, Yun Ting had brought out were. Their value was simply immeasurable. This favor was truly too great. Young friend Yun Ting. Shui Shinru's tone was more solemn than ever before. Heaven Water Academy will remember this generous gift. As for hunting the 100,000-year soul beast, I, Shui Shinru, will not hesitate. Yun Ting smiled slightly and nodded. With Dean Shui's help, this spirit hunting operation will surely be a success. Then, Yun Ting turned to look at Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, his expression serious as he cautioned them, Binger, Yuer, your spirit power has skyrocketed after just absorbing the immortal herbs. You must first calm your minds and consolidate for a period of time. Do not be impatient. After Dean Shui helps me successfully obtain my 5th spirit ring, I will return to Heaven Water Academy with her. At that time, I will accompany you to hunt for suitable 4th spirit rings. Hearing this, a hint of reluctance flashed in Shui Binger's eyes, but she still nodded obediently. We'll wait for you. You, be careful. Shui Yuer also nodded vigorously. Big brother, Yuer will be good and wait for you and Anne to return. Yun Ting looked at the two girls and smiled. Don't worry. Seeing her two daughters acting like this, Shui Shinru couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Sigh, when daughters grow up, they can't be kept at home. It seems I won't be able to keep them. Chapter 65. gathering at Nuoding Academy, Soul Hunt Operation. Longxing City, Breaking Clan Mansion. Douluo Bo's arrival was both unexpected and delightful for Yang Wudi. Upon hearing that Xiao Ting needed help acquiring his fifth spirit ring, and that the target was a 100,000-year soul beast, the soul-breaking spear Douluo, known for his fierce tenacity, had a terrifying glint in his eyes. 100,000-year soul ring. Good kid, you're certainly brave. Yang Wudi slammed the table. Just for the phantom aroma bewitching violet silk immortal herb, I, Yang Wudi, will definitely help with this. Old poison, don't worry, this matter will only pass from my mouth to your ears, no sixth person will ever know. Hearing this, Douluo Bo laughed heartily. I knew you old man were straightforward. Let's go, we'll depart immediately for Nuoding City. Nuoding City. Inside Nuoding Academy, Yuntian and Su Yuntao sat opposite each other, drinking tea, both with a lingering look of worry on their faces. Xiao Ting, that fellow, he's been gone for several years and hasn't sent us a single letter. I wonder how he's doing now, Su Yuntao sighed. 5 years had passed since their last farewell. Hearing this, Dean Yuntian took a sip of tea, his eyes also full of nostalgia and concern, but he still spoke calmly. With poison Douluo's protection, nothing will happen. Besides, didn't Xiao Ting say last time that he had a surprise for us this year? He should be here soon. Just then, a clear, smiling voice sounded from outside the door. Uncle Yun, Brother Dao, I'm back. Hearing this, Yuntian and Su Yuntao trembled, suddenly looking up. They saw a figure standing at the door, tall and handsome, with a familiar smile on his lips, having appeared at some unknown time. Xiao Ting, you brat. Both were surprised and delighted, abruptly standing up. Su Yuntao rushed forward a few steps, excitedly grabbing Xiao Ting's shoulders and scrutinizing him. Good kid, you've grown, taller and stronger. You didn't write to us for years. Seeing this, Xiao Ting felt a warm current surge through him, sensing their genuine concern, and smiled. Sorry, Brother Dao, for making you and Uncle Yun worry. It's mainly because I don't have a habit of writing letters to men. Xiao Ting made a joke to lighten the mood, then looked at the two and said, this is the surprise I promised before. With that, Xiao Ting flipped his wrist, and two strangely shaped immortal herbs appeared in his left and right palms. The immortal herb in his left hand was entirely cyan green, shaped like a condensed whirlwind, its leaves thin as cicada wings, constantly swaying on their own, emitting a sharp and ethereal aura. This was the wind howl grass. The immortal herb in his right hand was fiery red, its petals like dancing flames, with molten lava seemingly flowing within its central pistil, emitting a scorching and domineering energy. This was the crimson sun stamen. Brother Dao, this item is called wind howl grass. Xiao Ting handed the immortal herb in his left hand to Su Yuntao and said, your lone wolf spirit leans towards speed. This wind howl grass can infuse your spirit with powerful wind attributes, greatly enhancing your speed and agility. Immediately after, Xiao Ting handed the immortal herb in his right hand to Yuntian. Uncle Yun, this item is called Crimson Sun Stamen, and it can enhance the flame abilities and purity of your fire eagle spirit. Su Yuntao and Yuntian looked at the immortal herbs in their hands, feeling the immense energy, their hands trembling slightly. Although their knowledge was limited, they understood how precious these two immortal herbs were. It would be no exaggeration to say they were priceless. Xiao Ting, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Su Yuntao quickly declined. Yuntian also echoed, that's right, Xiao Ting. Besides, you need resources even more for your own cultivation. Brother Dao and I have limited talent, this is as far as we'll go in this life. But you're different, you absolutely must not delay your cultivation for our sakes. Hearing this, Xiao Ting's eyes were filled with gratitude. Then he shook his head, his tone firm. Uncle Yun, Brother Dao, if it weren't for your care back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've always remembered your kindness. Now that I have the ability, it's my turn to look after you. Seeing the undeniable sincerity in Xiao Ting's eyes, Su Yuntao and Yuntian's eyes became a little moist. They knew that this child had truly grown up. Though his wings were strong, he had never forgotten old affections. Good child. Yuntian heavily patted Xiao Ting's shoulder, his voice a little choked, we'll accept them. Uncle Yun will remember this kindness. Su Yuntao also nodded vigorously, his eyes red. Next, Xiao Ting personally acted as protector for Su Yuntao and Yuntian, helping them absorb as much of the immortal herb's medicinal power as possible. Although there were some twists and turns, the process was ultimately completed successfully. After Su Yuntao absorbed the wind howl grass, when his lone wolf spirit possessed him, streaks of cyan qi swirled around his body, his speed greatly increased, and his sharp claws stirred up keen wind currents. His spirit power broke through to rank 30 in one go. And after Yuntian absorbed the crimson sun stamen, the flames of his fire eagle spirit transformed from crimson to a more condensed, higher temperature crimson gold, with astonishing power. His spirit power directly broke through to rank 50. Feeling the transformative changes, their gratitude towards Xiao Ting was boundless. Seeing this, Xiao Ting smiled, "Uncle Yun, Brother Dao, you two should consolidate your spirit power first. Tomorrow, we will head to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings." The next morning, two powerful auras descended upon Nuoding Academy. "Ha ha ha, good disciple, we're not late, are we?" Dugu Bo's hearty laughter rang out. Accompanying him was Yang Wudi, whose aura was as sharp as a spear. "Old Poison, this is where your disciple lived as a child." "It looks quite remote." Yang Wudi's voice was like a booming bell, and his sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. Seeing this, Xiao Ting, accompanied by Yuntian and Su Yuntao, stepped forward and saluted the two. "Teacher, Senior Yang, you've arrived at just the right time." No sooner had his voice fallen than a chilling aura descended, and Shui Shinru's elegant figure floated down. "Dean Shui," Xiao Ting nodded in greeting. Shui Shinru slightly nodded, her gaze sweeping over Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi, and she bowed slightly. "Greetings, Poison Douluo, greetings, Clan Chief Yang." Hearing this, Dugu Bo laughed heartily. "Heaven Water Dean Shui Shinru truly lives up to her reputation." Yang Wudi cupped his hands in return, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "Dean Shui, a pleasure to meet you." The three powerhouses exchanged brief pleasantries. Although the atmosphere wasn't overly warm, they maintained basic etiquette and mutual respect. "Teacher, Senior Yang, Dean Shui, this is Dean Yuntian of Nuoding Academy, who raised me. And this is Su Yuntao, an elder brother of mine, a deacon of Spirit Hall." Xiao Ting introduced them solemnly, then turned to Yuntian and Su Yuntao, saying, "Uncle Yun, Brother Dao, these three are my teacher, Poison Douluo Dugu Bo, Senior Yang Wudi, Clan Chief of the Breaking Clan, and Dean Shui Shinru of Heaven Water Academy." Yuntian and Su Yuntao had never seen so many top powerhouses before, and they quickly bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Dugu Bo and the other TNWO also slightly nodded in response. "Without further ado, let's depart now," Xiao Ting said seriously. "First, we'll help Uncle Yun and Brother Dao acquire spirit rings, and then we'll head straight to Sacred Soul Forest." Hearing this, everyone had no objections. They transformed into several streaks of light and headed in the direction of the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 66. Sacred Soul Forest, more than 100,000 years Soul Beast. After entering the mixed zone of the Stardo Great Forest, relying on Yun Ting's powerful mental force and blue-silver domain, he quickly found a very suitable spirit beast for Su Yuntao, a 2,000-year storm devil wolf. After absorbing the spirit ring, Su Yuntao's spirit power breakthrough to level 34, 3 levels of which came from the wind howl grass. Afterwards, the group went deeper into the core circle to seek a spirit ring for Yuntian. Before long, under the perception of the blue-silver domain, Yunting locked onto a target, a red kite that was just over 10,000 years old. This type of spirit beast has pure flames and is agile in flight. Yunting directly fired a spear of thunder, heavily injuring the 10,000-year red kite. Yuntian then decisively ended its life, successfully absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring in less than an hour. Seeing that Su Yuntao and the other had greatly increased in strength after absorbing their spirit rings, Yunting said to them, "Uncle Yun, Brother Dao, you two return to Nuoding City first. My teachers and I still need to go deeper into the forest to handle some important matters." Hearing this, Yuntian and Su Yuntao knew that they could not participate in what was to come. Although they were worried, they also understood that staying would only make them a burden, so they nodded heavily. "Xiao Ting, be careful with everything. Remember to visit us at Nuoding Academy when you have time. That place will always be your home, and the gates will always be open for you." Hearing this, Yunting nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to Yuntian and Su Yuntao, the four of them, Yunting, Douluo, Yongwudi, and Shui Shinru exchanged glances. Let's go. Yunting looked toward the southwest of the Stardo Great Forest, his gaze sharp. Target. Sacred Soul Forest. With those words, the four of them turned into streaks of light and sped toward the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest. The four of them traveled at full speed, far faster than before. Especially with Douluo's titled Douluo aura leading the way, ordinary spirit beasts avoided them in haste. Half a day later, Yunting's group finally arrived at their destination, the Sacred Soul Forest. The scenery here was completely different from other parts of the Stardo Great Forest. The towering ancient trees were gradually replaced by a peculiar kind of tree that emitted a soft white light. These trees were not very tall, with winding branches and translucent leaves that looked like they were carved from white jade. The air was filled with a rich aura of life and a strange power that calmed the mind. The blue-silver grass on the ground also became exceptionally lush, with thick leaves shimmering with a faint blue halo. Such rich life energy. Yongwudi took a deep breath, feeling refreshed all over. Even the circulation of his spirit power accelerated slightly. This place is indeed extraordinary. It truly is a habitat for 100,000-year soul beast. Beside him, Shui Shinru felt the pure life force in the air. Her expression became serious as she said in a low voice, with such rich life energy, it means the spirit beasts here have incredible recovery power. Hunting that 100,000-year wood spirit might not be easy. Douluo's titled Douluo perception spread out in all directions. Then, his emerald pupils contracted slightly as he whispered. There are many pairs of eyes watching us from the shadows. Their auras are not weak, at least 10,000-year spirit beasts. Moreover, they seem to be monitoring us in an organized manner. Yunting remained silent. His mental force was the strongest among those present. From the moment he stepped into the Sacred Soul Forest, he had been using the blue-silver domain to investigate the entire forest. With his current mental force, which rivaled a titled Douluo's, the blue-silver domain could detect every movement within a 5-kilometer radius. If he focused his perception, that distance could even double. A minute later, Yunting had thoroughly investigated the forest. His expression grew increasingly grim during the search. Teacher, Dean Shui, Senior Yang, the situation might not be good. Yunting looked at the three with a solemn expression, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Douluo immediately asked, Disciple, what's wrong? Besides that 100,000-year wood spirit, there is another 100,000-year soul beast in this forest, Yunting said seriously. What? Douluo and the others exclaimed in surprise. They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock, and their expressions became grave. With their lineup, they could easily handle 100,000-year soul beast, but with two, it was hard to say. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. After a moment, Yongwudi was the first to speak. With the attack power of my soul-breaking spear, I can stall the other 100,000-year soul beast for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Use that time to kill the 100,000-year wood spirit. Hearing this, Yunting shook his head. No, Senior Yang. There are 13 spirit beasts in this forest with cultivation levels over 70,000 years. Forcing our way in will only result in more loss than gain for us. Douluo narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the life energy in this forest is too rich. My poison will be greatly weakened when dealing with the spirit beasts here. Speaking, Douluo looked at Shui Shinru and asked, I wonder if Dean Shui can use ice elements to control the other spirit beasts in the forest, to buy my disciple the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Hearing this, Shui Shinru nodded slightly, a chill spreading out from her body. At the same time, a look of doubt flashed in her eyes as she asked, Your Excellency, I'm afraid your poison won't be able to deal fatal damage to that 100,000-year wood spirit. Can you and young friend Yunting take it down by yourselves? Seeing this, Douluo tugged at his beard and nodded slightly, his eyes full of confidence. I am only support. The main attacker is my disciple. Speaking, Douluo looked at Yunting and smiled. Disciple, let Dean Shui and old Yang see your true ability. Hearing this, Yunting nodded. With a thought, the heaven's penalty, external spirit bone on his right hand transformed into a black gold long spear. Then, the thunder spirit orb in his dantian shone brightly. He drew out the thunder spirit power within, which poured incessantly into heaven's penalty. A moment later, Shui Shinru and Yang Wudi looked in disbelief at the black gold spear in Yunting's right hand, which was covered in black lightning. The external spirit bone alone had been enough to surprise them, but as Yunting continued to inject thunder spirit power into the black gold spear, the aura emitted by the black gold spear became increasingly terrifying. Shui Shinru and Yang Wudi exchanged glances, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. The terrifying energy contained within this black gold spear could easily kill them both in an instant. Seeing this, the corners of Yunting's mouth curled up unconsciously. Since absorbing the yearning heartbroken red and the crystal blood dragon ginseng, his physical fitness had surpassed that of a titled Douluo, allowing him to wield even more thunder spirit power. Yunting had performed tests. The limit of thunder spirit power his body could withstand created energy fluctuations that exceeded those of a 100,000-year soul beast. In other words, he could unleash an attack surpassing the 100,000-year level. In that case, let's proceed according to the plan, Douluo Bo said, looking at the three of them. Hearing this, Yang Wudi and Shui Shinru nodded slightly, having no objections. But Yunting shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Teacher, we can try diplomacy before resorting to force." With those words, Yunting took a step forward. With a thought, the blue-silver emperor bloodline within his body hummed. Immediately, a noble, gentle, and life-filled imperial pressure spread out slowly from Yunting as the center. Chapter 67. Courtesy Before Force, 100,000-Year Sacred Soul Grass. Wherever the aura passed, the lush blue-silver grass on the ground seemed to receive a summons. Their leaves moved without wind, swaying slightly toward Yunting like subjects bowing to their monarch. The sacred soul grass and dividing soul sacred wood in the forest felt this pure and noble aura of life and royalty, and a clear sense of commotion and hesitation appeared among them. They were somewhat confused. The intruder before them had both the aura of a human spirit master and the pressure of a plant monarch that made them feel close to him or even want to submit. Seeing this scene, Yunting attempted to transmit his thoughts. "Come out and meet me, master of this place." With the help of the blue-silver emperor's aura and the amplification of his domain, the message was clearly transmitted to the hearts of the surrounding plant-type spirit beasts. Although those sacred soul grass and dividing soul sacred wood still watched Yunting and his group, their hostility had clearly weakened significantly, as if they were engaged in some kind of communication. Shui Shinru and Yang Wudi both looked at Yunting in surprise. They hadn't expected Yunting to have such means, actually being able to communicate with plant-type spirit beasts. Furthermore, the aura of life and royalty emanating from Yunting made even them feel somewhat startled. A moment later, from deep within the forest, an incredibly vast, pure, gentle, yet unfathomable mental force surged like a soft tide, gently brushing past everyone. This mental force was powerful but without malice, carrying a hint of ancient curiosity and scrutiny, finally coming to rest on Yunting. Subsequently, a gentle, aged voice echoed in everyone's minds. "Stranger monarch, your aura is very peculiar, possessing both destruction and rebirth. Why have you sought me out?" Although the owner of the voice did not state it explicitly, the vastness and purity of its mental force already revealed its identity. It was precisely the goal of Yunting's trip, the 100,000-year wood spirit. It had sensed the unique blue-silver emperor aura on Yunting and regarded him as a monarch among its own kind. Yunting's heart tightened, knowing that the main target had finally been drawn out. He composed himself and responded with mental force, "Sacrifice yourself to me and become a part of my power." His words were blunt, leaving no room for negotiation. A moment later, that vast and gentle mental force fluctuated again, and the wood spirit's aged voice sounded with a hint of complexity. "Stranger monarch, your honesty surprises me, but sacrifice means passing away. I have guarded this forest for tens of thousands of years, so..." The wood spirit did not continue, or perhaps there was no need to. What awaited it would only be a great battle. Yunting's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's see who is stronger." Courtesy before force. The formalities were finished. HMPH. Old Man Mew, why waste words with these greedy humans? An extremely flamboyant mental fluctuation filled with violent aura rang out like a thunderclap. Not far away, a giant sword grass, its entire body seemingly cast from white gold and its form wild and unrestrained, suddenly rose from the ground. Its grass leaves unfurled like 10,000 sharp swords pointing straight at the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure not the least bit inferior to the wood spirits. He was the other 100,000-year spirit beast Yun Ting had sensed, the 100,000-year sacred soul grass. If you want Old Man Mew, you'll have to get past me first. You, the human with the spear, your battle intent is the strongest. Come and fight. The mental roar of the 100,000-year sacred soul grass was full of provocation. Seeing this, Yang Wudi was first stunned, then laughed instead of getting angry. A terrifying light erupted in his eyes, and the soul-breaking spear in his hand, sensing its master's battle intent, let out an incredibly excited hum. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant straw man. I haven't cut down a 100,000-year-old weed in my life. Come and die. 7th Spirit Ability, Avatar of the Tool. Yang Wudi did not hesitate at all, directly lighting up his 7th spirit ring. With a loud shout, the aura around his body surged frantically. His body merged with that soul-breaking spear. The man was the spear was the man, man and spear as one. Instantly, a domineering and indomitable spear intent soared into the sky, stirring the clouds. Although Yang Wudi was only an 8-ring spirit Douluo, the sharp aura erupting at this moment actually caused the surrounding air to let out a tearing shriek, not at all inferior to a titled Douluo. 8th Spirit Ability, Soul-Breaking Strike. This was his strongest single-target attack spirit ability. Under the amplification of the avatar of the tool, Yang Wudi transformed into a streak of black lightning that tore through everything, stabbing straight at the core of the sacred soul grass. Arrogant. Blade Storm. The sacred soul grass roared. Sensing the threat of this spear, countless white gold grass leaves instantly hardened and surged, transforming into an airtight forest of blades. Every leaf contained a mental shock that tore at the soul and physical cutting power, meeting Yang Wudi's fatal blow. Boom! The black spear light and the blade storm collided fiercely. A terrifying energy shockwave exploded in a ring, snapping the towering trees within dozens of meters in half and scraping the ground 10 feet deep. PFF'd. Yang Wudi let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently as he flew backward. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes grew increasingly burning and excited. As for the blade storm condensed by the sacred soul grass, it was forcibly torn open with a huge gap by his spear, and several grass leaves at the core showed subtle cracks. What tough grass! Yang Wudi stabilized his body, wiped away the blood, and laughed wildly. However, to be able to take a strike from me without shattering, you're qualified to be my opponent. Again. As his words fell, he actually charged forward with his spear again. The spear moved like a dragon as he fought with the enraged sacred soul grass. For a time, sword chi crisscrossed, spear light split the sky, and the speed of their exchange was too fast for the naked eye to distinguish. The sound of explosions was endless. With the status of a spirit Douluo, Yang Wudi actually fought the 100,000-year sacred soul grass to a standstill, even faintly dominating the offensive, showing just how strong his attack power was. Almost at the same time Yang Wudi and the sacred soul grass clashed, Shui Shinru also moved. She had to create an incense stick's worth of safe time for Yunting and Dugu Bo. 7th Spirit Ability, Spirit Avatar. A cold voice rang out. Behind Shui Shinru, majestic ice blue spirit power surged out, instantly condensing into a majestic ice bird. This ice bird was over 30 meters long with a wingspan close to 50 meters, its entire body crystal clear. The moment the ice bird appeared, the temperature within a 100-meter radius plummeted. The water molecules in the air instantly condensed into a thick ice mist, and the ground was covered with a hard ice shell over a foot thick. 8th Spirit Ability, Ice Seal of 10,000 miles. Shui Shinru directly lit up her 8th spirit ring. Immediately, the giant ice bird let out a long cry to the heavens and its wings suddenly flapped. A visible ice blue Arctic torrent, like a tsunami centered on the ice bird, swept frantically toward the fan-shaped area ahead. This was not simple cold air, but highly condensed ice elements. Wherever it passed, the space itself seemed to be frozen. The 10,000-year and older sacred soul grass and dividing soul sacred wood that tried to rush up to support the wood spirit instantly stiffened, their surfaces covered at an alarming speed with thick, indestructible profound ice. The circulation of spirit power within them was forcibly interrupted and frozen by the terrifying cold. In the blink of an eye, the entire sacred soul forest turned into a lifelike forest of ice sculptures. With her spirit avatar and 8th spirit ability, Shui Shinru single-handedly froze dozens of spirit beasts of over 10,000 years. She cleared an undisturbed battlefield for Yunting and Douluo. Chapter 68. Changing the weather, summoning heavenly thunder, the divine thunder spear appears. Disciple, let's go. Douluo laughed heartily, seeing Shui Shinru's perfect control of the field. 7th spirit ability, spirit true body. A golden brown flood dragon over 100 meters long circled above the sacred soul forest, blotting out the sun and casting the 100,000-year wood spirit into shadow. This was Douluo's evolved spirit, the Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon Emperor. Spirit bone skill, Medusa's gaze. Douluo did not hesitate. The massive flood dragon head rose, and its golden-brown vertical pupils suddenly shot out 2 extremely concentrated gray-white petrification beams. They shot toward the oldest and tallest tree at the center of the sacred soul forest, which was radiating a faint white glow, the main body of the 100,000-year wood spirit. However, as the petrification beams neared the main body of the 100,000-year wood spirit, they were blocked by a layer of soft yet resilient emerald green life radiance. Upon contact with the radiance, the petrification beams emitted a strange, sizzling sound. As time passed, the energy within the petrification beams was continuously neutralized and dissolved by the majestic vitality within the radiance until it finally vanished. Seeing this scene, Douluo's expression changed. He could clearly feel that his previously infallible petrification beams were being utterly suppressed by the life energy. My attack has been severely weakened. The level of this life energy is actually this high. Almost simultaneously, he opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of purple-brown poison mist, the Jade Phosphor Flood Dragon Emperor poison. This was his strongest single-target attack after his spirit evolved, carrying the corrosive properties of dragon flame. But this terrifying poison mist, which was enough to melt gold and corrode iron, still felt like a clay ox entering the sea when it touched the wood spirit's emerald radiance, failing to cause much damage. In a mere moment, the poison mist was completely purified by that extremely pure life energy. This is ultimate wood, Yunting said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. He had observed very carefully. Douluo's natal poison and petrification energy were weakened the instant they touched the wood spirit's emerald radiance. In Yunting's memory, only an ultimate attribute could achieve this, as ultimate attributes have a suppressing and weakening effect on non-ultimate attributes. How troublesome. Douluo spat, but his offensive did not slow down. He continued to use the poison mist and petrification beams to harass and wear down the enemy, creating a perfect opportunity for Yunting. Seeing this, Yunting's mind stirred, and the thunder spirit power in his dantian surged out continuously. 4th spirit ability, Thunder Prison. Immediately, thunderous light exploded around him, and a vast ocean of black gold lightning instantly spread out with Yunting as the center, like a roaring tide, completely submerging the 100,000-year wood spirit and its surrounding area. Rumble. The violence and destruction of lightning were the perfect counter to life, and Yunting's black gold lightning originated from the thunder spirit power within the thunder spirit orb. Its level was extremely high and would not be suppressed by the properties of ultimate wood. Roar. The wood spirit let out a roar filled with pain and anger. Under the frantic bombardment of the black gold lightning sea, its ancient trunk, which was as white as jade, quickly showed large patches of charred marks, and cracks even appeared in some places. Subsequently, the 100,000-year wood spirit waved countless dripping emerald branches that emitted a dense life radiance, continuously lashing and slashing at the lightning sea. It attempted to break through this lightning cage while its majestic life energy continuously repaired its own damage. The black gold lightning sea and the life energy of the ultimate wood collided frantically, erupting with earth-shattering booms. Turbulent energy swept in all directions, causing even the frozen spirit beast sculptures in the distance to vibrate violently. After fighting for a while, the 100,000-year wood spirit realized how difficult this strange lightning was to deal with. In an instant, its massive main body suddenly erupted with a blinding emerald green brilliance. Then, its entire form began to become illusory and transparent, as if it had completely merged with the surrounding forest and the life energy of heaven and earth. This is elementalization, Yunting cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with disbelief. Give up, human emperor. The 100,000-year wood spirit sent a mental transmission to Yunting. In this state, I am immune to physical attacks and non-ultimate attribute energy attacks. Even ultimate attribute energy attacks will be weakened. Hearing this, Yun Ting frowned slightly as he watched the wood spirit's elemental body move through the lightning sea. He clearly sensed that although the black gold lightning sea could still cause continuous damage to the 100,000-year wood spirit, it could not keep up with the wood spirit's recovery speed. Elementalization. To think it actually has such an ability. Douluo's expression became solemn as he said to Yun Ting, "Disciple, if we delay any longer, Old Yang and Dean Shui won't be able to hold on. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile." A look of ruthlessness flashed through Yun Ting's eyes. He immediately took a deep breath and suddenly threw his arms wide. In an instant, the thunderous light around him became more brilliant than ever before. His mental force and spirit power surged frantically toward the sky, communicating with the most violent power in heaven and earth. Celestial phenomenon, summoning lightning. Boom crack. In the blink of an eye, the sky for dozens of miles around suddenly darkened. Endless black clouds billowed in from all directions, gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the cloud layer, billions of black electric snakes darted and intertwined frantically, letting out deafening, continuous roars. Immediately, a suffocating pressure of destruction permeated heaven and earth, as if doomsday judgment was about to descend. This sudden change in the heavens and earth caused the entire battlefield to come to a standstill. The 100,000-year sacred soul grass, which was in a fierce exchange with Yang Wudi, suddenly stiffened. Its platinum-like grass leaves trembled slightly as it looked at Yun Ting in disbelief. The power of heaven and earth. Just what kind of monster is this kid? Nearby, Yang Wudi was also so startled by this terrifying celestial phenomenon that his offensive slowed, but he then laughed wildly, his soul-breaking spear attacking even more fiercely. "Ha ha ha, you weed, are you scared?" On the other side, Shui Shinru was doing her best to maintain the large-scale ice seal when she looked up at this scene. In an instant, her cool features were filled with disbelief. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the thunderclouds that blotted out the sun as she murmured to herself, "Summoning a lightning tribulation, is this a level of power that a spirit ability can reach?" Douluo looked up at the sky. His nearly 100-meter-long jade phosphor flood dragon emperor true body appeared small under the vast heavenly might. His throat felt dry as he sighed in amazement. "Good disciple, this commotion of yours is simply too terrifying." At this moment, the elementalized 100,000-year wood spirit could not help but fluctuate violently. That body composed of pure life energy clearly transmitted the emotion known as fear for the first time. It had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never seen such terrifying thunderclouds. Even the lightning tribulations of those 100,000-year soul beasts could not compare. Seeing that the thunderclouds in the sky had reached the limit of what he could sustain, Yun Ting immediately made a move that everyone would remember for the rest of their lives. He violently swung his right arm, and the external spirit bone connected to the bone of his right hand, heaven's punishment, suddenly transformed into a black gold long spear, turning into a streak of dark gold light that tore through space and resolutely shot into the thick, billowing clouds where lightning snakes danced wildly. Buzz. The long spear entered the clouds as if lighting the final fuse, and the sky full of thunderclouds instantly boiled. Then, endless lightning flowed into the black gold long spear like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, or like subjects paying homage to their king. The spear expanded and transformed in the black clouds at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a divine thunder spear spanning across the firmament. The body of the spear was over 100 meters long, covered in dense black lightning patterns. Each flicker caused the surrounding space to twist violently, and the destructive energy fluctuations it emitted made the entire forest below wail. Then, the tip of the spear pointed distantly at the elementalized 100,000-year wood spirit below, firmly locking onto its life origin. Instantly, an irresistible and terrifying will envelop the entire forest. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Yang Wudi forgot to attack, his palm gripping the soul-breaking spear drenched in sweat. He had spent his entire life pursuing the ultimate offense. But facing this single spear that gathered the heavenly lightning might, he felt the insignificance of his own power for the first time. The cold air around Shui Shinru fluctuated violently, making it almost impossible to maintain the ice seal. The terrifying power contained in that spear had completely exceeded her understanding of spirit masters. Douluo held his breath, the world-destroying scene reflected in his emerald snake pupils. Only one thought remained in his mind. If a demon blocks, kill the demon. If a god blocks, kill the god. The locked-on 100,000-year wood spirit's elemental body let out a desperate shriek. It frantically mobilized the life energy of the entire sacred soul forest, and emerald green radiance soared into the sky in an attempt to make a final struggle. But in the end, the 100,000-year wood spirit discovered in despair that this spear ignored elementalization. It was absolutely unable to resist it. If this spear fell, not only would its soul and form be destroyed, but the entire sacred soul forest, and even this mountain range, would be completely erased by that divine thunder spear. Just a split second before the spear suspended in the sky was about to fall, the wood spirit made its final choice. Its elemental body instantly solidified, changing back into that ancient and white tree trunk, and all resistance completely ceased. Then, a mental roar filled with endless sorrow and determination echoed in the hearts of every living being on the battlefield. Stop, human emperor, please stop. I am willing to sacrifice. Please withdraw your power. Do not harm this forest, do not harm these living beings. To protect this land that had birthed and raised it, and to shelter those spirit beasts that relied on it for survival. This lord of the forest, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, chose to submit and sacrifice itself in the face of absolute power. Yunting floated in the air, his black hair dancing wildly in the aftershocks of the lightning. He stared at the 100,000-year wood spirit below, which seemed to have lost all its luster in an instant. The coldness in his eyes slowly melted, replaced by a hint of complexity. Then, he slowly lowered his arm that had been guiding the lightning. With a thought, the terrifying thunderclouds that blotted out the sky stopped their roaring like an army receiving an order, then receded in all directions like a tide. A moment later, sunlight spilled down again, illuminating the devastated forest. And that divine thunder spear suspended in the sky also slowly dissipated, turning into a wisp of black gold light that returned to the back of Yunting's right hand, reverting to the shape of a black lightning bolt, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Seeing this, Douluo Bo, Shui Shinru, and Yang Wudi each withdrew their spirit power and slowly landed. Standing behind Yunting and looking at the scene before them, their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. The massive trunk of the 100,000-year wood spirit swayed slightly, and its aged voice, filled with complete exhaustion and a hint of relief, sounded directly in Yunting's mind. Begin, human emperor. I hope you can keep your promise. Chapter 69. Sacrifice. 100,000-year external spirit bone, wood spirit wings. The battlefield fell into a dead silence, with only the whimpering of the wind blowing over the scorched earth and ice sculptures. Yunting walked step by step towards the shimmering white ancient tree that seemed to have lost all its luster, the true form of the 100,000-year wood spirit. Douluo Bo, Shui Shinru, and Yang Wudi followed closely, their expressions solemn. On the other side, the 100,000-year sacred soul grass had reigned in all its arrogance, its platinum-colored blades drooping, transmitting waves of sadness and reluctance. The wood spirit's aged and gentle voice directly echoed in Yunting's mind, carrying a hint of relief and a final entrustment. Human emperor, begin. Please keep your promise. Yunting nodded solemnly, responding with his mental force. Senior, rest assured. Yunting swears here today that I will never intentionally harm the living beings here. A trace of gratification came from the wood spirit's mental fluctuation. Immediately, an even grander, gentler mental force spread out like a warm tide, enveloping the entire sacred soul forest, especially the 100,000-year sacred soul grass. Old friend, the wood spirit's voice was filled with endless affection and a tender farewell. After I'm gone, this forest, these children, I entrust them to you. The 100,000-year sacred soul grass swayed violently, its blades rustling with a mournful sound, and a mental fluctuation filled with sadness and reluctance responded, Old Man Mu, go in peace. I will guard our home. Tens of thousands of years of companionship now transformed into a silent understanding and a heavy entrustment. Having explained everything, the wood spirit's shimmering white ancient tree body began to emit an increasingly bright, yet not at all dazzling, emerald green glow. This light was incredibly soft and warm, filled with the most fundamental and purest essence of life, like the gentlest sunlight in spring, illuminating the entire forest and dispelling the killing intent from the previous battle. Within the soft glow, the form of the towering ancient tree began to undergo a miraculous and sacred transformation. It did not dissipate, but rather sublimated. The trunk and branches seemed to turn into the purest light, gradually condensing and retracting. Finally, at the moment the warm light of life reached its peak, the ancient tree vanished, replaced by a spiritual body composed of pure life aura, suspended in midair. This spiritual body vaguely presented an elegant human silhouette, entirely composed of warm and bright emerald green flowing light. It was the 100,000-year wood spirit's purest life essence and soul imprint after shedding its tree form. The sacrifice began. The emerald green life spiritual body slowly turned towards Yunting, and an incredibly gentle and inclusive mental thought came through: relax your body and mind, and accept my gift. There will be no pain whatsoever, only the blessings of life and nature. Yunting complied, completely relaxing his body and mind, closing his eyes, and opening himself up. The next moment, the emerald green life spiritual body transformed into an incredibly vast, yet exceptionally gentle, river of green light, like a trickling stream flowing into the ocean, gently pouring into Yunting's body from his glabella, his limbs, and even every pore. There was no impact, no pain. Yunting only felt a warm and pure energy flowing through his entire body, as if he was immersed in the spring of life, every cell cheering, greedily absorbing this purest gift of life. His meridians, bones, flesh, and even his soul were being cleansed, nourished, and strengthened in a gentle and thorough manner. His spirit power soared at an unprecedented smooth speed. More importantly, the ultimate wood contained within this energy resonated with his blue-silver emperor bloodline, further tempering his physical body and soul, laying an incredibly solid foundation. A moment later, a dazzling blood-red spirit ring began to slowly emerge and condense around Yunting. The 100,000-year fifth ring. However, the sacrifice was not over. Just as the 100,000-year spirit ring was about to fully form, and the emerald green life spiritual body was about to completely merge into Yunting in its final moments, it burst forth with a brilliant light. This light did not scatter, but rather converged with sentience towards Yunting's back, at the position of his shoulder blades. A warm and slightly itchy sensation came from Yunting's back, as if a seed was breaking through the soil, and a new sprout was emerging. Under the astonished gazes of Douluo, Shui Shinru, and Yang Wudi, Yunting's clothes on his back were silently parted by a gentle force. Subsequently, a pair of nascent wings, composed of pure emerald green light, naturally grew out from Yunting's shoulder blades. They did not tear through flesh and blood, but were a natural extension and condensation of life energy. With the injection of the last trace of energy from the life spiritual body, these emerald wings completely solidified. The wings gently spread completely, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, each feather seeming to possess independent life, flowing with a warm emerald green radiance. 100,000-year external spirit bone, wood spirit wings. The soft light of the sacrifice gradually faded, like a warm tide receding. Yunting's figure reappeared, his eyes slightly closed, floating quietly in midair, the blood-red spirit ring circling around him. Most striking, however, were the wood spirit wings on his back, radiating endless vitality. The wings gently flapped, stirring up tiny, dreamlike green specks of light, making him appear like a child of nature. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A blue-golden light suddenly erupted from Yunting's body. This light was not actively released by him. Rather, it was his blue-silver emperor bloodline, having absorbed the origin power of the 100,000-year wood spirit's ultimate wood, that resonated and sublimated. Immediately, the blue-golden light spread out, forming a massive blue-golden domain aura that, centered on Yunting, enveloped an area of nearly 10 kilometers. Within this aura, all blue-silver grass, regardless of their age, felt the call of the emperor, swaying violently, their leaves pointing towards Yunting, transmitting mental fluctuations of extreme fervor, reverence, and submission. Immediately after, a scene that left Yang Wudi and Shui Shinru dumbfounded occurred. Yunting's first 4 spirit rings appeared uncontrollably on their own. 4 black millennium spirit rings slowly rotated around the 5th red spirit ring. The next moment, on the ground, the countless summoned blue-silver grass began to spontaneously contribute their meager life energy. Countless tiny blue specks of light drifted up from every blue-silver grass within a 10-kilometer radius, converging into a vast ocean of blue light, and then, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, gently surged into Yunting's body. This life energy, contributed by countless blue-silver grass, did not directly boost Yunting's spirit power, but rather, under the guidance of the blue-silver emperor bloodline, it was precisely injected into his first 3 natal spirit rings. Buzz! 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 Yun Ting's first 3 spirit rings simultaneously emitted intense hums. Their colors began to deepen rapidly at a visible rate. Chapter 70. Yun Ting Breakthrough to Spirit Emperor. Xiao Wu remembered by Douluo Bo. The black became increasingly rich and profound until a certain moment. Boom. As if breaking through a critical point, those 3 spirit rings, black to the extreme, suddenly erupted with a seductive and dazzling blood-red light. Red, red, red. 300,000-year spirit rings, with faint blue-gold halos flowing along their edges, resolutely took their original positions, lining up alongside the 5th spirit ring and slowly pulsing around Yun Ting. 4 red and 1 black. Silence. A deathly silence. Yang Wudi's eyes widened, the soul-breaking spear in his hand nearly slipping and falling. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, and his voice was incredibly dry. 400,000-year spirit rings. Am I seeing things? Is this the kind of spirit ring configuration a human spirit master can fucking have? Shui Shinru's cool and elegant face was filled with unbelievable shock. Her red lips parted slightly as she instinctively covered her mouth, the pupils in her beautiful ice blue eyes contracting violently. How is this possible? The first 3 spirit rings evolved. The scene before her completely overturned her lifelong understanding of the spirit master system. Ha ha ha. Seeing the expressions on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost, Douluo Bo couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh wildly at the sky. His laughter was filled with immense pride and satisfaction. That's right, it's evolution. Scared silly, aren't you, old Yang, Dean Shui? He slapped Yang Wudi's stiff shoulder hard and then looked at Shui Shinru, his emerald snake pupils full of showy pride. Now you know what kind of monster my disciple is. Let me tell you, Yun Ting's first 3 spirit rings are natal spirit rings. Natal spirit rings. Yang Wudi and Shui Shinru looked at Douluo Bo at the same time, their eyes filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Exactly. Douluo Bo tugged at his beard and said proudly, "This is an opportunity unique to my disciple. These 3 natal spirit rings can continuously evolve as his own strength increases." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the only black spirit ring on Yun Ting's body, and chuckled. See that black one? That comes from a 20,000-year thunderclap hell-vine spirit beast. Let me tell you, this spirit ring can also evolve. What? The 4th ring can also evolve? Yang Wudi cried out in shock, feeling his worldview being rubbed into the ground once again. Shui Shinru also completely lost her composure, her breathing quickening by several degrees. Douluo Bo raised his head, saying the most terrifying things in the most casual tone. Though the method is different. That 4th ring of his needs to absorb the power of heavenly lightning to evolve. I reckon that once he's absorbed enough heavenly lightning, evolving it into a 100,000-year spirit ring will be a natural occurrence. Absorbing heavenly lightning, to evolve. Yang Wudi murmured to himself, looking at Yun Ting and then at the sky, as if imagining the scene. Finally, he swallowed hard with difficulty. A monster, truly a living monster. Shui Shinru took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the stormy waves in her heart. As long as Yun Ting didn't fall prematurely, he would be the first and possibly only titled Douluo on the continent with a 9 red configuration. Thinking about the ambiguous relationship between her daughter and Yun Ting, Shui Shinru's gaze toward him now held a different nuance, like a mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law, more satisfied the more she looked. Before long, Yun Ting slowly opened his eyes, a flash of blue-gold light passing through them as he felt the surging power within his body and the 400,000-year spirit rings pulsing around him. Then, with a thought, he retracted the blue-silver domain, and the wood spirit wings on his back vanished into a stream of light. Seeing this, Douluo Bo, Shui Shinru, and Yang Wudi stepped forward, their faces still carrying shock and joy, preparing to congratulate Yun Ting. However, the moment they drew near, all 3 stopped in their tracks, their expressions instantly freezing. They clearly felt the spirit power fluctuations emanating from Yun Ting. It was clearly rank 60. Shui Shinru cried out, her cool voice carrying a hint of a tremble as she stared at Yun Ting in disbelief. You've broken through to Spirit Emperor. Yang Wudi's eyes widened even further, staring at Yun Ting as if he were a monster. Absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone can allow one to break through directly from a quasi-spirit king to a quasi-spirit emperor. Is the energy of a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone truly this terrifying? This was completely beyond their understanding. In spirit master cultivation, the late stage becomes increasingly difficult, and every rank up requires long accumulation. Crossing a major rank bottleneck directly was simply a fantasy. Seeing the two of them like this, Yunting smiled slightly and explained, Senior Yang, Dean Shui, it isn't entirely the work of the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Before this, I had already consumed the two immortal herbs, Yearning Heartbroken Red, and Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Hearing this, Shui Shinru and Yang Wudi finally came to a realization. Their shock lessened slightly, but they remained amazed by Yun Ting's opportunity and foundation. Seeing this, Yun Ting thought to himself, actually, the energy from the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone alone would have been enough to push me to the threshold of Spirit Emperor. The medicinal power of the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng and Yearning Heartbroken Red will likely only truly manifest when I absorb my sixth spirit ring. At this moment, Douluo stroked his beard and sighed seemingly casually, being a spirit emperor is a good thing, but good disciple, what about your sixth spirit ring? Tisk tisk, 100,000-year spirit beast isn't easy to find. As he spoke, his gaze, along with those of Yang Wudi and Shui Shinru, involuntarily drifted toward the highly vigilant 100,000-year sacred soul grass not far away. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. Roar! The 100,000-year sacred soul grass instantly flew into a rage, its platinum grass leaves standing up like a forest of swords. A violent mental roar exploded in everyone's minds. Humans, what are you trying to do? Old man Emu's bones are barely cold, and you already want to break your promise. Then, the 100,000-year sacred soul grass turned to Yun Ting, its mental fluctuations full of anger. Human emperor. Do not forget your oath and promise from just now. Facing the questioning of the 100,000-year sacred soul grass, Yun Ting's expression was calm. He slowly shook his head, his gaze clear and firm. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond, I will not move against you. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable conviction that slightly calmed the enraged 100,000-year sacred soul grass. Seeing this, a trace of imperceptible regret flashed in the depths of Douluo's eyes, but then, as if thinking of something, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself. Fortunately, there's that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast by Tang Hao's side, and even that 100,000-year titan giant ape. Then, to change the subject and satisfy his curiosity, Douluo looked at Yun Ting and asked, Good disciple, quickly tell us about your 100,000-year spirit skill and spirit bone skill. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wudi and Shui Shinru also immediately cast curious glances. They were also very curious about the 100,000-year spirit skill and spirit bone skill. Chapter 71. The abnormal 100,000-year spirit ability and spirit bone skill. Seeing this, Yun Ting nodded, his mind moving slightly, illuminating the blood-red fifth spirit ring, whose edges glowed with a verdant halo. Fifth spirit ability, elementalization. As soon as his voice fell, Yun Ting's body instantly became illusory, transforming entirely into the purest emerald green life energy body, as if merging with the life aura of the entire sacred soul forest. In this state, I am immune to all physical attacks below divine rank, and almost completely immune to energy attacks that are not of extreme attributes. Even extreme attribute energy attacks can be weakened by 50% of their power. Yun Ting's voice seemed to come from all directions of the forest. Hearing this, Douluo and the other two exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Although they had long known that Yun Ting would possess this spirit ability, they were still somewhat shocked when he used it. Next, Yun Ting switched spirit abilities. Fifth spirit ability, Sacred Healing Aura. As he raised his hand, a warm, gentle, and vibrant emerald green radiance spread out from him, covering an area of 100 meters. Wherever the light passed, the subtle scorch marks from the previous battle quickly disappeared, and the plants that had been frozen and then thawed by Shui Shinru, which had been somewhat wilted, instantly regained their vitality. Even the air was filled with a healing aura. Large-scale group healing. As long as there's a breath left, I can save them. Even limb rebirth is not difficult. Good heavens, he's stolen that girl Lingling's livelihood. Douluo exclaimed, stroking his beard. Shui Shinru and Yang Wudi, who were beside him, couldn't help but swallow, murmuring, as expected of a 100,000-year spirit ability. After demonstrating the two spirit ring skills, Yunting's emerald wood spirit wings unfurled again behind him. 100,000-year spirit bone skill, life deprivation. He raised his hand and pointed at a common plant in the distance that had been damaged in the battle and whose vitality was dim. With a gentle flap of his wings, an invisible ripple swept past. The plant's vitality instantly withered, turning into dust, while a wisp of pure life energy was absorbed by his wings and fed back to Yunting, making his spirit slightly invigorated. I can forcefully deprive enemies weaker than me of their life force to replenish my own consumption. King Yama's roll call. Whoever is pointed at dies. Isn't this broken if it's not nerfed? Seeing the somewhat stunned gazes of the three, Yunting's mouth curved slightly, and then a flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. 100,000-year spirit bone skill, elemental conversion. An astonishing scene occurred. Yunting's originally emerald green life elementalization body suddenly deepened in color, transforming into a profound black gold. His surroundings were no longer a gentle life aura, but rather wild and rampant black lightning. Crackling black gold lightning fluid flowed over his body. At this moment, Yunting transformed into a lightning element spirit body, truly embodying the phrase, only offense, no defense, unmatched in the world. Because, apart from gods, it was highly unlikely that anyone could cause serious harm to Yunting in this state. Through the spirit bone as a bridge, I can freely switch between life elementalization and lightning elementalization. In the lightning elementalization state, the effect is the same as life elementalization, plus the added effect of amplifying lightning power. Having finished his demonstration, Yunting exited the lightning elementalization state and returned to his original form. Silence. Douluo, Yang Wudi, and Shui Shinru were speechless. Physical immunity, extremely high energy resistance, group healing, life deprivation, dual elementalization. With this series of skill combinations, Yunting's survival ability, support ability, sustained combat ability, and attack adaptability had reached an abnormal level. Offense and defense integrated, without any shortcomings. Monster. Yang Wudi finally squeezed out two words from between his teeth, but they carried immense admiration. Shui Shinru took a deep breath, her gaze at Yunting incredibly complex. She felt she might not even last a single move against Yunting. Douluo, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter, utterly delighted, ha ha ha. Good, good, good. With this foundation, in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, I'd like to see who can be my good disciple's opponent. Afterward, the group left the Sacred Soul Forest. After bidding farewell to Yang Wudi, Yunting, Douluo, and Shui Shinru headed to Tianshui City. 3 days later, 3 streaks of light cut across the sky, landing amidst the iconic aquamarine buildings of Tianshui City. Shui Shinru was eager to return home, with Yunting and Douluo following closely behind. Inside Heaven Water Academy, by a misty lake, 2 graceful figures stood leaning against a railing, their gazes occasionally looking towards the sky, with a hint of anticipation. Big sister, when do you think little brother and auntie will be back? Shui Yuer shook her head, idly fiddling with the ice crystals condensed on the railing. Shui Binger, in a long ice blue dress, stood tall and serene. Hearing this, her ice blue eyes rippled slightly, her tone still calm, they will return when it's time. However, her fingers, unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes in front of her, betrayed a hint of unease in her heart. Just then, 3 powerful auras approached from afar. They're back. Shui Yuer's eyes lit up, and she excitedly pointed to the sky. Shui Binger also suddenly looked up, her serene eyes instantly sparkling with a faint light. As the light dissipated, the figures of Yunting and the other 2 were revealed. Mother, auntie. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer hurried forward to greet them. Shui Yuer, like a cheerful little bird, circled Yunting, her big eyes blinking. Little brother, you seem, even more powerful. You feel different. Shui Binger first bowed to Douluo, then her gaze fell on Yunting, and she asked softly, was everything smooth? Though her tone was light, her concern was clearly audible. Before Yunting could answer, Douluo beside him let out a mischievous, strange laugh, his emerald snake eyes darting between Shui Binger and Yunting as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Not bad, good disciple, your judgment is sharp indeed. This girl Binger's talent, looks, and temperament are 1 in 10,000. She's more than good enough for you, kid. Excellent, excellent, this disciple-in-law, this old man approves. Teacher. Yun Ting glared at Douluo in annoyance, his ears slightly warm, and quickly said to the instantly blushing and flustered Shui Binger, Binger, don't listen to my teacher's nonsense. He's always been disrespectful of his elders. Shui Binger's cheeks were crimson, as if dyed by the most beautiful sunset in the sky, so shy she almost buried her head in her chest, letting out a mosquito-like, Yet, she couldn't help but quickly glance up at Yun Ting, seeing his equally helpless smile, and a strange sweetness bloomed in her heart. Shui Shinru, seeing her daughter's demeanor, understood. Amused and emotional, she cleared her throat, bringing the topic back to business. All right, since everyone is here, without further ado, we'll depart immediately to acquire spirit rings for Binger and Yuer. In the icebound forest, Yun Ting closed his eyes slightly, carefully sensing Shui Binger's and Shui Yuer's physical conditions after absorbing the immortal herb with his mental force. A moment later, he opened his eyes and affirmed, Binger's physical strength is sufficient to absorb an 8,000-year level spirit ring. Yuer is slightly weaker, but around 7,500 years should be fine. Shui Shinru's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. This meant that her two daughters' starting points would far exceed their peers. Subsequently, relying on Yun Ting's mental perception, which surpassed that of a titled Douluo, the group quickly located a target, an 8,000-year level ice phoenix, entirely ice blue, with magnificent plumage, exuding an extreme chill. Binger, it's your turn now, Shui Shinru said softly, releasing her aura along with Douluo, subtly suppressing the ice phoenix's ferocity. Shui Binger took a deep breath, and her ice phoenix martial soul attached to her. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the forest. After killing the ice phoenix, a purple-black spirit ring emerged. Seeing this, Shui Binger sat cross-legged and began to attract the spirit ring. Half an hour later, the process of absorbing the spirit ring went exceptionally smoothly. The energy of the 8,000-year spirit ring, combined with the previously absorbed ice crystal phoenix sunflower, pushed Shui Binger's spirit power to level 44. It also granted her a powerful life-saving spirit ability, 4th spirit ability, Ice Phoenix Nirvana. Shui Binger explained softly, a hint of surprise in her eyes, when suffering a fatal injury, I can transform into an ice egg to nullify the fatal damage and rapidly absorb origin chi from heaven and earth to recover. I can also actively use it to rapidly restore spirit power, mental force, and stamina. A very practical spirit ability. Yun Ting said, looking at Shui Binger's serene face, if used well, this spirit ability can accomplish many things. Douluo and Shui Shinru, standing by, also nodded slightly. The Ice Phoenix Nirvana spirit ability would be an unsolvable spirit ability in special circumstances. Chapter 72. The Thunderclap Hellvine Spirit Ring Breakthrough to 100,000 years, Yun Ting completely controls the Thunder Spirit Orb. In Vast Sea City, the salty sea breeze blew against their faces. After renting a boat to go out to sea, the group headed directly towards the sea area where the evil Orcus lived. 3 days later, Yun Ting stood at the bow of the boat, his majestic mental strength scanning this vast sea area like a radar, while Shui Shinru sensed the subtle fluctuations beneath the sea. Found it. 100 miles to the left front, there's an injured evil orca, about 7,300 years old. It feels like it's been separated from the pod. Yun Ting suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the boat quietly approached. When they were 10 miles away from that lone evil orca, Yun Ting moved. The emerald wood spirit wings behind him suddenly unfolded, and his figure transformed into a green stream of light that shot out, arriving above the evil orca in the blink of an eye. Immediately, he swung his right hand, and purple-black thunder vines shot out like venomous snakes from a hole, instantly binding the massive evil orca. The evil orca struggled violently, but it was shocked by the thunder until it hissed incessantly and fainted directly. Seeing this, Yun Ting flapped his wings vigorously, thunder light flashing explosively. With astonishing strength, he dragged this ocean behemoth, quickly leaving this sea area as if he had hooked a large fish. Yuer, quick, back in safe waters, Yun Ting threw the spirit beast onto the sea surface. Shui Yuer had already prepared. With her glazed jade dolphin spirit possessed, she leapt into the sea and ended the life of this evil orca. Although the absorption process was painful, it was ultimately successful. Shui Yuer's spirit power rose to level 42, and she gained a powerful control spirit ability, Orca Demon's Snare. It could forcibly control an enemy for 3 seconds. What was even more surprising was that after Shui Yuer's glazed jade dolphin spirit continuously absorbed 3 evil orca spirit rings, it underwent a significant change. Its size became larger, its lines more powerful and streamlined, faintly revealing the fierce aura of a top-tier sea spirit beast. Big brother, the spirit really evolved. Shui Yuer kept circling around Yunting, cheering. Congratulations, Yuer, your spirit might evolve into an evil orca in the future, Yunting said with a smile. Afterwards, the group returned to the boat and headed towards land. The returning boat broke through the azure waves. On the horizon, a sea area with dark clouds overhead and dancing electric snakes gradually appeared. Dull rumbles of thunder rolled in, and the air was filled with a thick scent of ozone and static electricity that made one's skin tingle. That is the Thunder Strait. Shui Shinru looked at that destructive scene, a hint of solemnity flashing in her cold eyes. This place is plagued by non-stop thunderstorms all year round. With the majesty of heaven being so overwhelming, even a spirit Douluo wouldn't dare to enter lightly. Yunting stood at the bow, his black hair blown back by the wind carrying ionized particles. He stared at that violent thunder domain. Instead of fear in his deep eyes, there was a flicker of desire and excitement. The silent thunder spirit orb inside his body was currently sending out waves of joyful and excited tremors. I need to use this heavenly thunder to temper myself, Yunting spoke, his voice calm but with an unquestionable determination. Teacher, Dean Shui, Binger, Yuer, I'll be right back. Before his voice had even faded, his figure blurred, turning into a brilliant bolt of thunderlight as he left the boat and boldly shot into that sky-filling thunderstorm. Boom crack. As if sensing the intrusion of a living being, the sky-filling thunder instantly became enraged. Hundreds of thick electric snakes tore through the sky like a heavenly god's lash, crazily striking at that small but dazzling figure from all directions. On the boat, Shui Shinru, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer instantly held their breath, cold sweat seeping from their palms. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Facing that terrifying thunderstorm that was enough to blast a spirit saint into charcoal, Yunting actually didn't dodge or avoid it. He hovered in the center of the thunderstorm, his arms wide open as if he were embracing this place of destruction. Let the thunder come even more violently. With a low shout, the pores all over Yunting's body seemed to turn into countless tiny whirlpools. Those violently falling bolts of thunder, at the moment they touched his body, actually rushed into his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. In his dantian, the thunder spirit orb rotated at an unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing the pure heavenly thunder majesty and transforming it into more origin thunder spirit power to be stored. The light of the pearl became increasingly brilliant, and the thunder liquid inside became full and viscous at a visible speed. Meanwhile, under the continuous pouring and tempering of this vast heavenly thunder, his originally deep black fourth spirit ring began to buzz and tremble violently. Its color changed at a visible speed. A moment later, a soul-stirring blood-red color, like ink dropped into clear water, quickly blurred, spread, and finally completely covered it. Buzz. That spirit ring completely shed its black color and turned into a seductive, dripping red 100,000-year spirit ring with destructive electric light flowing along its edges. 5 red spirit rings. Like 5 blood-red suns, they circled around Yunting, who was in the center of the thunderstorm. The destructive thunder became the background and decoration that set him off. This scene was filled with extreme aesthetic power and suffocating shock. On the boat, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were already shocked beyond words. Their slender hands tightly covered their mouths, and their beautiful eyes were wide open, as if they were seeing a scene from a myth. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the thunderstorm gradually subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again fell on the sea, reflecting thousands of golden lights. Yunting slowly descended from the sky and stepped lightly onto the deck. The terrifying thunder around him that made one's skin tingle was rapidly internalizing. The phenomenon where he would occasionally leak electricity because he couldn't fully control it, causing others to be shocked upon contact, completely disappeared. Closing his eyes slightly, he felt the thunder spirit orb inside his body, which was more full and saturated than ever before and as easy to use as his own limbs. As well as the thunder power around his body that was perfectly integrated and could be released or retracted at will, a satisfied arc curled at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he truly, in the real sense, completely controlled this thunder spirit orb that had come as his companion. Opening his eyes, the brilliant electric light in his pupils flashed and disappeared, returning to deepness. Yunting changed into a set of clean black clothes. His entire aura was as heavy and calm as a mountain, yet it also carried a heart-palpitating, majestic power. Shui Yuer couldn't help but lean closer, her big eyes full of admiration and curiosity as she asked cautiously, "Big brother, when you're touched now, you won't shock people anymore, right?" She had previously suffered quite a bit from the electric arcs Yunting had unintentionally leaked, making her grimace in pain. Yunting heard this and smiled slightly, proactively reaching out to gently stroke her hair with a natural and gentle motion. I won't anymore." His palm was warm and dry, and not a single uncontrolled electric current surged out. Feeling that rare, non-dangerous touch, Shui Yuer was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned slightly red, and she giggled, "That's great." Shui Binger watched from the side, a trace of hard-to-detect softness flashing in her cold eyes. Douluo chuckled and teased, "This is good. From now on, you don't have to worry about this brat accidentally shocking his little wife into numbness." Hearing this, Shui Binger's pretty face instantly turned red, and she turned her head away, but the tips of her ears were thoroughly red. Seeing this, Yunting shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with this old, shameless teacher. 3 days later, at the vast sea city pier, it was time for parting. Yunting and Douluo bid farewell to Shui Shinru and her 2 daughters, agreeing to meet again in a year and a half at the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. Afterwards, Douluo and Yunting rushed towards Suotuo City without stopping. Calculating the time, the royal fighting team should have arrived at Suotuo City. Chapter 73. Funny Yu Feng, Battling the Shrek 7 Devils. Suotuo City, Suotuo Great Spirit Arena. Inside the royal fighting team's exclusive VIP lounge, the lazy afternoon sunlight filtered through the glazed windows, spilling onto the soft carpet. Yu Feng sprawled across the sofa without a shred of dignity, sighing, "The captain has been gone for over 2 months without a single word. I miss him to death." Beside him, Oslo, who was wiping his claw blades, let out a sneer and mocked him without even looking up. "Give it a rest, bird man. Do you miss the captain, or do you miss the endless gold coins in his pocket? I can smell the stench of money from your little schemes even from a mile away." "Leopard, what kind of talk is that? What kind of talk?" Yu Feng jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his handsome face turning bright red. "Am I, Yu Feng, that kind of profit-seeking person? The captain is handsome, strong, and generous to us. What's wrong with me missing him? What's wrong? Oh, really?" Oslo slowly put away his claw blades and raised an eyebrow at him. "Then that black card the captain gave you last time, did you secretly spend the balance on limited edition hair gel and more weird stuff again?" I was simply pursuing beautiful things in a reasonable manner," Yu Feng argued, stiffening his neck. The two bickered back and forth, breaking the tranquility of the lounge. Douluo, who was elegantly sipping black tea and enjoying her afternoon, grew annoyed by the noise. Her willow-like brows furrowed, and she slammed her teacup onto the table with a sharp thud. "Enough," she barked. Her emerald pupils swept over the two of them with a dangerous chill. "Keep arguing, and I won't mind letting you both personally experience my brand new natal poison. I guarantee you'll regret being alive. Sister Yanzi, don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your skin." Yu Feng spoke up and immediately fell silent along with Oslo. He then shrunk his neck and sat back in his seat dejectedly, not daring to look at Douluo again. Seeing this, Douluo gave a soft snort and picked up her teacup again, saying indifferently, "What's the rush? My junior brother will return when it's time. Maybe he'll even bring you a surprise." No sooner had she finished speaking. "Oh, what surprise?" A clear, smiling voice rang out from the doorway. The lounge door was pushed open, and a tall figure leaned against the doorframe. Who else could it be but Yunting? A familiar curve played on his lips as his dark eyes scanned the room. Though he carried the air of a weary traveler, he appeared even more calm and restrained. "Captain, junior brother." Instantly, everyone in the lounge stood up, their faces beaming with pleasant surprise. Yu Feng reacted the fastest, almost turning into an afterimage as he lunged toward Yunting. His eyes were frighteningly bright as he complained, "Captain, you're finally back. I missed you so much." As he spoke, His gaze toward Yunting was so fervent it was as if he were looking at a walking mountain of gold. Seeing this, Yunting chuckled, naturally knowing what the guy was thinking. With a flick of his wrist, a card shimmering with a dark gold luster and bearing the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda emblem appeared between his fingertips. He tossed it to Yu Feng. Here, spend it wisely. Don't let leopard be right again. Yu Feng scrambled to catch the card and checked the balance, 10,000 gold coins. He immediately let out a massive cheer, wishing he could cling to Yunting's leg. Captain, you are truly my god. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also kind-hearted. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Afterward, Yunting's gaze swept over Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo, noticing that their spirit power fluctuations had become significantly more solid. He nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems none of you have slacked off during this time. After having everyone sit down, Yunting asked casually, during your time in Swotuo City, have you encountered any interesting events or opponents? Yu Feng rushed to answer, waving the black card he had just received. Interesting. Nothing interesting. The level of spirit fighting here is quite average. Whether it's individual or team battles, we've won very easily. As he spoke, he showed off the glittering gold spirit fighting badge on his chest. Look, a gold spirit fighting badge. Beside him, Oslo took over the conversation. I have heard that the Swotuo Great Spirit Arena has a new team called the Shrek 7 Devils. They've been undefeated in team battles this past month and are quite popular. Shrek 7 Devils. Yu Feng curled his lip, dismissive. What a terrible name. It's just a team of level 30 spirit elders. How strong can they be? They're far from our royal fighting team. Captain, if you go up, you could take them all down with one hand. As he spoke, Yu Feng looked at Yunting again with a flattering gaze, full of insinuation. At this moment, Yunting ignored his flattery. His gaze swept around the room as he asked, where is Teacher Qin? Beside him, Duguyan put down her teacup and replied slowly, Teacher Qin went to communicate with the Great Spirit Arena's organizing committee about our team match opponents for tonight. Just as she was speaking, the lounge door was pushed open again, and Qin Ming walked in carrying a thick roll of cloth. Upon seeing Yunting, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He smiled and said, Yo, our captain has finally deigned to return to the team. I thought you were going to wait until the Soul Master tournament started to show your face. Hearing Qin Ming's teasing, Yunting quickly stood up and smiled. Teacher Qin, please don't tease me. It's because after making a breakthrough to Spirit King, I spent some time hunting for a suitable spirit ring. Spirit King, Captain, you have 5 rings. Though Yunting's voice was soft, it exploded in the lounge like a thunderclap. Yu Feng and the other 4, as well as Qin Ming, were filled with unbelievable shock. Although they knew Yunting was exceptionally talented and a breakthrough was only a matter of time, a 16-year-old Spirit King, to them, it was simply unheard of. Especially Qin Ming. He knew how difficult the hurdle from Spirit Ancestor to Spirit King was to cross. He had been 26 when he made the breakthrough. But Yunting was a full 10 years earlier than him. This shock was beyond words. Afterward, having finally suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, Qin Ming took a deep breath and spread the cloth in his hand onto the table, his expression returning to seriousness. All right, business first. I just confirmed with the manager of the Great Spirit Arena that your opponents for tonight's team battle will be the currently popular Shrek 7 Devils. Here is their detailed information. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell upon the cloth. Shrek 7 Devils Team. Captain. Evil Eyes White Tiger. Spirit. White Tiger. Level 38 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain. Thousand Hands Asura. Spirit. Blue Silver Grass. Level 32 Control System Battle Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Soft Bones Demon Rabbit. Spirit. Jade Rabbit. Level 31 Close Combat Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Evil Fire Phoenix. Spirit. Evil Phoenix. Level 28 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Chapter 74. Yunting and Duguyan won't make a move. Member. Hell Civet. Spirit. Hell Civet. Rank 28 Agility Attack System Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Member. Sausage Specialist, Spirit, Sausage, Rank 31 Support System Tool Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Spirit, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Rank 27 Support System Tool Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. When Du Guyan and Yi Lingling saw familiar names like Tang San and Xiao Wu, they exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Aren't these the arrogant students from Shrek Academy whom we met outside the Stardow Great Forest? At this moment, Yu Feng pointed at the Spirit Arena badge rank on the data and asked in confusion, Teacher Chin, this Shrek battle team is only an Iron Spirit. Do they qualify to participate in a Team Spirit battle with us? Our Royal Fighting Team has a Gold Spirit badge. Hearing this, Qin Ming immediately explained, a month ago, they were indeed all Iron Spirit badges, but through this month's Spirit battles, their points have already reached the Silver Spirit standard. Although not yet accurately measured, the Swotuo Great Spirit Arena has decided to grant them Silver Spirit qualification in advance, just in time for them to challenge you. According to the Great Spirit Arena manager, the Shrek 7 Devils have participated in 27 Team Spirit battles. Du Guyan, who already disliked the Shrek 7 Devils, said arrogantly after hearing Qin Ming's words, a team of spirit ancestors, with a spirit grandmaster mixed in, I alone can take care of all of them. Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression became serious. He had intended to reprimand Du Guyan, but then he thought of Du Guyan's current strength. Her spirit had evolved, her spirit power had reached rank 44, and her fourth spirit ability, Medusa's Gaze, was practically unsolvable at the spirit ancestor level. Subsequently, Qin Ming swallowed the words he was about to say, only stating in a deep voice, Yanzi, don't underestimate your opponents. If you bring this mindset to the Continental Grand Tournament, you will suffer greatly. Du Guyan still respected Qin Ming. Hearing him, she merely stuck out her tongue and did not retort. Seeing this, Qin Ming turned to Yun Ting and asked, Yun Ting, what do you think of the Shrek 7 Devils battle team? As the captain, how do you plan to arrange tonight's spirit battle? Yun Ting heard this, scanned the documents on the table, and said in an extremely calm tone, the Shrek 7 Devils, I know a little about them. As he spoke, he pointed to the information on the table, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, these two come from the Star Luo Empire Imperial family and possess the martial soul fusion skill, Hell White Tiger. What? A martial soul fusion skill? Yu Feng and the other three looked at each other in surprise, immediately shedding some of their disdain. They never expected this seemingly ordinary Shrek 7 Devils team to hide such a trump card. Seeing this, Yun Ting pondered for a moment, then looked at Yu Feng, Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo, his tone filled with unquestionable authority. Tonight's match, you four will be the main attackers. Senior sister and I will not make a move. Ling Ling will provide support from the rear, at most offering you healing. What? Yu Feng was the first to wail, Captain. No, the opponent has a martial soul fusion skill. How can the four of us win? Isn't that just going to be beaten like sandbags? The three others, Oslo, didn't speak, but their eyes clearly expressed the same concern. Yun Ting glanced at them and said indifferently, if you win, I have rewards suitable for the four of you. Upon hearing this, the four's eyes instantly lit up, and their gazes unconsciously drifted towards Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. Immediately, Yu Feng came up to Yun Ting with a fawning expression, looking at Yun Ting with unusually fervent eyes, and asked with a slightly hurried breath, Captain, is the reward that kind of immortal herb that can evolve spirits? Hearing this, Yun Ting met their expectant gazes and smiled, what are you thinking? Immortal herbs that can evolve spirits are extremely rare. You wouldn't think they're like the blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere, would you? After a pause, Yun Ting continued, don't even think about immortal herbs, but there are top-grade medicinal herbs that can strengthen your foundation and allow you to directly break through to spirit ancestor. Hearing this, Yu Feng and the other three's eyes suddenly lit up, top-grade medicinal herbs that could increase spirit power. Although they couldn't compare to the immortal herbs that completely transformed Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, they were definitely treasures that were hard to come by. Then, Yu Feng swallowed, thought for a moment, and still said with a bitter face, Captain, the reward is very tempting, but the hope is still very slim. Yun Ting was amused by his cowardly demeanor and said somewhat helplessly, I will assist you with spirit abilities when necessary. If you still can't win like that, then the four of you can pack up and return to Heaven Do City yourselves. Hearing this, Oslo seemed to recall something, then suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. Captain, that spirit ability you mentioned, is it the vine armor that can cover the entire body, both offensive and defensive? Oslo still vividly remembered the miraculous vine armor spirit ability Yun Ting used in the battle between Yun Ting and Yu Tianong. Hearing this, Yun Ting nodded slightly. Tonight's match, I will use spirit power to create a set of spirit ancestor level vine armor for each of you four. Let's do it. Oslo's fighting spirit instantly soared. He slapped the table. Captain, rest assured. Leave it to us. We guarantee a beautiful victory. Yu Feng, Shimo, and Shimo also instantly became excited, rubbing their palms together. They seemed to already envision themselves clad in vine armor, dominating the arena and looking formidable in tonight's match. And then they could receive the reward of top-grade medicinal herbs to advance to spirit ancestor. Life was simply wonderful. Qin Ming saw that Yun Ting already had arrangements, and deeply understood the strength of that vine armor, so he said no more, only solemnly instructed Yu Feng and the other three, it's a sparring match, stop when appropriate. Remember, do not kill or intentionally cause permanent injury to the opponent. Yu Feng asked in confusion, Teacher Qin, didn't you often tell us that there are no fathers and sons on the battlefield, and we must go all out? If you don't make the opponent lose their offensive capability, then you will be injured, so you must never hold back. Hearing this, Qin Ming's face showed a bitter smile as he explained, this time is different. After this spirit battle ends, I will tell you the answer. All right, then we understand. Yun Ting watched all of this in silence. He knew that Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy, so he naturally cared more about the Shrek 7 Devils, who were his juniors. However, Yun Ting knew very well that Tang San was not someone who could afford to lose, especially under the influence of Shrek Academy's heaven is first, I am second mentality, making it even harder for him to accept failure. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Shrek 7 Devils battle teams. Chapter 75. A name that makes the Shrek 7 Devils fear like tigers. The rest room was bustling with noise, a stark contrast to the quietness of the corridor outside. Haha, my phoenix flame is getting stronger and stronger, making the berserk battle team flee in all directions. Ma Hongjun said with his hoarse voice, proudly patting his round belly. Ever since his lower body was crippled by Yun Ting last time, he found that his evil fire had grown even stronger, and he no longer needed women to vent it. Tisk, fatty, you're just bragging. Xiao Wu flicked her long scorpion braid, her pretty face full of disdain. We only won so easily because Brother San controlled them with his blue-silver grass. Oscar chuckled while counting the gold coins in his hand. Easy is good, easy is good. At this rate, we'll all reach Silver Do Sol soon. Dai Mubai wrapped his arm around Zhu Zuqing's slender waist, his evil eyes full of arrogance. Silver Do Sol, that's just a matter of time. The team that can make the Shrek 7 Devils take this Swotuo Great Spirit Arena seriously hasn't even been born yet. His tone was arrogant, as if he were already invincible under heaven. Zhu Zuqing leaned quietly in his embrace, her gaze cold, but the slight upward curve of her lips revealed a trace of confidence. Ning Rongrong sat elegantly to the side, chuckling lightly, indeed, the opponents here are much weaker than imagined. Tang San sat in the corner with a gentle smile on his face. Listening to his companion's boasting, a hint of his own pride was hidden deep within his eyes. 27 consecutive victories. This record was enough to inflate their egos, making them look down on everyone. Everyone, who do you think our opponent will be tonight? Xiao Wu hopped over to Tang San, asking curiously. Will it be another clueless battle team trying to challenge our winning streak? Who cares? Dai Mubai waved his hand heroically. They'll all be easily beaten down by us Shrek 7 Devils anyway. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Exactly. No matter who it is, as long as they step onto the stage, we'll let them taste the might of us Shrek 7 Devils. No one refuted this statement. The continuous victories were like fermented alcohol, clouding the minds of the Shrek 7 Devils and immersing them in a dream of invincibility. Just then, the door to the rest room was pushed open, and Yu Shaogang walked in with an expressionless face. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his expression was not as calm as usual, instead, it carried a hint of imperceptible solemnity. Teacher, Tang San immediately stood up to meet him, and the others also stopped their chatter and looked at Yu Xiaoging. Tang San originally wanted to directly ask for information about tonight's opponent, but seeing Yu Xiaoging's unusual expression, the words that reached his lips were swallowed back down. Yu Xiaoging's gaze swept over the Shrek 7 devils. He took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice with his slightly hoarse, duck-like voice. The information for tonight's team match opponent has been obtained. The other side is very strong. I hope all of you will face it with 12/10 attention. Very strong. The Shrek 7 devils exchanged glances. In Suotuo City, was there still a team that could make Yu Xiaoging utter the words, very strong? Yu Xiaoging didn't say much more and directly spread the heavy piece of silk in his hand onto the table. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on it. Royal Fighting Team. Captain. Yun Ting, Spirit, Thunderclap Hellvine, Level 49 Attack System Battle Spirit Ancestor. Spirit Rings, Unknown. Vice Captain. Douluo, Spirit, Jade Phosphor Serpent, Level 44 Control System Battle Spirit Ancestor. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Member. Oslo, Spirit, Ghost Leopard, Level 38 Agility Attack System Battle Soul Venerable. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Yu Feng, Spirit, Wind Bell Bird, Level 38. Agility Attack System Battle Soul Venerable. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Shimo, Spirit, Black Tortoise, Level 39 Defense System Battle Soul Venerable. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Shimo, Spirit, Black Tortoise, Level 39 Defense System Battle Soul Venerable. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Member. Yi Lingling, Spirit, 9 Hard Begonia, Level 42 Support System Tool Spirit Elder. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. When Yun Ting's name, followed by the terrifying Level 49 Spirit Power rank, came into view, the entire rest room instantly fell silent. The previous clamor, arrogance, and complacency of the Shrek 7 devils were instantly extinguished, as if doused by a bucket of ice water. Tang San's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart leapt. In his mind, Yun Ting instantly appeared, the one who had easily suppressed Zhao Wuji with mere physical body strength in the small town bordering the Stardow Great Forest, surrounded by heart-palpitating black gold lightning. The powerful sense of oppression still made him feel lingering fear just thinking about it. At this moment, the atmosphere in the rest room plummeted from extreme inflation to freezing point, filled with oppression and dread. The huge contrast seemed particularly ironic. Yu Xiaoging took in the reaction of the Shrek 7 devils, but a look of anger, frustrated by their lack of progress, appeared on his face. What? Just one Yun Ting makes you fear him like tigers? Where did your earlier arrogance go? With only this much courage, you think you can become true powerhouses? You think you can stand at the peak of the Spirit Master's world in the future? The Shrek 7 devils lowered their heads under the reprimand, looking at each other, none daring to speak up. Faced with an absolute gap in strength, their pride appeared so pale and powerless. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoging sighed, then changed his tone, softening it slightly. Let me tell you some news, Yun Ting will not be playing tonight. What? Everyone suddenly looked up, hope reigniting in their eyes. Supervisor Ao from the Great Spirit Arena told me that Yun Ting left the Royal Fighting Team for personal matters over 2 months ago and still hasn't returned. I also confirmed this point with the opposing team's leading teacher. Who? All 7 let out a long breath, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted from their shoulders. Immediately, the fear on their faces quickly faded, and that unruly, I'm number 1 in the world expression slowly crept back onto their faces. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoging finally nodded with satisfaction and continued, the Royal Fighting Team you need to watch out for is that Jade Phosphor Serpent Soul Master. Once you deal with her, the others are nothing to fear. Hearing this, Tang San frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, Teacher, what is so special about this Jade Phosphor Serpent Soul Master that deserves our attention? The Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit possesses a deadly power, poison. Yu Xiaoging said solemnly. Poison, Tang San muttered unconsciously. What a familiar and intimate word. As the skill most specialized in by Tang sect disciples, who on the Douluo continent understood poison better than him. Thinking this, Tang San's lips curled up slightly, he patted his chest, and said seriously, Teacher, leave this Jade Phosphor Serpent Soul Master to me. I have a way to deal with her. Oh, what way? Yu Xiaogang looked curiously at Tang San. He didn't know Tang San had such an ability. Realgar wine and fire can easily destroy snake venom, Tang San said with supreme confidence. It could only be said that in this situation, the advantage was his. At this time, Tang San did not know that Douluo Yan's jade phosphor serpent had already evolved into a jade phosphor flood dragon, and it possessed both fire and poison attributes. Seeing Tang San's extremely confident appearance, Yu Xiaogang just nodded slightly, as he didn't understand the specifics anyway. Chapter 76. The utterly exhausted Shrek 7 Devils, the gold medal MLM master Yu Xiaogang. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang hadn't mentioned the 9-heart begonia spirit master at all, Ning Rongrong slightly furrowed her willow leaf brows, then stepped forward and said, Grandmaster, our primary target should be the opposing support spirit master. Oh, why is that? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a look of confusion appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. His vast reservoir of knowledge simply contained no records about the 9-heart begonia spirit. Because he was unfamiliar with it, Yu Xiaogang had preconceived the notion that the 9-heart begonia was just an ordinary spirit. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's expression, Ning Rongrong was puzzled internally. Could it be that Grandmaster doesn't know about the 9-heart begonia? However, she didn't voice this thought, keeping it buried in her heart. Such words, detrimental to unity, were better left unsaid. She then began to recount the origins of the 9-heart begonia. After hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, the Shrek members fell into silence once more, their arrogant fervor extinguished again. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's face was full of shock and humiliated anger. He, a grandmaster of theory, actually didn't recognize a spirit. If this got out, wouldn't people laugh their teeth off? We can win. Looking at the Shrek 7 devils who had fallen into silence, Tang San suddenly spoke these shocking words loudly, drawing everyone's gaze to himself. Immediately, Tang San launched into an inspiring, motivational, chicken soup-style speech. A moment later, Dai Mubai and the other 6 all had determined looks in their eyes, their bodies brimming with strength. Seeing this scene, Tang San then turned his head to look at Yu Xiaogang and said in a firm tone, Teacher, for this spirit fight, please let me make all the arrangements. Is that okay? Good. Yu Xiaogang smiled with satisfaction, extremely pleased with the leadership ability and indomitable will Tang San was displaying at this moment. This was truly the disciple he, Yu Xiaogang, had taught. Right at that moment, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Then, the door was pushed open, and the AO supervisor of the Swotuo Great Spirit Arena leaned inside. He wore a professional smile on his face, but beneath that smile lurked a trace of barely perceptible difficulty and hesitation. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. A sense of foreboding flashed through his heart, but he maintained his composure on the surface and spoke, Supervisor Ao, what is it? Has the match time changed? No, 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 the time remains the same. Supervisor Ao quickly waved his hands. He hesitated for a moment, seeming to weigh his words, before finally steeling himself and saying, It's about the royal fighting team. The latest news just came from them. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the instantly quieted Shrek 7 devils. Taking a deep breath, he slowly continued, the royal fighting team captain, Yun Ting, has already returned to the team. And he will participate in tonight's team spirit fight. As his words fell, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the silent lounge. What? The Shrek 7 devils, who had been brimming with confidence and fighting spirit moments ago, now had their expressions drastically changed, their pupils filled with fear. Even Tang San, who just moments ago was brimming with confidence as if he could control everything, the instant he heard the words, Yun Ting has returned. It was as if he had been struck hard by an invisible heavy hammer. He abruptly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply, the color draining from his face. Looking at the Shrek 7 devils who had instantly plummeted from the clouds, Supervisor Ao helplessly sighed and said softly, the message has been delivered. Everyone, prepare yourselves. After speaking, he practically fled, gently closing the door behind him, leaving behind a deathly silence. Yu Xiaogang stood in place, his expression extremely grim. He looked at the dejected Shrek 7 devils before him, especially at Tang San's despondent appearance. Anxiety and anger surged in his heart. He knew that now, he had to do something immediately. Otherwise, tonight's match would be lost without even a fight. Then his lifelong ideals and proof would be destroyed at this very moment. Subsequently, Yu Shaogang fixed his gaze on Tang San. He knew this disciple brooded the most and had the deepest complex regarding Yun Ting. He walked up to Tang San and said in a tone full of incitement and misdirection, "Little San, do you know why Yun Ting disappeared for over 2 months? Moreover, why would he suddenly leave right at the threshold of the 49th spirit power rank?" Hearing this, Tang San raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion and that lingering fear. Seeing this, Yu Shaogang said solemnly, "This indicates that his cultivation has likely encountered a major problem. I told you before, Yun Ting's thunderclap Hell-Vine spirit is incredibly domineering. By absorbing heavenly thunder to cultivate, his progress is godly, but it's extremely easy for it to backfire on him. His spirit power rose so rapidly, his foundation is surely unstable. He definitely cannot perfectly control the berserk thunder power within his body." Yu Shaogang grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes shining as if he had truly grasped some truth. He said, "I speculate Yun Ting may have already suffered backlash from the thunder power within his body, even to the point of his cultivation regressing instead of advancing. His current 49th spirit power is most likely just a facade, all bark and no bite." He paused, then continued, "Yun Ting's return now is merely him putting up a final front, trying to maintain the illusion of his genius. He is afraid, especially afraid of being defeated by you all, defeated beneath my, Yu Shaogang's, invincible theory." As his words fell, Yu Shaogang's gaze swept over the Shrek 7 devils. Seeing the fear in their eyes receding, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then, he turned his gaze back to Tang San and said with a face full of confidence, "Therefore, little San, you have absolutely no need to fear Yun Ting. You are my disciple, Yu Shaogang's disciple. You are the third person on the Douluo continent to possess twin spirits. You possess limitless potential that surpasses his. As long as you steadfastly follow my theory, the one who will stand at the pinnacle of the continent in the future is definitely you. It can only be you. And that Yun Ting, he's nothing but a poor thing whose spirit backfired, a flash in the pan." As he spoke, a exhilarating sense of revenge arose spontaneously. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Yu Shaogang's mouth as he sneered, "Yun Ting was blind back then, rejecting my guidance. It was the most foolish decision of his life. Without the guidance of my martial soul theory, he simply cannot control that powerful spirit. In the end, he will inevitably meet the ending of exploding and dying." These half-truths, highly seductive words were like a shot of adrenaline injected into Tang San's heart, and into the hearts of the other Shrek members. "Yes, I have twin spirits, I have the Tang sect's secret arts, and my teacher's invincible theory. No matter how strong Yun Ting is, now he's just a poor thing whose spirit backfired, unable to even save himself. It shows how madness his decision to refuse becoming a disciple was back then. Fortunately, I didn't hesitate at all back then. Upon meeting Yu Shaogang, I immediately bowed and paid my respects." Thinking such thoughts, the hesitation and fear in Tang San's eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a confidence tinged with a sense of superiority and pity. Subsequently, he nodded vigorously and said solemnly, "Teacher, I understand. This time, I won't let you down." Seeing this, Yu Shaogang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 77. The Throne on the Arena, Yun Ting meditating with closed eyes. 3000 character chapter. Night fell, but the main fighting area in the center of the Swotuo Great Spirit Arena was as bright as day, filled with a cacophony of voices. Giant crystal lamps cast their light upon the massive arena, more than 100 meters in diameter. The surrounding stands were packed, and the audience's enthusiasm threatened to blow the roof off. Tonight's main event, the newly rising Dark Horse, Shrek 7 Devils, challenging the veteran team, Royal Fighting Team, had attracted the attention of the entire city. The betting pools were already in full swing. Although the Royal Fighting Team had higher ranks, the Shrek 7 Devils' 27-game winning streak also led many to place heavy bets. Amidst thunderous cheers, both teams slowly walked into the arena from the side passages. On the Shrek 7 Devils' side, despite Yu Shaogang's brainwashing, facing the Royal Fighting Team, especially seeing Yun Ting at the very front with his arms crossed and a nonchalant expression, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others still felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. Yun Ting merely stood there, not even releasing a trace of spirit power, yet he exuded an invisible sense of oppression. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Tang San's side, her pretty face lacking its usual playfulness, replaced by a hint of nervousness. In contrast, the royal fighting teams Yu Feng, Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo, although serious, had battle intent burning in their eyes, along with a desire for victory and rewards. Yi Lingling stood quietly at the very back of the team, her face covered by a thin veil, her expression unreadable. Du Guyan stood beside Yun Ting, her emerald pupils carrying a hint of amusement as she swept her gaze over the Shrek Seven Devils, as if looking at a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. And Yun Ting, with closed eyes, seemed indifferent to the impending match. Both teams, salute, the referee announced loudly. Dai Mubai, as the captain of the Shrek Seven Devils, gritted his teeth and led his teammates in a slight bow. On the royal fighting team's side, Oslo returned the salute. However, Yu Feng's winking and comical expression clearly showed he didn't take them seriously, which annoyed Xiao Wu. Match, start. With the referee's command, both sides instantly released their spirits, and the dazzling light of their spirit rings illuminated the entire arena. Brothers, release your spirits. Dai Mubai roared, his white tiger possessed, taking the lead at the very front. Under Dai Mubai's leadership, the Shrek Seven Devils began to release their spirits. Oscar's 3 types of sausage had already been distributed to everyone before the battle, and he and Ning Rongrong still stood at the very back of the team. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were on Dai Mubai's left and right, respectively, with Tang San behind the 3. Ma Hongjun was positioned slightly ahead of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Blue-silver grass quietly emerged from around Tang San's body, occupying their side of the ground. At the same time, 6 blue-silver grass vines quietly rose, binding the waists of Dai Mubai and the other 5. Under the effect of the blue-silver grass, the 7 instantly formed a cohesive unit centered around Tang San. In contrast, on the royal fighting team's side, Yun Ting slowly walked to the edge of the arena, not even looking at the Shrek Seven Devils opposite him, and casually raised his right hand. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. 3 incomparably thick purplish-black thunderclap hell vines intertwined and wrapped around each other, finally forming a magnificent throne that stood firmly at the edge of the arena. These 3 thrones were ancient and imposing in style, with high backs and wide armrests. Yun Ting was the first to sit on the left throne, leaning back slightly, his right leg casually resting on his left, crossing his legs. And then directly closed his eyes to meditate. Du Guyan smiled charmingly, casually sitting on the middle throne, crossing her slender beautiful legs, her skirt outlining an alluring curve. She turned her head and said to Yi Lingling on the right throne, Lingling, I heard the clothes at Nisheng Pavilion in Swotuo City have good styles. After the match, shall we go shopping? Yi Lingling sat upright on the right throne, and upon hearing this, she gently nodded. A clear voice came from beneath her veil, sure. It'll be a good chance to see if there's any new ice silkworm silk fabric. The 3 of them sat on their thrones, chatting and resting, completely disregarding the Shrek Seven Devils opposite them, the entire audience, and this crucial team spirit battle. Whoosh! The entire Great Spirit Arena erupted. A throne. He actually conjured a throne on the arena. My heavens. This is too overbearing. He's practically not putting Shrek in his eyes. Arrogant. So arrogant. But why do I find it so cool? Yun Ting. Yun Ting. Yun Ting. Many female spirit masters were already screaming excitedly. This unprecedented entrance, this ultimate arrogance and confidence, instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. In the VIP section, Flender's glasses were askew with anger, and Zhao Wuji crushed the armrest of his chair. Yu Shaogang trembled all over, his face ashen, his lips quivering, but he couldn't utter a single word. This blatant disregard was more humiliating than any verbal taunt. On the other side of the arena, the Shrek Seven Devils felt it most directly and intensely. Veins bulged on Dai Mubai's forehead, his tiger claws clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh, his teeth grinding audibly. Bastard! Yun Ting actually dares to humiliate us like this. Tang San's face was so dark it could drip water, a cold light flickering in his purple demon eye as he watched Du Guyan chatting and laughing with Yi Lingling opposite him. At this moment, he only felt his nose itching and burning. He had confidently declared before the match that Du Guyan would be his responsibility. But who would have thought that Douluo had no intention of making a move at all, making his plans and preparations a complete joke. Third brother, kill them. Xiao Wu was so angry that her scorpion braid was almost standing on end. Before the Shrek 7 devils could make a move, Yufeng and the other three had already rushed towards them. Proceed as planned. Oslo growled, his ghost leopard spirit possessing him, and he and Yufeng shot out like two arrows, one to the left and one to the right. The brothers Shimo and Shimo roared, their bodies expanding, and thick black tortoise shell shields instantly condensed on their arms, then heavily slammed in front of them, steadily advancing. Arrogant. Dai Mubai roared, his first and third spirit rings shining. First spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier. Third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. After a massive increase in all attributes, Dai Mubai directly targeted the Shi brothers, who had the strongest defense. The brothers Shimo and Shimo, standing at the very front, showed no panic at all when faced with the pouncing White Tiger Dai Mubai. The two brothers, with perfect synchronization, simultaneously let out a low roar, their bodies expanding. Thick black tortoise shell shields instantly condensed on their arms, and then heavily slammed down in front of them. First spirit ability, Black Tortoise Body Protection. A thick earthy yellow light spread from the shields, forming a solid and condensed barrier. Dai Mubai's tiger claws, powerful enough to split stone, fiercely struck the barrier, emitting a dull boom. The barrier fluctuated violently but was exceptionally tough and did not break, instead forcefully halting Dai Mubai's forward momentum. On the other side, Yufeng and Oslo, facing the binding blue-silver grass and the spraying phoenix flames, curved their lips into a disdainful sneer. A phantom of a wind chime bird flashed behind Yufeng, and his first spirit ring lit up. First spirit ability, Wing Blades. His arms seemed to transform into sharp bird wings, precisely striking the core grass blades wrapped around his ankles. His speed was incredibly fast, and with a few chi-chi sounds, the blue-silver grass snapped. Oslo was even more direct, his first spirit ring flashing under his feet. First spirit ability, Leopard Shadow Flash. His body seemed to turn into a blurry black shadow, narrowly dodging the direct hit of the Phoenix Fire Wire and most of the blue-silver grass's binding. His speed suddenly burst forth, directly charging towards the back row of the Shrek battle team, targeting Ning Rongrong and Oscar. You wish, Tang San coldly snorted, secretly activating his controlling crane-catching dragon strength. The blue-silver grass on the ground seemed to come alive, surging in layers towards Oslo, hindering his advance. At the same time, Ma Hongjun adjusted his direction, and the Phoenix Fire Wire swept after Oslo's figure. Zhu Zuqing's figure appeared like a ghost leopard on Oslo's flank, her netherworld 100 claws, carrying a chilling light, enveloped him, forming a pincer attack with Tang San and Ma Hongjun. For a moment, spirit ability lights flashed on the arena, and collision sounds were incessant. Thanks to Ning Rongrong's powerful support and Tang San's exquisite control, the Shrek 7 Devils actually managed to temporarily curb the offensive of the four royal fighting team members, even showing a subtle trend of counter-suppression. Dai Mubai furiously attacked the Shi brothers, while Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun assisted in restraining Oslo and Yufeng, making the scene appear extremely intense. The cheers from the stands grew louder, as if the Shrek 7 Devils had truly gained the upper hand. In the VIP box, Flender and Zhao Wuji showed signs of joy. Xiaoging's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed slightly, and just as I thought, smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had come to believe his fabricated conjecture about Yunting being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Otherwise, why would Yunting not dare to make a move? Seeing this, Du Guyan, on the throne at the edge of the arena, let out a sneer and whispered to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, that old geezer doesn't actually think Shrek can win, does he?" Yi Lingling nodded slightly, her clear eyes sweeping across the battlefield without a ripple. "I'm a bit hungry. Let's end this quickly." Just as Oslo was once again repelled by the combined efforts of Dai Mubai and Tang San, and Yufeng was being flustered by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Yunting moved. He casually raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and pointed 4 times in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 almost imperceptible purplish black lights, as if alive, accurately entered the backs of Yufeng, Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo. The 4 men's bodies trembled simultaneously. Immediately after, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Chapter 78. The cheat arrives, vine armor shows its might, Tang San under siege. A layer of dense and tough purple-black vines, like living things, quickly emerged from beneath the breastplates of the four of them. Then, they rapidly intertwined and spread, covering their torsos, limbs, and even necks in the blink of an eye, forming a set of full-body vine armor flowing with purple-black luster and subtle electric arcs. The vine armor fit perfectly, protecting their vital areas seamlessly. The joints moved freely without affecting their mobility, instead adding a sharp, murderous aura to them. Leopard, the cheat is here. Yu Feng was stunned at first, then stroked the vine armor on his chest in ecstasy, feeling the vast vitality and incredibly tough defense contained within. Haha, awesome, let's get them. Oslo laughed loudly, feeling as if he had inexhaustible strength within him. The brothers Shimo and Shimo glanced at each other and slammed their black tortoise shields together, producing a dull thud, their fighting spirit soaring. This sudden change caused the entire arena to fall silent instantly. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the miraculous vine armor on the four members of the royal fighting team. What is that? A spirit ability, a spectator cried out in shock. In the VIP seats, Flender and Zhao Wuji stood up abruptly, their faces changing drastically. Yu Xiaoging's pupils constricted even more. The trace of a smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and a shock that his theories were being overturned. No. Impossible. What kind of spirit ability is this? This completely contradicts the foundation of my martial soul theory. On the stage, the Shrek 7 devils were also dazed. Third brother, what is that? Xiao Wu looked in surprise at the transformed Yu Feng and the others. Tang San pushed his purple demon eye to the limit, trying to see through the reality of the vine armor, but the armor was a seamless whole, and he couldn't see through it. At this moment, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Playing tricks. Watch me shatter it with one punch. Dai Mubai didn't believe in such things. With the effect of his third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra transformation, still active, he roared and threw a full-force punch at Shimo, who was closest to him. Bring it on. Shimo didn't dodge. He even retracted his black tortoise shield and puffed out his chest, using the vine armor to take Dai Mubai's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter stone, head-on. Thud. With a dull sound, Dai Mubai felt as if he had struck an incredibly hard mountain of iron. A sharp pain came from his fist, and the counter-force made him stagger back several steps, while Shimo only swayed slightly. There wasn't even a white mark on the vine armor on his chest. What? Dai Mubai turned pale with shock. His full-strength strike couldn't even budge him. Phoenix Fire Wire. Ma Hongjun spat out flames again, the scorching fire engulfing Oslo. However, when the flames dissipated, Oslo was unharmed, and there wasn't even a scorch mark on the vine armor. How is that possible? My evil fire. Ma Hongjun was completely dumbfounded. Third brother. Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. The current situation was beyond her understanding. Purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes, his mysterious jade hand clenched, his heart in turmoil. The defensive power of this vine armor far exceeded his estimates. His hidden weapons would likely also struggle to achieve anything. Mubai. Just then, Zhu Zuqing's cold voice rang out. She looked at Dai Mubai with a determined gaze. Dai Mubai instantly understood her meaning, a flash of ruthlessness and final madness appearing in his eyes. This was their only and final trump card. If even this couldn't break the deadlock, then let's gamble. Dai Mubai growled, and he and Zhu Zuqing charged toward each other simultaneously. Under the gaze of countless eyes, their bodies suddenly merged. A powerful black and white light erupted, and a terrifying spirit power fluctuation, far exceeding the spirit elder level, swept through the arena. Roar. A soul-shaking tiger roar rang out. As the light faded, a massive white tiger over 5 meters long, transparent with black stripes, wings on its back, the character for King on its forehead, and eyes shooting cold nether light, stood proudly on the stage. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Hell White Tiger. Heavens, it's actually a martial soul fusion skill. The Shrek 7 devils have a trump card like this. Now things are getting interesting. The spectators in the stands instantly boiled with excitement, and those supporting Shrek felt hope rekindled. In the VIP seats, a trace of color returned to Yu Xiaoging's pale face. His eyes were full of expectation as he silently prayed in his heart. The Hell White Tiger's cold pupils locked onto the brothers Shimo and Shimo, who were closest to it. Then, it let out a roar and, with a destructive aura, pounced forward. Massive tiger claws tore through the air, carrying terrifying power as they slammed down on the two. The power of this strike was already comparable to a full-force attack from an attack system spirit ancestor. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unstoppable tiger claws and the Shi brothers covered in vine armor. Bring it on. The brothers Shimo and Shimo looked at each other. Far from being afraid, their eyes burned with intense battle intent. They roared simultaneously and crossed their black tortoise shields in front of them. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the entire stage shook violently. A violent energy shockwave exploded in a ring, dust filling the air and making it impossible for spectators near the stage to open their eyes. As the dust settled slightly, everyone saw a scene they would never forget. The Hell White Tiger's massive claws had indeed landed solidly on Shimo and Shimo's crossed shields and the vine armor on their bodies. However, the brothers Shimo and Shimo were only knocked back several meters by the massive impact, their feet carving two deep furrows into the stage floor. But they were still standing firmly. Not even the slightest crack had appeared on the vine armor on their bodies. It was as if that terrifying strike, which could have torn a spirit ancestor apart, was just a gentle breeze. The Hell White Tiger's movements froze, and a human-like look of daze and disbelief appeared in its massive amber pupils. The entire arena was deathly silent. The next second, Yu Feng's exaggerated voice broke the silence, filled with playfulness and mockery. Wow, how scary. A martial soul fusion skill. It almost got the Shi brothers' clothes dirty. Oslo crossed his arms and sneered, tisk tisk. The posture was quite intimidating, but it turns out to be a silver-headed wax spear, looks good but useless. You can't even scratch the surface, and you have the nerve to call this a trump card. Shimo honestly rubbed the vine armor on his chest and said in a muffled voice, the strength was quite something, it pushed me back quite a bit. Shimo took over. Yeah, the force was barely okay, but there was no damage. The brothers' back and forth remarks were more embarrassing than direct mockery. Inside the Hell White Tiger, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were so angry they almost spat blood, the massive tiger body trembling slightly. This was their fusion skill, performed with all their might, yet it was being humiliated like this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Shaogang muttered to himself in a loss of composure, his face as pale as paper. The Shrek 7 devils he had painstakingly trained appeared so laughable and weak in the face of the vine armor Yun Ting had casually bestowed. On the stage, Yu Feng spread his wings and flew above the arena, looking down at the massive Hell White Tiger, his voice spreading throughout the venue. Via spirit power. Is this all your Shrek is capable of? Can't you even make our captain move a single step? He pointed at Yun Ting, who had been sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, a mocking expression on his face. See that? From beginning to end, our captain hasn't even bothered to open his eyes. With your caliber, you don't even have the qualification to make him act personally. Just this layer of vine armor he casually put on us is enough for you to hit until tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha. Oslo and the Shi brothers also laughed in coordination, their laughter filled with heartless ridicule for the Shrek 7 devils. These words were like sharp knives, stabbing deeply into the hearts of everyone in the Shrek 7 devils, especially Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, who were controlling the Hell White Tiger. Extreme humiliation, anger, and unwillingness instantly crushed their reason. Roar. The Hell White Tiger let out a deafening, crazed roar, completely losing its cool. Massive tiger claws, sharp teeth, and tail attacked Yu Feng and the other three in a frantic storm. Every attack was with all its might, spirit power being poured out as if it cost nothing. However, all of it was in vain. No matter how fierce the Hell White Tiger's attacks were, hitting the vine armor only produced a series of dull, thud sounds. Sparks flew, but not a single mark was made. Yu Feng and the others didn't even bother to defend deliberately, occasionally striking back. Although they couldn't land a fatal blow on the Hell White Tiger's energy body, they greatly exhausted Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power and mental state. Under the high-intensity attacks and immense psychological pressure, the duration of the Hell White Tiger rapidly drained away. Finally, after another pounce was blocked by the combined efforts of Shimo and Shimo, the black and white light flickered violently, and the massive tiger body began to become illusory and transparent. Poof! The light completely dissipated, and the figures of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing separated from it, falling heavily onto the stage. Both their faces were as pale as paper, their spirit power exhausted, they didn't even have the strength to stand up. They could only collapse on the ground, gasping for air, their eyes filled with unwillingness, humiliation, and deep frustration. Their strongest trump card had been utterly defeated by Yunting's incredible vine armor, becoming a complete joke. On and off the stage, there was silence. Those supporting Shrek were speechless, while more people looked with awe and worship at the black-haired youth sitting on the throne who hadn't opened his eyes from start to finish, Yunting. He hadn't even made a move, yet he had already dominated the entire battle. Yu Shaogang slumped in his chair, his face ash-gray, constantly muttering, how could it be like this? Seeing that the Shrek 7 devils had lost their fighting spirit, Yu Feng shouted, hey, you wild chicken, take a punch from your grandpa Yu Feng. With those words, his speed surged, turning into a streak of green light charging straight at Ma Hongjun. Protect Fatty. Tang San reacted extremely quickly, a large amount of blue-silver grass swarming in, trying to bind Yu Feng. Get lost. Yu Feng didn't dodge, letting the blue-silver grass wrap around him, and simply gave a sudden wrench. The tough blue-silver grass, upon contact with the vine armor, actually snapped piece by piece like fragile hemp rope. Having broken through the blue-silver grass, Yu Feng was instantly in front of Ma Hongjun, flapping his wings to unleash a wind blade. Ma Hongjun scrambled to dodge, only to be struck on the back by Oslo's claw. With a scream, he flew right off the stage, losing his combat capability. Fatty, Xiao Wu cried out. Seeing her companion injured, anger immediately rose in her heart. Third spirit ability, teleportation. She instantly appeared behind Oslo, the spirit ring beneath her. Feet lighting up. First spirit ability, waist bow. However, her feet had just wrapped around Oslo's waist when a black electric arc suddenly flashed across the vine armor on Oslo's body. Ah, Xiao Wu only felt a strong sense of numbness, her whole body went limp, the waist bow skill was directly broken, and she slid off Oslo. Oslo sneered and threw a backhanded elbow strike at Xiao Wu's back. Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes were nearly splitting. He used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track with all his might, pulling Xiao Wu away just in time, but the wind from Oslo's elbow still grazed Xiao Wu's shoulder. PFF'd. Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale instantly, she had clearly suffered significant internal injuries. No, Tang San held Xiao Wu, looking at the blood on the corner of her mouth, his heart feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife, his eyes instantly becoming bloodshot. Xiao Wu was his only reverse scale. Seeing her injured now, the suppressed fear, humiliation, and resentment toward Yunting and the royal fighting team erupted like a volcano. You, how dare you hurt her? I want you dead. Gently placing Xiao Wu beside Ning Rongrong, Tang San stood up abruptly. His eyes were blood red, his breathing heavy as an ox's, as he stared deathly at Oslo and Yu Feng, the killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. He no longer cared about the competition rules. At this moment, Tang San had only one thought, kill these 4 bastards who had hurt Xiao Wu. Tang San, stay calm. The weakened Dai Mubai saw something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Tang San's hands brushed over the storage spirit tool at his waist, and countless cold lights shot toward the 4 members of the royal fighting team like a torrential rain. It was exactly the Tang sect's hidden weapons technique, 1001 Nights. Bone-piercing nails, willow leaf knives, flying locust stones, coin darts, all sorts of poisonous hidden weapons drew eerie arcs in the air, covering the vital points of Yu Feng and the other 3. These hidden weapons were so fast, their angles so tricky, and their force so ruthless that Tang San was confident that even a Spirit King level expert, if caught off guard, would have absolutely no way to escape unscathed. A wave of gasps rose from the stands. Everyone could see that this was no longer a match, but an attempt to kill. Flender and Zhao Wuji stood up in shock, wanting to stop it, but it was already too late. However, facing this lethal storm of hidden weapons, Yu Feng and the others were startled at first, only to find that those hidden weapons flashing with cold light hit the vine armor with a series of ding ding dang dang, crisp sounds, like rain hitting banana leaves. And then, there was no then. All the hidden weapons, whether the highly penetrative bone-piercing nails or the sharp willow leaf knives, didn't even leave a scratch upon contact with the purple-black vine armor before falling powerlessly onto the stage. Those poisons that could seal the throat upon drawing blood were even more useless. Above and below the stage, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's mouth hung open as they looked at the hidden weapons scattered all over the ground, marveling at Tang San's peculiar technique. But even more so at the 4 members of the royal fighting team who were completely unharmed and hadn't even moved a step. The madness and killing intent on Tang San's face froze, replaced by complete daze and disbelief. The 4th-ranked hidden weapon technique of the Tang sect actually couldn't even leave a mark on that vine armor. That's it. Yu Feng picked up a bone-piercing nail by his foot, twirled it with his fingers, tossed it disdainfully to the ground, and even stepped on it hard. It's barely enough to scratch an itch. Oslo's eyes were cold, killing intent surging. Well done, Tang San. In a competition match, you actually dare to use such lethal moves. Since you want our lives, don't blame us for being impolite. Beat him. The brothers Shimo and Shimo also roared. They had truly felt the lethal threat from those hidden weapons just now. Had it not been for the vine armor bestowed by Yun Ting, they would likely be corpses by now. The 4 of them no longer held back, their spirit power exploding as they charged like 4 tigers down a mountain toward the still dazed Tang San. Stop. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing tried to intervene, but were directly knocked aside by Shimo and Shimo's bodies. Tang San came to his senses and hurriedly used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to dodge, while using Mysterious Jade Hand and Controlling Crane Catching Dragon to try and parry. But it was all in vain. Yu Feng's speed was even faster with the Vine Armor's enhancement. He kicked Tang San in the stomach, making him double over. Oslo's leopard claws followed immediately, slamming hard into his back. Shimo and Shimo's fists were like heavy hammers, striking from both sides. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of fists hitting flesh was sickening. Tang San was like a human punching bag, surrounded by the 4 of them with no way to fight back, only able to let out groans of pain as blood continuously seeped from his mouth and nose. Little San. Yu Shaoging's eyes were red with anxiety in the stands. He almost rushed onto the stage but was held back firmly by Flender. "We surrender." Flender was just about to shout the surrender. Enough. Chapter 79. Yu Shaoging distorts right and wrong, Yun Ting's electrotherapy. Enough. A deep shout, like a muffled thunderclap rolling over the clamorous arena, forcibly severed the fury that Yu Feng and the other 3 were about to fully unleash. A fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, halted abruptly just above Tang San's nose. Yu Feng's movements froze, and he turned his head in surprise toward the source of the voice. Finding it was actually Qin Ming, his face instantly filled with confusion. Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo also stopped simultaneously. Upon realizing it was Qin Ming, the 3 of them instinctively looked toward Yun Ting on the throne. Feeling the gazes of Yu Feng and the other 3 upon him, and seeing Qin Ming's anxious expression in the stands. Then, Yun Ting gave a slight nod to Yu Feng and the others. Only after receiving this silent permission did Yu Feng and the others truly reign in their boiling spirit power, reluctantly stepping back several paces. But can a young person's anger be so easily quelled? Yu Feng spat toward him and said disdainfully, "Pa. If you don't have the skill, don't try to act tough. If you can't handle it, don't use hidden weapons, trash." Oslo added coldly, "Next time you dare to pull such underhanded tricks, we'll cripple you." Still seething with hatred, Yu Feng spat fiercely on the ground beside Tang San and cursed. "Pa, if you can't handle the fight, don't get on the stage, resorting to nothing but despicable, venomous tricks. Consider yourself lucky this time. If I see you again, I'll cripple you on the spot." Oslo crossed his arms, cast a contemptuous glance at Tang San lying on the ground, and his words were sharp as knives, "And you call yourself the Thousand Hands Asura? I think you're not even as good as a little loser." Although the Shi brothers remained silent, their eyes were filled with undisguised scorn and contempt. This merciless humiliation caused Tang San, his clothes in tatters, face bruised and swollen, body covered in blood, to tremble uncontrollably, a trapped beast-like whimper escaping his throat. Little San. As Yu Feng and the others returned to Yun Ting's side, Yu Shaoging scrambled onto the arena as if gone mad, with Zhao Wuji and Flender close behind. Seeing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing unconscious from spirit power exhaustion, Ma Hongjun wailing in pain, Xiaowu vomiting blood and unconscious, and especially Tang San's horrifying state. This. Flender trembled with rage, his usually meticulous gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose unnoticed. He abruptly raised his head, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the members of the royal fighting team, finally locking onto Qin Ming, who was approaching quickly. At this sight, Flender was as if struck by lightning. The fury on his face was instantly replaced by immense shock, his voice becoming shrill and distorted. Qin Ming, how can it be you? You're the instructor of the royal fighting team. Beside him, Zhao Wuji also exclaimed with disbelief, it really is that kid Qin Ming. Then, remembering Tang San's miserable condition, or more accurately, his father Tang Hao, Zhao Wuji immediately questioned in a gruff voice. Kid Qin Ming, look at the fine students you've taught. Look at what they've done to your junior schoolmates. Facing the stern, volcanic eruption-like questioning from his two mentors and deans, Qin Ming's face instantly flooded with extremely complex emotions. He stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply to Flender and Zhao Wuji. Dean Flender, Teacher Zhao, your student, Qin Ming, apologizes to you both. It was my failure in teaching that led my students to lose control. I apologize on their behalf to the junior schoolmates. However, his tone suddenly shifted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scattered, venom-coated hidden weapons on the arena, bone-piercing nails, willow leaf blades, flying locust stones. But, Dean, Teacher Zhao, please open your eyes and see clearly. If my students hadn't had means of self-protection, the ones lying here now, perhaps even turned into cold corpses, would have been them. Junior Tang San, when the outcome was obvious, still resorted to such vicious, poison-coated weapons, each strike aimed at vital points. His intent is clear. This is blatant, premeditated murder. Dean, Teacher Zhao, how could such a bloodthirsty person appear in our Shrek Academy? Flender and Zhao Wuji were left speechless by Qin Ming's reasonable, well-founded, and forceful words, their faces alternating between green and pale. How could they not know Tang San was in the wrong? Those poison-coated hidden weapons were ironclad evidence. But Tang Hao hung over their hearts like a sharp sword. At this moment, no matter how wrong Tang San was, they had to protect him steadfastly. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang, who had been squatting on the ground examining Tang San's injuries, suddenly raised his head. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling violently from extreme anger and heartache. Those eyes, once self-proclaimed as full of wisdom, were now bloodshot with terrifying intensity, filled with overwhelming resentment and madness. He didn't know Qin Ming at all, but hearing Zhao Wuji call out the name, he latched onto it as an outlet, fixing his gaze on Qin Ming, his voice shrill and piercing. Qin Ming, is it? Teacher of the royal fighting team. How did you teach your students to be so vicious? This is no longer a competition, it's blatant murder. If anything happens to my disciple Tang San, I, Yu Xiaogang, swear I will spend my entire life making you pay. Facing Yu Xiaogang's completely unreasonable and nearly hysterical accusations, Qin Ming's brow furrowed tightly. He forcefully suppressed the anger rising in his heart due to the other's rude attitude and said sternly, "This teacher, I am Qin Ming, instructor of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's royal fighting team. My students went too far, and I apologize again. But there is a reason. Junior Tang San resorted to underhanded methods first." Bullshit. Yu Xiaogang rudely interrupted Qin Ming, spittle almost hitting his face. What underhanded methods? Those were merely little San's self-defense tools. It's you who pushed him too far. Especially that little bastard Yun Ting. Flaunting a bit of strength and looking down on everyone. And now condoning his team members' violence. Your royal fighting team, from top to bottom, is a bunch of despicable, shameless, ruthless scoundrels. Yu Xiaogang's rant was utterly illogical, arbitrarily shifting all blame onto the royal fighting team and Yun Ting. Especially when mentioning Yun Ting, the hatred in his eyes almost solidified, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Qin Ming was livid with anger at Yu Xiaogang's obstinate nonsense, his chest heaving violently. He was inherently a man of integrity. Seeing the other party so unreasonable, he was genuinely enraged. But out of respect for Flender and Zhao Wuji, he momentarily didn't know how to argue with such a fool engaged in shrewish quarreling. Just as the atmosphere grew tense again, nearly out of control, a sneer, dripping with sarcasm, reached everyone's ears. Tisk tisk tisk. Gangzi, it seems you're in need of some electrotherapy. Should I help you remember? Chapter 80. Gangzi's humiliating memories. Qin Ming wants to resolve the grudge between the two sides. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw that Yun Ting had leisurely stood up from the Thunder Throne at some point and was walking over with relaxed steps. The members of the royal fighting team followed closely behind him. Yun Ting's gaze even fell upon Yu Xiaogang, whose eyes were bloodshot and who was panting like a bull, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Didn't the manual removal, electrotherapy surgery I performed on you last time at Nuoding Academy teach you enough of a lesson? Gang Z, your habit of spewing filth seems to be deep-rooted. It looks like I'll have to give you a large dose of electrotherapy surgery. Yun Ting's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a clap of thunder exploding in Yu Xiaoging's ears. Yu Xiaoging's face instantly turned from a liver red to paper white. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Yun Ting, and strange, hee sounds came from his throat as if he were being strangled. Scenes flashed back as if they had happened only yesterday. PFF'd. In an instant, Yu Xiaoging violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed violently, and his vision went dark, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. He clutched his chest tightly, the venom in his gaze toward Yun Ting almost manifesting into something physical, wishing he could tear Yun Ting into pieces. Xiaoging, Flender and Zhao Wuji were shocked and hurriedly supported the swaying Yu Xiaoging from both sides. Although they didn't fully understand what manual removal and electrotherapy surgery specifically referred to. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's reaction, which was so violent he spat blood, they knew even without thinking that it was definitely an insult and injury sufficient to destroy a person's mind. Qin Ming was also stunned by this sudden turn of events and the information revealed in Yun Ting's words. Seeing this, the corners of Yun Ting's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at Yu Xiaoging, who was bleeding uncontrollably and being held down firmly by Flender and Zhao Wuji, and teased. Gang Z, can't take it already. Your psychological resilience doesn't seem to live up to the title of the so-called Great Master. Also, you just said my team members are ruthless. What about Tang San? In front of everyone, after the defeat was certain, he tried to use poisoned hidden weapons to kill someone. What does that count as? Being open and above board, or is it the essence of your exclusive, world-shaking theory, Gang Z? As he spoke, he didn't give Yu Xiaoging any chance to refute, pressing forward step by step with an increasingly mocking tone. Your own disciple acts despicably and doesn't reflect on it. Instead, you're here barking like a mad dog, accusing others. Gang Z, I know you're not a man, but you can't twist black and white like a dog. Wu, Yu Xiaoging completely lost his mind from the provocation. Shame, fear, and resentment intertwined, making him howl like a wild beast. Then, he recklessly lunged at Yun Ting, his spirit power erupting chaotically in a posture of mutual destruction. Xiaoging, calm down. Flender turned pale with fright and immediately joined Zhao Wuji in tightly holding back the maddened Yu Xiaoging. Let me go. I want to kill him. Kill this little bastard. Yu Xiaoging struggled desperately, his eyes bloodshot, panting like a bull, saliva flying everywhere. There wasn't a trace of his usual great master demeanor left. For a moment, the scene was in utter chaos. Flender and Zhao Wuji looked at each other, both seeing a deep sense of helplessness and a hint of fear in the other's eyes. They knew very well that continuing to entangle would not only be pointless but might also bring about a catastrophic disaster. After all, standing behind Yun Ting was the poison Douluo, famous for dominating the world with poison and having a perverse temperament. A titled Douluo was not something their small Shrek Academy could afford to provoke. Enough, Xiaoging. Flender suddenly growled, increasing the strength in his hands to firmly restrain Yu Xiaoging. Stop making a scene. We're leaving first. The children's injuries are more important. Zhao Wuji also chimed in with a muffled voice, his tone carrying an unprecedented gravity. Flender is right. Let's withdraw first. This debt. He spoke these words with extreme frustration, but the situation was stronger than the person. The two of them forcibly hoisted up Yu Xiaoging, who was still roaring and struggling though his strength was waning, and prepared to take the Shrek 7 devils away from this place of shame to quickly find a healing system spirit master. Dean Flender, Teacher Zhao, please wait a moment. Just then, Qin Ming hurriedly stepped forward and called out to them. Looking at the miserable and wretched state of his former teachers and juniors, he ultimately couldn't bear it in his heart. Qin Ming took a deep breath, turned his gaze to the cold and moon-like Yi Lingling, and said in a pleading tone, Lingling, please, use your spirit to treat the students of Shrek Academy once more. Hearing this, Yi Lingling's cold eyes showed no fluctuation. She habitually looked at Yun Ting first, letting everything be decided by his will. Seeing this, Yun Ting thought for a moment and was about to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in Qin Ming's eyes, he sighed helplessly. Then, he gave a nearly imperceptible nod to Yi Lingling. Having received permission, Yi Lingling then moved with graceful steps, walking into the midst of all Shrek members once again. She held her hands out slightly, and within her palms, the sacred heart begonia emitted boundless life energy. This is. Flender and Zhao Wuji's eyes instantly widened as they stared fixedly at that strange begonia. Feeling the surging life force that far exceeded their knowledge, their faces were filled with unbelievable shock. Yi Lingling ignored their shock. The light of the sacred heart begonia surged out like a warm tide, precisely enveloping the Shrek 7 devils. Under the illumination of this holy light, the injuries of the Shrek 7 devils were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene left Flender and Zhao Wuji completely dumbfounded. Supporting the nearly collapsed Yu Shaogang and feeling that boundless life energy, the horror in their hearts was beyond words. Only then did they realize that the foundation of the royal fighting team was far beyond imagination. Not only did they have a monster like Yun Ting, but even their support system spirit master possessed such a heaven-defying spirit. In less than a minute, the injuries of all Shrek members had actually recovered by 70 or 80%. Although their spirit power hadn't fully recovered, their movement was no longer hindered. Yi Lingling calmly withdrew her spirit, and the holy begonia phantom quietly dissipated. She silently retreated behind Yun Ting, as if she had done something trivial. The scene was silent for a while. The Shrek group, having recovered from their serious injuries, had complex expressions, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. Flender and Zhao Wuji looked at each other. Finally, Flender took a deep breath and said hoarsely to Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, thank you." This word of thanks was spoken with great difficulty. Hearing this, Qin Ming shook his head, his gaze constantly shifting between the Shrek 7 devils and the royal fighting team, then said to Flender and Zhao Wuji. "Dean, Teacher Zhao, I've booked a private room at the Suotuo City Grand Hotel. Bring the juniors along tonight." Chapter 81. Eating. Reconciliation. "Sorry, I'm no coward." Dean Flender, Teacher Zhao, Qin Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart. Everyone has become acquainted through this fight, there's no need to form a life and death grudge because of it. Let's sit down and talk, perhaps we can resolve this misunderstanding. As soon as Qin Ming said this, before Flender and Zhao Wuji could answer, the royal fighting team erupted in an uproar. On what grounds? Yu Feng was the first to jump out, his face full of resentment. "Teacher Qin, they were the ones who used lethal force first. That little loser used poisoned weapons to launch a sneak attack. Why should you treat them to dinner and ask us to reconcile with them?" Oslo also stepped forward with a cold face, his tone disdainful. "Exactly. Playing dirty because they can't win. Do people like that even deserve to eat at the same table as us? Just thinking about them makes me lose my appetite." Although the brothers Shimo and Shimo did not speak, their heavy breathing and clenched fists also showed their resistance. Du Guyan was even more direct, her pretty face full of disgust. "Teacher Qin, don't bother. I feel nauseous just looking at those Shrek people, there's no way I can eat with them. Reconcile with them, that's even more impossible." The entire royal fighting team was indignant, showing no intention of reconciliation whatsoever. Seeing this, Qin Ming's brow furrowed tightly, he hadn't expected his suggestion to cause such dissatisfaction among his students. However, he knew very well who the core and soul of this team was. Immediately, he turned his gaze toward Yun Ting, who had remained silent, his tone carrying a hint of entreaty. "Yun Ting, look, could you take a step back for the sake of my face? After all, Shrek Academy was once my alma mater." Suddenly, everyone's gaze focused on Yun Ting. Seeing this, Yun Ting raised his eyes and looked calmly at Qin Ming, then scanned his indignant teammates before shaking his head with extreme determination. "Sorry, Teacher Qin." His voice was clear and calm, without the slightest hesitation. "I don't have the habit of drinking and making merry with people who tried to kill my teammates. And I certainly don't have a penchant for sucking up to those who treat us with cold indifference." He paused, his previously calm gaze turning sharp in an instant as he said coldly, "When someone wants to kill you, you still think about making peace. That's not magnanimity, it's stupidity and cowardice." After speaking, Yun Ting no longer looked at Qin Ming's suddenly frozen expression, turned around, and walked straight toward the arena exit. The members of the royal fighting team looked at each other and then followed without hesitation. Yu Feng, Oslo, Shimo, Douluo Yan, and Yi Lingling walked past Qin Ming one by one without looking at him again, though their eyes revealed confusion and a faint hint of disappointment. They couldn't understand why their lead teacher wasn't siding with them, but instead with the enemies who had almost killed them. Yun Ting, Yanzi, Yu. Qin Ming reached out his hand, but ultimately let it drop feebly. He watched the backs of his students as they left resolutely, opened his mouth, and finally let out a long sigh filled with exhaustion and bitterness. He clearly felt that an invisible barrier had already formed between him and the students he had poured his heart and soul into training. Flender and Zhao Wuji, standing to the side, took all of this in, their hearts also filled with mixed emotions. They hadn't expected Qin Ming to pay such a price to ease the relationship, nearly becoming estranged from his own students. Afterward, Flender steeled himself and stepped forward, patting Qin Ming's shoulder, his voice dry. Qin Ming, forget it, the academy, and I appreciate your sentiment. Tonight, I'll host a dinner to welcome you back. We'll just have a gathering among our own. Hearing this, Qin Ming forced a smile and thanked Flender. Thank you, Dean. But his gaze still involuntarily drifted toward the direction where the royal fighting team had disappeared, his eyes complex. He began to deeply doubt whether the harmony and old ties he insisted on were truly correct in the face of hatred and harm. Had he done something wrong? Meanwhile, in Swotuo City, inside the hotel room where the royal fighting team was staying, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Yun Ting looked around at his dejected teammates and, without saying much, directly took out 3 lotus-like flowers that were entirely crimson from the wishful 100 treasure purse. Baozi, Old Mo. Yun Ting handed the 3 top-tier medicinal herbs to the 3 of them. This is the 10,000-year level cinnabar lotus. Its medicinal power can not only help you break through the level 40 bottleneck but also contains a unique cold property because it grows in frigid lands. After absorption, your spirit attributes might gain a hint of frigid power, providing unexpected bonuses to both defense and attack. The 3 of them were stunned at first, and then a surge of immense joy instantly flooded their hearts. They carefully took the shimmering cinnabar lotuses, feeling the vast energy contained within, and were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. At this moment, Yu Feng watched from the side with envious eyes, feeling a bit lost as he looked at Yun Ting expectantly. Seeing this, Yun Ting looked at him, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Don't worry, you won't be left out. I made a deal with your grandfather, your share is even better than theirs. As soon as he said this, not only was Yu Feng stunned, but Oslo, Shimo also looked over with faces full of surprise. Captain, you know my grandfather. You know that I'm Yu Feng, or rather, Bai Chenxiang? Asked stutteringly, her face full of disbelief. Yun Ting nodded. Speed Clan, Bai Chenxiang, am I right? This is the immortal herb obtained after my deal with your grandfather, he asked me to bring it to you. As he spoke, Yun Ting took a warm jade box from the wishful 100 treasure purse and opened the lid. Immediately, an incredibly scorching aura spread out. Inside the jade box, a medicinal herb shaped like a coxcomb, yet entirely red gold and seemingly surrounded by the phantom of a phoenix, lay quietly. This item is named the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Yun Ting handed the jade box to Bai Chenxiang. Absorb it, and your needle-tailed swift spirit will evolve. It will not only possess the Fire Phoenix bloodline but also completely break free from the curse and shackles of having no attack power due to the pursuit of speed. As for how far you can go in the future, that will depend on yourself. Hearing this, Bai Chenxiang's hands trembled as she took the jade box, looking at the immortal herb that brought her hope. Thinking of what kind of price her grandfather Bai he must have paid for this immortal herb and for her eyes instantly turned red, and tears welled up. Don't let your grandfather down, Yun Ting said, his voice calm yet powerful. Douluo Yan also stepped forward at this time, affectionately putting her arm around Bai Chenxiang's shoulder, a hint of playfulness and a smile on her originally cold face. Well, Bai Chenxiang, you actually hid the fact that you were cross-dressing as a man from us for so long. This is great, now there's another girl in the team. Finally, Ling Ling and I will have a companion when we go shopping. Chapter 82. The choice for the sixth spirit ring. The storytelling king Yun Ting is back online. Bai Chenxiang broke into a smile through her tears, giving Du Guyan a grateful look before bowing deeply and solemnly to Yun Ting. Captain, thank you. I definitely won't let Grandpa or you down. After speaking, she tightly clutched the jade box and impatiently returned to her room to absorb its contents. Oslo and the other two also left with excitement and envy, returning to their own rooms to absorb their immortal herbs. In an instant, only Yun Ting, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling remained in the room. Seeing this, Yun Ting took out the 8 spider lances, which shimmered with a purplish-black luster, from his storage spirit tool and handed them to Du Guyan. Senior sister, this is for you. It's an external spirit bone from a man-faced demon spider, and it's a good match for your jade phosphor flood dragon spirit. Seeing this, Du Guyan took the 8 spider lances with surprise and joy. Feeling the powerful energy within, she smiled so broadly her eyes curved into crescents. She playfully leaned closer to Yun Ting and said, "Thank you, junior brother. Then I won't be polite." With that, she pulled Yi Lingling toward her room, saying, "Lingling, come be my protector." The two women also entered the inner room. In the blink of an eye, Yun Ting was the only one left in the living room. Just then, a jade-green figure appeared silently in the room. It was Du Gubo. He glanced at the tightly closed door of the inner room, and sensing the fluctuations of Du Guyan starting to absorb the spirit bone, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Yun Ting, his expression turning serious. "Good disciple, tell me the truth. What are your plans for your 6th spirit ring? That 100,000-year rabbit." As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Let's just ignore the agreement with that bastard Tang Hao. We should find an opportunity to kill that old rabbit directly and absorb its spirit ring and spirit bone." Hearing this, Yun Ting slowly shook his head. He looked at Du Gubo, his eyes revealing a deep-seated ambition. "Teacher, your thinking is correct, but the scope can be even larger. By scheming around that old rabbit, we can bring ourselves even greater benefits." He paused, his voice lowering, yet it sounded like a clap of thunder in Du Gubo's ears. "Think about it. The old rabbit has a deep relationship with the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python in the Stardo Great Forest. If we use the rabbit's life as leverage to force them to submit, perhaps we won't just get the rabbit's spirit ring and spirit bone. It's even possible to make those 2 forest emperors sacrifice their 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones to senior sister and me." These words were like a bolt from the blue. A terrifying glint suddenly erupted from Du Gubo's eyes. His breathing instantly became incredibly rapid, and his chest heaved violently. He gripped his beard tightly, his voice trembling slightly from extreme excitement. Force the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape too. Sacrifice. This. A scene instantly flashed through his mind. The 2 forest emperors, in extreme rage and unwillingly, in order to save the life of that rabbit, would be forced to sacrifice their massive spirit power from 100,000 years of cultivation and their precious spirit bones to his precious disciple and granddaughter. If successful, Yun Ting would once again obtain a powerful 100,000-year spirit ring, and his Yan Yan would also have the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone she dreamed of. A jade phosphor flood dragon spirit paired with a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, how powerful would that be? In the future, she could directly challenge the Super Douluo realm. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable flush of excitement rose on Du Gubo's old face. His eyes were filled with greed and fanaticism, as if he could already see that brilliant future. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, good. What an insidious and ruthless scheme. This old man likes it. I like it very much." Yun Ting looked at Du Gubo's near-frenzied state and understood. Du Gubo was indeed someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance and was ruthless to the core. He understood the plan almost instantly. He was a truly ruthless man who would do anything for profit and his loved ones. After a moment, Du Gubo barely managed to suppress the overwhelming waves in his heart. He took a few deep breaths, and his eyes regained some clarity, though the heat within them hadn't diminished in the slightest. He looked at Yun Ting, his tone carrying unprecedented solemnity and expectation. "Disciple, although this plan is brilliant, the risk is enormous. We must plan carefully and ensure nothing goes wrong. Those 2 beasts are not easy to deal with, however, if it really succeeds. He licked his lips, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Even if I have to bet my life, it would be worth it. He shifted the topic, looking at Yunting and continuing, since we can't touch that old rabbit for now, how will you solve your current 6th spirit ring? You can't just wait indefinitely. Yunting seemed to have a plan already formed, saying calmly, don't worry, teacher. I already have a target for the 6th spirit ring. I plan to have the Blue Silver King sacrifice itself. The Blue Silver King is a dual attribute spirit beast of spirit and life. It can comprehend paths on the mental level and has extraordinary potential. It's perfect for my 6th spirit ring. The Blue Silver King. Douluo was startled. Although it's a decent top-tier plant-type spirit beast, its cultivation is only just over 90,000 years, isn't it? Hearing this, Yunting explained, although the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well can accelerate its growth, if it follows the natural course, it would indeed take another 3 to 5 years for the Blue Silver King to break through to 100,000 years. Douluo frowned slightly and asked, then we just wait like this? Yunting shook his head and smiled confidently. Teacher, my first spirit ability is called the Blue Silver Domain. After the spirit ring broke through to 100,000 years, I mastered its ultimate profound truth, all rivers run into the sea. I can extract the life energy of all blue-silver grass within a certain range and gather it into the Blue Silver King, helping it break through the 100,000-year bottleneck in a short time. Hearing this, Douluo gasped, his eyes full of wonder. All rivers run into the sea. Good disciple, you even have such heaven-defying methods. Since you have a complete plan, I won't ask any more questions. I'll support you with everything I have. With those words, he was completely at ease, having great faith in his disciple's words. Then, Douluo seemed to remember something, and his gaze became somewhat playful. By the way, disciple, we've been out for quite some time. It's about time we returned to Heaven Do City. Once we're back, how do you plan to deal with Crown Prince Shuiqing and Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? With their personalities as cunning as old foxes, it won't be something that can be handled with just a few words. Hearing this, a glint of craftiness flashed in Yunting's eyes. He gently stroked his chin and smiled. It seems it's time for another storytelling session. This time, perhaps we can pull off an empty-handed white wolf scam and get some good things from our fabulously wealthy schoolmaster Ning and His Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing the calculating glint constantly flashing in Yunting's eyes, Douluo couldn't help but laugh heartily, pointing at Yunting. You brat, you're going to start swindling people again. But this old man likes it. Ha ha ha. Fine, just tell me how you need me to cooperate. Chapter 83. Yu Xiaoging, who doesn't treat Flender as a brother. Inside the hotel, Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo finished their absorption one after another. The spirit power of all three broke through to the rank 40 bottleneck, and their auras became much more refined. Douluo also successfully absorbed the 8 spider lances and walked out of the room with Yi Lingling. Then, under the pressure of Douluo's spirit power, she completely fused with the 8 spider lances. Although her spirit power rank did not increase, her physical constitution was strengthened. Not long after, a scorching aura emanated from Bai Chenxiang's room. Immediately after, she also walked out, but her appearance had changed almost completely, appearing before everyone in women's clothing for the first time. Shangshang, you look so good. Douluo stepped forward gracefully, her hands wandering shamelessly over Bai Chenxiang's body, looking every bit the female hooligan. Shangshang, quickly show us what your evolved spirit looks like, Douluo urged while groping. Hearing this, Bai Chenxiang nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed red. Then, spirit power surged as she slowly raised her right hand. A fierce bird with a body of crimson red appeared, its wings burning like raging flames and 6 fiery golden tails trailing behind, radiating an intensely scorching aura. This is a 6-tailed scarlet yuan, a lower-tier species of the fire phoenix and a top-tier fire attribute beast spirit. The knowledgeable Douluo spoke first, his gaze towards Bai Chenxiang holding a trace of admiration. Yunting swept his eyes over the group, nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, good. Since you've all broken through, there's no time to waste. We'll set off now for the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for your 4th spirit rings. After escaping Douluo's clutches, The shy Bai Chenxiang hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Captain, aren't we waiting for Teacher Qin? Shouldn't we notify him?" Mentioning Qin Ming instantly made the atmosphere in the room turn subtle. Oslo, Shimo, and Shimo all fell silent, their expressions complex. Du Guyan also frowned slightly. They couldn't forget Qin Ming's bias towards Shrek on the arena, yet years of teacher-student affection left them with a sour feeling in their hearts. Yun Ting took in everyone's reactions. He knew well that in the original story, Qin Ming would soon leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy to follow Shrek to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Moreover, he had disguised himself as Tang San and beaten Shui Bang. Shui Bang would definitely not let the matter with Shrek Academy slide as easily as in the original story. Thoughts raced through Yun Ting's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. He decisively declared, "Teacher Qin has finally reunited with his mentor. Let them spend more time together. We shouldn't disturb them. After the spirit hunt, we'll return directly to the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Yun Ting's words were in order. Though their thoughts differed, everyone immediately bowed and responded, "Yes, Captain." Soon, the royal fighting team quietly left Swotuo City, heading towards the Star Do Great Forest. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room at the Swotuo City Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Although the injuries of the Shrek 7 Devils had mostly recovered, their spirits were low. Only Ma Hongjun, as carefree as in the original story, continued wolfing down food heartlessly. At the head of the table, Flender, Zhao Wuji, and Yu Shaogang accompanied Qin Ming. Yu Shaogang took a sip of wine and glanced at Qin Ming as if casually, his tone probing. "Qin Ming, as the leader of the royal fighting team now, you must know that little bastard Yun Ting quite well. His spirit abilities seem rather peculiar, especially that ability to create vine armor. I wonder what kind of spirit beast it comes from, and what its age limit is." To ensure Tang San could defeat Yun Ting at the Spirit Master Tournament a year later, Yu Shaogang had thrown all shame to the wind, directly inquiring about Yun Ting's information. Qin Ming put down his wine cup, frowned slightly, and looked at Yu Shaogang with a displeased expression. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Grandmaster, the specific details of Yun Ting's spirit abilities are team secrets. I cannot disclose them." His words directly shut down Yu Shaogang's probing. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang looked as if he had swallowed something vile. His already stiff face turned even more rigid. He forced out 2 dry laughs and stopped questioning further, but a deeper gloom flickered in the depths of his eyes. Flender, sitting nearby, had no idea what madness had taken Yu Shaogang. He quickly clinked cups with Qin Ming and hurriedly changed the subject. After several rounds of dishes and drinks. At this point, Qin Ming looked at Flender and cautiously asked, "Dean, the Heaven Do Royal Academy possesses the best mimicry cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. I wonder if the Dean would be willing to bring the Shrek Juniors and join the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Qin Ming's actions were entirely out of good intentions. After graduating from Shrek Academy, he had gone to Heaven Do City. His years in Heaven Do City had broadened his horizons considerably. He also realized he had missed out on too many things during his time at Shrek Academy. For example, the Spirit Master Tournament held every 5 years, this elite event gathering young Spirit Masters from across the continent. Because Shrek Academy lacked the qualification to participate, he had missed it entirely, which Qin Ming found deeply regrettable. Therefore, to ensure these juniors, whose talents surpassed even his own, could have a bright future, Qin Ming could only brace himself and tentatively ask Flender. Hearing this, Flender immediately showed resistance on his face and shook his head vehemently. "No. Xiao Ming, you know this. Shrek Academy is my life's work. I will never merge it into another academy." Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang, sitting nearby, suddenly put down his chopsticks. His raspy voice rose sharply, carrying an impatient, piercing tone. "Flender, have you lost your mind? For the children's future, for them to achieve good results in the tournament, which will prove my theories. What does your personal life's work matter? Also, can you provide them with a mimicry cultivation environment? Furthermore, can you provide them with the qualification to participate in the All-Continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament a year from now? And all of this, the Heaven Do Royal Academy can provide for the children. This is the best choice, Flender, do you understand?" After speaking, a fanatical light flickered in Yu Shaogang's eyes, as if he could already see the Shrek 7 devils, under the guidance of his invincible theories and with the Royal Academy's resources, sweeping through the tournament. That would be his perfect opportunity to make a name for himself and wash away the title of trash. As for Flender's life's work, that wasn't important. Flender, infuriated by Yu Xiaoging's merciless words, turned red in the face, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yu Xiaoging. You. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow tightly. Although Yu Xiaoging's words were for the children's good, he felt something was off. After a fierce argument, bombarded continuously by Yu Xiaoging's greater good, and, for the children's future, rhetoric, Flender finally slumped into his seat, closed his eyes in pain, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Fine, I agree. Hearing this, a victorious smile instantly appeared on Yu Xiaoging's face, which he then immediately suppressed, turning to look at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, since Flender agrees to merge Shrek Academy into the Heaven Do Royal Academy, I have several conditions you must agree to. If you cannot make the decision, I can go to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. Grand Master, you know people in the Spirit Hall. Qin Ming looked at Yu Xiaoging curiously, then added, the Spirit Hall doesn't seem to have authority over my Heaven Do Royal Academy, does it? Yu Xiaoging coughed awkwardly upon hearing this and said stiffly, that's none of your concern. I just want to know if you can represent the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Qin Ming nodded and said, as long as the demands aren't too excessive, I can make the decisions. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoging immediately laid out his conditions. First, the Shrek 7 devils must be under my sole authority for instruction. The Heaven Do Royal Academy must not interfere with my training methods. Second, their spirit ring hunts must also be handled by us personally. The Academy can only provide assistance. Third, when we wish to leave, the Heaven Do Royal Academy has no right to stop us. Also, Yu Xiaoging he went on and on about all sorts of unreasonable demands, as if the Heaven Do Royal Academy was begging them to join. As Qin Ming listened to these excessive demands, his expression grew increasingly grim. But thinking of the Shrek 7 Devil's exceptional talent, they shouldn't be buried like he once was. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his displeasure and, bracing himself, agreed to each one. All right, Grand Master, I will do my best to secure your demands from the Academy. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoging nodded with great satisfaction, downing cup after cup of wine. Chapter 84. The Shrek 7 Devils and Yu Xiaoging lost in immortal herb fantasies. A storm brews in Heaven Do City. The banquet continued, but the atmosphere had grown somewhat strange. Ning Rongrong, as if suddenly remembering something, asked softly, Senior Qin Ming, I felt that Senior Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia seemed a bit different from what's recorded, its aura was stronger. Do you know what's going on? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming thought for a moment, figuring the matter couldn't be hidden forever, and spoke frankly, Lingling's spirit did indeed evolve. It should now be called the Sacred Heart Begonia. And it's not just her, Yanzi's Jade Phosphor Serpent spirit also evolved. Spirit evolution, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. A memory flashed in her mind, and her eyes shone with intense desire as she urgently asked, could it be that Poison Douluo encountered a master who possesses other immortal herbs? As soon as the words, immortal herb, were uttered, Tang San, who had been silently eating, abruptly raised his head. His eyes blazed with a frightening intensity as he stared fixedly at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, how do you know about immortal herbs? Startled by this sudden turn, Ning Rongrong immediately explained, a few years ago, Poison Douluo released a message stating his intention to trade an immortal herb named Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb, for other immortal herbs capable of curing the backlash poison of his spirit. This matter spread widely, it's no secret among the major powers. Phantom Aroma Bewitching Violet Silk Immortal Herb. Tang San's breathing suddenly became extremely ragged, his heart pounding wildly. As a disciple of the Tang sect and the possessor of the mysterious Heaven treasure record, he understood all too well the value of this immortal herb. Tang San hadn't expected this world to truly have immortal herbs. That meant other immortal herbs might also exist. Ning Rongrong, observing Tang San's reaction, asked curiously, Brother San, do you perhaps know about other immortal herbs? If you're willing to share your knowledge of immortal herbs, my 7 treasure glazed tile school can purchase it at a high price. Tang San took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His mind raced, and he told a lie, I accidentally found a tattered ancient book when I was a child. It recorded some peculiar medicinal herbs, among which was the phantom aroma bewitching violet silk immortal herb. Unfortunately, I thought it was a book of nonsense at the time, so later I threw it away. Tang San's words were half-truths and half-falsehoods, his tone laced with regret. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang immediately rebuked him urgently. How foolish! Little San, how could you throw away such a precious ancient text? He then pressed on breathlessly. Little San, did that ancient book mention, did it mention any immortal herbs that could allow San Pao to evolve? Yu Shaogang's voice trembled, as if he had grasped at a final lifeline. Tang San wore a troubled expression, pondering before saying, Teacher, I need to know what spirit your Luo San Pao originally mutated from to make a judgment. Yu Shaogang's face changed color, his inner struggle evident. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and whispered, My spirit, mutated from the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Everyone present was shocked. They hadn't expected Yu Shaogang to be a direct descendant of the upper three sects, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Tang San pretended to ponder deeply, then feigned a flash of inspiration, saying, The ancient book seemed to mention an immortal herb called the 9-ranked dragon Ganoderma, said to be born bathed in dragon's blood and containing the aura of a true dragon. Perhaps, it could stimulate teacher's spirit, causing it to reverse its mutation and return to the path of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang's face instantly flushed crimson. Trembling with excitement all over, he seemed to already see himself casting off the title of waste, and regaining a powerful spirit, sinking deep into fantasy. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, quickly followed up, Brother San, then are there any immortal herbs suitable for our 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Hearing this, Tang San seized the opportunity to list out one by one the immortal herbs originally belonging to the Shrek 7 devils, such as the Kiluo tulip. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others, upon hearing about immortal herbs suitable for themselves, erupted with desire in their eyes, as if those herbs were already within their grasp. The gloom from their recent crushing defeat by the royal fighting team was swept away, replaced by immersion in fantasies of their power skyrocketing. Watching this scene, Qin Ming couldn't hold back any longer and said with a look of utter speechlessness, Junior brothers and sisters, even if you know about immortal herbs, so what? Just by the sound of it, these immortal herbs are heaven and earth treasures that are met by chance, not sought. As far as I know, the only confirmed source of immortal herbs capable of evolving spirits seems to be known only to poison Douluo and Yunting. Qin Ming's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the fantasy fervor of all the Shrek members. Exactly. What's the use of knowing? They have no idea where to find the immortal herbs. Meanwhile, their opponents, the royal fighting team, have genuinely enhanced their strength through the immortal herbs. The gap between the two sides will only grow wider. Tang San's face instantly turned deathly pale, his fists clenched so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. Once again, he felt that deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation. Defeat Yunting. With what? Back at the Nuoding Academy, he had sworn to defeat Yunting and wash away the disgrace, yet now the gap between him and Yunting was only widening. Instantly, Tang San began to sink into deep self-doubt. Could he really defeat Yunting? Beside him, Xiao Wu watched Tang San's pained expression, her heart aching for him. She thought of the immortal herbs Tang San had mentioned and then of the rich life energy at the core of the Star Do Great Forest, the Lake of Life. An idea sprouted in her mind. She quietly tugged at Tang San's sleeve and whispered, Brother, draw me a copy of the appearance and characteristics of those immortal herbs. Maybe I can find them. I can ask Daming and Erming to help look. Xiao Wu, you're not lying to me? Tang San asked, a faint spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wu nodded, then told a lie, Brother, my younger brothers Daming and Erming are herbalists. They should be able to find them. These names. Tang San didn't continue. He couldn't very well tell Xiao Wu that Daming and Erming sounded like dog names. Afterward, he whispered in Xiao Wu's ear, Xiao Wu, once we're back at the academy, I'll immediately draw you a catalogue of the immortal herbs. The next day, Qin Ming bid farewell to Flender and the others. He needed to leave first, rushing back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to inform the committee members about the Shrek 7 Devils. The Shrek members also needed time to pack their belongings before they could set off for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Returning to the hotel where the royal fighting team had stayed, he found that Yun Ting and the others had already left. Qin Ming sighed and left Suotuo City alone. 5 days later, a luxurious carriage pulled up at the main gate of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Finally, we're back. Oslo was the first to step down from the carriage, stretching his entire body and breathing in the familiar fresh air. Immediately after, Yun Ting and the others also disembarked. Several consecutive days of carriage travel had left everyone looking somewhat weary. Seeing this, Yun Ting instructed everyone to return home and rest for a week, while also familiarizing themselves with the spirit abilities they had just obtained. 1 week later, they would resume their regular training. Simultaneously, news of the royal fighting team's return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy was immediately delivered to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Crown Prince's mansion. Chapter 85. 70,000-year-old Azure Eagle King Right Leg Bone. Yun Ting and Du Guyan had just arrived at the gates of the Dugu residence when they saw 2 extremely luxurious carriages, bearing the insignias of the imperial family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, parked to the side. The old butler, Uncle Fu, had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing the 2, he hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, "Young Lord, young Miss, Schoolmaster Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Senior Sword Douluo, and the Crown Prince have already arrived. They are currently conversing with the master in the living room." Yun Ting's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, Ning Fengji and Shui Qing, their information is quite well informed. Although I expected them to come, I didn't think they would be so impatient, he thought. On the surface, however, he remained impassive, only giving a slight nod. Beside him, Du Guyan hated these kinds of occasions the most. Hearing this, she immediately furrowed her brows and grumbled, "So annoying, more of these superficial formalities. Junior brother, you and Grandpa deal with them yourselves. I'm going to find Lingling to play." After saying that, without waiting for Yun Ting's response, her figure flashed, and she disappeared down the path at the side of the residence like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Yun Ting shook his head helplessly and stepped into the residence alone. Passing through the courtyard and entering the spacious and elegant meeting room, he saw Du Gubo accompanying Ning Fengji, Chen Qin, and Crown Prince Shui Qing while sipping tea and chatting. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but it was actually filled with hidden barbs. The tea on the table had already been refilled several times. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long while. "Teacher, Schoolmaster Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Yun Ting stepped into the hall and greeted them calmly. He then sat down in an empty seat on his own, his demeanor natural and composed, not showing the slightest bit of restraint despite the status of those present. Seeing this, Du Gubo and the others nodded in response. After a few more pleasantries and a few cups of tea, Ning Fengji subtly gave Shui Qing a look. Shui Qing understood, put down his teacup, and with a warm and friendly smile on his face, naturally began to converse with Yun Ting, starting with the experiences of the royal fighting team. Then, the conversation naturally drifted toward the purpose of their visit. "I heard that Brother Yun Ting encountered a significant opportunity during your outing. I wonder if it has anything to do with the immortal herb His Holiness Dugu requires." Yun Ting sneered inwardly, knowing the main act was beginning. Fortunately, he was well prepared. With a perfectly timed look of reflection on his face, he followed the lead and said, "Your Highness is well informed. Indeed, there were some encounters during this training." He paused, and under the focused gazes of Ning Fengji and Shui Qing, he slowly told the story he had already prepared. "While we were hunting for spirit rings in the Stardo Great Forest, we encountered a titled Douluo Senior. To be precise, that senior took the initiative to find us, wanting to trade for the phantom aroma bewitching violet silk immortal herb in my teacher's hands." Hearing this, Ning Fengji and Shui Qing exchanged a glance, a look of realization flashing in their eyes without any suspicion. In their view, someone who could possess and be willing to bring out an immortal herb must undoubtedly be a titled Douluo level expert. Then, Ning Fengji asked tentatively, "Oh, do you know that His Holiness's name?" At this point, Du Gubo timely picked up the conversation. He snorted, his tone carrying a hint of frustration and wariness. That old fellow concealed his appearance and even used camouflage on his aura. Even after roaming the continent for many years, I couldn't recognize his origin. However, that majestic spirit power cannot be faked. His strength is definitely not below mine. Otherwise, as he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Du Gubo's eyes, the meaning being self-evident. If their strengths hadn't been equal, he would have long since resorted to force to take it. Hearing this, the expressions of Ning Fengji, Shui Qing, and Chen Xin all stiffened. A mysterious titled Douluo with strength no weaker than Dugubo had appeared on the continent. This was no small matter. Ning Fengji sighed softly. It seems this continent is becoming less and less peaceful. Then, suppressing the shock in his heart, he became more concerned with practical issues. His Holiness Dugu, do you know how many immortal herbs that His Holiness possesses? Dugubo shook his head, putting on a pained expression. I'm not sure. That old fellow is very mysterious. To trade for immortal herbs from him, I not only gave up the phantom aroma bewitching violet silk immortal herb I had cherished for years, but I also almost emptied out the collection of most of my life, and I barely managed to exchange for two. I used one myself, and gave the other to Yanzi. As he spoke, with a thought, his spirit phantom appeared behind him, menacing dragon horns, dark gold vertical pupils, purplish-brown scales, and sharp dragon claws beneath his belly. Staring at Dugubo's evolved spirit, an irrepressible heat and longing instantly erupted in Ning Fengji's eyes. Spirit evolution. This was the ultimate goal the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had always dreamed of. Shui Qing only glanced at it before losing interest. He looked at Yun Ting and asked in a gentle tone, Brother Yun Ting is exceptionally gifted. Did that His Holiness not have an immortal herb suitable for you? Hearing this, Yun Ting's expression remained calm as he said with a hint of regret, perhaps it was my poor luck, but among the immortal herbs that Senior had, there wasn't one suitable for me. Seeing this, Shui Qing nodded and offered Yun Ting a few words of comfort. Ning Fengji also added a few words of agreement before looking at Dugubo and asking tentatively, His Holiness Dugu, could you introduce that His Holiness to us? Dugubo gave a bitter laugh and waved his hand. Schoolmaster Ning, it's not that I'm making excuses, but that person's movements are elusive. I don't know where he is now either. However, before he left, he did give me a directory of the immortal herbs he possesses and had me agree to a condition. Perhaps he will come looking for me again when he needs something in the future. An immortal herb directory. Ning Fengji's originally disappointed mood was instantly ignited by these words. A bright light shone in his eyes as he said urgently, His Holiness Dugu, could you transfer that directory to my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? You can name any price. Seeing this, Dugubo feigned difficulty and shook his head. Schoolmaster Ning, it's not that I'm stingy. These immortal herbs are just too precious. I plan to keep them as a family legacy and have no intention of selling. Hearing this, a look of great disappointment immediately appeared on Ning Fengji's face. Just then, Yun Ting suddenly spoke up, Teacher, I remember that in the directory, there seemed to be an immortal herb called the Kiluo tulip. Its characteristics are elegant and magnificent, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the radiance of the sun and moon. It is extremely compatible with the support characteristics of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. Perhaps, it could allow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. These 5 words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Ning Fengji's ears. He abruptly stood up, his breathing suddenly becoming incredibly rapid, and his body even trembled slightly with excitement. The Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was the unattainable dream that every sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had pursued throughout their lives. He stared intently at Yun Ting, his voice changing pitch. Little friend Yun Ting, is this true? After seeing Yun Ting nod slightly, Ning Fengji immediately looked at Dugubo and said excitedly, His Holiness Dugu, what do you need? As long as you give me the information on the Kiluo tulip, no matter what you want, my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will exhaust all its power to find it for you. Dugubo laughed inwardly seeing Ning Fengji lose his composure, but on the surface, he showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Schoolmaster Ning, you overstate it. Speaking of which, when Ah Fu used a spirit bone to exchange for medicinal herbs with your noble sect last time, the price given was quite fair. I remember that favor. How about this? Since Schoolmaster Ning is so sincere, I won't ask for much. 10,000-year spirit bone, any part will do, and the information on the Kiluo tulip will be yours. A 10,000-year spirit bone for information on a single immortal herb. It could be called an astronomical price. But at this moment, Faced with the temptation of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which was enough to change the fate of the sect, Ning Fengji didn't hesitate for a second and immediately responded, "Fine. It's a deal. His Holiness Douluo, please wait a moment. I will return to the sect right now to get the spirit bone." Having said that, he couldn't wait another moment. Exchanging a glance with Chen Xin, the two of them flashed and disappeared from the living room, showing how urgent his heart was. In the meeting room, only Douluo Bo, Yun Ting, and Shui Qing remained. The atmosphere was slightly subtle. Shui Qing gracefully took a sip of tea, his gaze falling on Douluo Bo. He smiled and said, "His Holiness Douluo, what school?" Master Ning sought was a specific immortal herb, but what I seek is the complete immortal herb directory in your hands. His tone was flat, but he dropped a bombshell. I am willing to exchange it for a 70,000-year-old spirit bone suitable for Brother Yun Ting. A 70,000-year-old spirit bone. Even though Douluo Bo was well-traveled and knowledgeable, he was startled by Shui Qinghei's grand gesture, his pupils shrinking as he took a sharp breath. A 70,000-year-old spirit bone could completely serve as a legacy spirit bone for any major power, its value was immeasurable. He was incredibly shocked. On one hand, he marveled that Shui Qing could actually produce such a precious spirit bone, and on the other, he secretly wondered where Shui Qing had obtained such a treasure. Although the imperial treasury had collections, it would definitely be a top-tier treasure of the treasury. How could it be given away so easily? Meanwhile, Yun Ting understood perfectly in his heart. He naturally knew that the Shui Qing before him was actually the generous little angel Qian Runshui, the young lord of the Spirit Hall. With the foundation of the Spirit Hall, producing a 70,000-year-old spirit bone was a simple matter. Qian Runshui's move was likely not just for the immortal herb directory, but more so with the intention of recruiting him. Seeing the two of them silent, Qian Runshui thought they didn't believe him. He smiled slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, a lead box appeared in his hand. He opened the lid, and in an instant, a sharp and peerless aura filled the room. Inside the lead box, a complete right leg bone lay quietly. It was streamlined and azure green, with what seemed like wind whirlpools flowing inside, emitting heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. "This is a 70,000-year-old azure eagle king right leg bone," Qian Runshui introduced. "After Brother Yun Ting absorbs it, his speed will be significantly increased. I wonder if this item is enough to exchange for the immortal herb directory in your Holiness's hands." Feeling the majestic power contained within that spirit bone, Douluo Bo's breathing couldn't help but quicken as he looked at Yun Ting. Seeing this, Yun Ting gave an almost imperceptible nod. Then, Douluo Bo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and smiled. "Your Highness the Crown Prince is full of sincerity. Why would I refuse?" As he spoke, he took out a prepared silk transcript from his robes and handed it over. "This is the transcript of the Immortal Herb Directory. Please take a look, Your Highness." Qian Runshui took the silk cloth, scanned it quickly, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He then pushed the lead box toward Yun Ting. Seeing this, Yun Ting offered his thanks and placed the precious 70,000-year-old Azure Eagle King right leg bone into his wishful 100 treasure purse. This transaction was a case of both parties getting what they needed, an unspoken agreement. After putting away the Immortal Herb Directory, Qian Runshui looked at the two of them, his tone gentle yet carrying a hint of being beyond question. "Today's matter is of great importance. Besides the three of us, I presume no fourth person will know of it." Yun Ting and Douluo Bo naturally understood the stakes and nodded simultaneously. "Your Highness, rest assured." Qian Runshui smiled with satisfaction and stood up. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer." Saying that, his gaze turned to Yun Ting. "Brother Yun Ting, could you see me out?" Having just received a 70,000-year-old spirit bone from Qian Runshui, Yun Ting naturally wouldn't brush off her face and rose to see her out. Chapter 86. The Shrek 7 Devils Are Not Valued. Xiao Wu Takes Action. The two walked side by side along the quiet corridor of the Douluo residence. Qian Runshui seemed to be chatting casually, but her words were constantly probing. "Brother Yun Ting, achieving such cultivation and insight at such a young age, your future is limitless. The empire is currently in need of talent. I wonder if Brother Yun Ting would be interested in coming to the Eastern Palace to assist this crown prince in handling some governmental affairs and governing this vast Heaven Do empire together. With your talent, you will certainly shine brightly." When I eventually inherit the throne, I will surely treat you with the position of imperial advisor. Hearing this, and considering he had just received the spirit bone, Yunting found it difficult to directly refuse Qian Runshui. He replied tactfully, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your favor. However, the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament is imminent, and I need to focus entirely on preparations. I truly cannot spare the time. Regarding this matter, could I perhaps give Your Highness a reply after the tournament concludes?" Hearing this, Qian Runshui did not press the matter. She smiled and nodded, "Very well. Then this crown prince shall look forward to good news from brother Yunting after the tournament." Qian Runshui believed that as long as Yunting saw the resources she could offer, he would naturally make a wise choice. After seeing Qian Runshui off, Yunting returned to the living room. He took out the Azure Eagle King right leg bone and said to Douluo, "Teacher, the quality of this spirit bone is excellent. If you absorb it, your strength will surely advance further." Hearing this, Douluo shook his head resolutely, "No, this spirit bone should be saved for Yan Yan." Seeing his reaction, Yunting had expected this and advised, "Teacher, currently, enhancing your strength is more crucial. Think about it. Only if you become stronger will we have a greater certainty of dealing with Tang Hao. When that time comes, won't the complete set of spirit bones on his body belong to senior sister?" When Tang Hao and his spirit bones were mentioned, a greedy light instantly burst forth in Douluo's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he grinned and laughed, "Ha ha ha. Good disciple is right. This old man was short-sighted. I'll take this spirit bone. Once we slaughter that bastard Tang Hao, Yan Yan will get an even better set." Before long, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo returned, operating with extreme efficiency. Ning Fengji handed a lead box to Douluo. Inside the box was a left shin bone emitting a cyan glow. "Brother Douluo, this is a 20,000-year storm devil wolf left shin bone. Please inspect it." Douluo took it. After confirming the item was correct, he handed Ning Fengji the silk cloth on which he had already written the appearance and characteristics of the Kiluo tulip. Ning Fengji received the light, fluttering silk cloth, his hands trembling slightly as if he were holding the world's most precious treasure. He carefully unfolded it, his eyes greedily scanning every word. Expressions of ecstasy, excitement, and anticipation flickered across his face. The hope of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda rested upon this small piece of silk cloth. He carefully put away the silk cloth, then gave Douluo a solemn bow, "Thank you, brother Douluo. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will engrave this kindness upon our hearts." Afterward, he and Chen Xin hurriedly departed, eager to return and study this hope concerning the sect's future. Meanwhile, inside the academic committee office of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Qin Ming stood before the 3 committee members, Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin, reporting the news that Shrek Academy was willing to merge, while also relaying the harsh conditions proposed by Yu Shaogang. After listening to Qin Ming's narration, the expressions of the 3 committee members instantly darkened. Meng Shenji frowned deeply, tapping his fingers on the desk. The talent of the Shrek 7 Devils is indeed rare. But the conditions proposed by Yu Shaogang are simply too disrespectful to our Heaven Do Royal Academy. Bai Baoshan's bloated old face was also filled with indignation. Completely independent teaching authority, autonomous spirit ring hunting, freedom to come and go. No right to stop them. They also demand that we provide the best simulated environment and guaranteed promotion slots. How is this a merger? They are clearly asking us to invite several lords back to serve, and we have to pay extra resources. Ji Lin sighed and looked at Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin, I believe your initial intention was good. But you must understand that the academy has its rules, and Yu Shaogang's theories are highly controversial in the Spirit Master's world. If we let him teach completely independently, who will bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? If the academy is not allowed to interfere with spirit ring hunting, how can the students' safety be guaranteed? Most importantly, if they leave after completing their studies, wouldn't the academy's massive resource investment be a total loss? How would we explain ourselves to His Highness the Crown Prince and His Majesty when that happens?" Hearing this, Qin Ming looked troubled and argued, 3 committee members, although that Grand Master, the Shrek 7 Devils he trained are indeed quite strong. Furthermore, Dean Flender guaranteed that they would compete for honor under the name of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Meng Shenji interrupted him, his tone serious. Honor. Qin Ming, you must understand that the foundation of the academy is to cultivate spirit masters loyal to the empire. Yu Shaoging's conditions have already crossed the academy's bottom line. How about this? Go back and tell them that we can grant maximum autonomy in teaching, but the academy must send senior teachers to audit and supervise. For spirit ring hunting, the academy can provide full support, but it must be led by a spirit saint grade teacher from our academy to ensure safety. They must compete for the academy in the Soul Master tournament 6 years from now, the one after the next. This is our absolute bottom line and cannot be changed. If Shrek Academy does not agree, then this matter is dropped. With the royal fighting team led by Yunting, the 3 committee members were not at all worried about failing to win the Soul Master Tournament Championship 1 year later, so they did not value the Shrek 7 Devils as much as in the original story. Seeing the resolute attitude of the 3 committee members, Qinming knew there was no room for negotiation. He could only give a bitter smile and accept the order. Yes, committee members. When Dean Flender and the others arrive at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, I will relay this message. Swotuo City, Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu carefully put away the immortal herb catalog that Tang San had meticulously drawn, concealing it close to her body. She walked up to Tang San and whispered, "Brother, I want to set off now to find Da Ming and Ming. They often gather herbs deep in the mountains and have extensive knowledge. Maybe they can find some clues based on this catalog. When the time comes, we will meet up in Heaven Do City." Hearing this, Tang San's heart tightened. He subconsciously grabbed Xiao Wu's wrist and worried, "Xiao Wu, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about I go with you?" Xiao Wu shook her head, pulled her hand free from Tang San's grasp, and tried hard to force a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, brother. Da Ming and Ming are very powerful. With them, I'll be fine." Xiao Wu absolutely could not let Tang San follow her, or her identity would be exposed. Looking at Xiao Wu's determined eyes, although Tang San was extremely reluctant and worried, he knew Xiao Wu had a stubborn personality, so he could only repeatedly caution her. "Then you must be careful. Come back immediately if you encounter danger. The immortal herbs aren't important, your safety is the most important thing." "I know, you nag." Xiao Wu chided sweetly, turned around, waved her hand, and disappeared at the end of the road after a few leaps. Tang San looked in the direction she left, his heart filled with anxiety and anticipation. Meanwhile, at the blood-soaked and cruel end of the Hell Road in the distant Slaughter City, Tang Hao was covered in blood, his clothes ragged, but his body remained upright like a towering mountain. His clear sky hammer was stained with thick, dark red blood, and at his feet lay the corpse of an enormous serpent with 10 terrifying heads, the 10-headed fierce Yang serpent. Tang Hao bent down and dug out an inner elixir the size of a fist from one of the giant snake's heads, which exuded an intensely fiery aura of ultimate yang and rigidity. He rubbed the 10-headed fierce Yang serpent's inner elixir, a complex expression appearing on his scruffy face as he muttered, "It's quite a good item." Afterward, he placed the inner elixir into his storage spirit tool, and his figure flashed, vanishing from the Hell Road. Chapter 87. Blue-Silver Domain's highest profound truth. All rivers run into the sea. The outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. A pink figure nimbly weaved through the woods. It was Xiao Wu, who had left Swotuo City. A hint of urgency was visible on her pretty face. After confirming no one was around, she stopped, took a deep breath, and cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone. A peculiar ripple of spirit power accompanied her crisp shout as it traveled deep into the forest. Ming. The voice echoed through the woods, transmitting into the distance with a special vibration. After a moment of silence, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the booming sound of trees being brutally snapped came from the distance. A massive figure like a mountain, moving at an incredible speed completely at odds with its size, approached from afar and landed heavily in front of Xiao Wu. It was the Titan giant ape, Ming. Intimacy and confusion flickered in its lantern-sized yellow pupils. It let out a low whimper, seemingly asking Xiao Wu why she had returned alone. Xiao Wu tapped her toes and leapt onto Ming's broad, platform-like shoulder. She patted its rough skin and said, "Ming, take me back to the Lake of Life to find Da Ming." Ming let out a low growl in response, then took massive strides. Every step made the ground tremble as it sprinted toward the innermost core of the Stardow Great Forest. Wherever it passed, spirit beasts under 10,000 years fled in terror, creating an eerie vacuum zone. Before long, the lake of life. The lake water was as clear as a mirror, brimming with a life aura so dense it wouldn't disperse, as if it were the heart of the entire forest. However, Ming's arrival broke the tranquility of this place. Just as Xiao Wu jumped down from Ming's shoulder, ripples suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. A massive bull's head slowly emerged from the water, its serpentine body winding, radiating a suffocating pressure. It was the sky azure bull python, Da Ming. Sister Xiao Wu, why have you suddenly returned? Did you encounter danger in the human world? Da Ming's deep voice sounded like muffled thunder, filled with concern. Xiao Wu looked up at the sky azure bull python who cared for her, her heart warming instantly. She shook her head and replied, Da Ming, I'm doing very well in the human world. I haven't encountered any danger. As she spoke, she took a roll of clean silk cloth from the rabbit bag Tang San had bought her. It was covered with drawings and annotations of various exotic flowers and rare herbs. It was the immortal herb catalog meticulously drawn by Tang San. Da Ming, Ming, I've come back to look for something. Xiao Wu unfurled the silk cloth. Look, these are all very precious immortal herbs. They will be of great help to my and my partner's cultivation. Help me look for them and see where they might be, especially near the Lake of Life. Da Ming and Ming's massive pupils scanned the silk cloth. Although they were 100,000-year spirit beasts, they didn't know much about what human spirit masters called immortal herbs. However, since it was Sister Xiao Wu's request, the two beasts naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, Sister Xiao Wu, we'll start looking for you right away, Da Ming agreed in a muffled voice. Thus, the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest, centered around the Lake of Life, became unprecedentedly lively. Under the lead of the two forest emperors, Xiao Wu began a carpet-style search. The Titan giant ape roughly overturned rocks and mounds where herbs might grow. After being scolded by Xiao Wu, it began to search gently with a look of grievance. The sky azure bull python used its powerful mental force to scan every inch of the core circle's land to see if any of the immortal herbs from the silk cloth were present. For a time, the core circle was in chaos. 10,000-year spirit beasts were driven to flee in all directions, yet they dared not speak out despite their anger, wondering what kind of madness these two overlords had caught today. However, immortal herbs were not common vegetables. Even after searching through most of the core circle, not a single immortal herb was found, but Xiao Wu was not discouraged. Before she came, Tang San had told her that extreme environments had a higher probability of nurturing immortal herbs. So, Xiao Wu asked the sky azure bull python to go to extreme environments within the Stardo Great Forest to see if any immortal herbs existed, while she took the Titan giant ape to thoroughly search the core circle. Heaven Do City, Douluo residence secret chamber. Douluo Bo sat cross-legged, with the 70,000-year azure eagle king right leg bone, which emitted a sharp aura, floating in front of him. He took a deep breath, his spirit power surging as he began to guide the spirit bone to fuse with himself. The process was exceptionally smooth. The majestic spirit bone energy merged into his entire body, not only strengthening his right leg but also scouring his meridians, which had become somewhat sluggish due to his old age. Before long, under the impact of this energy, his rank 95 bottleneck quietly dissipated like snow melting in the spring sun. A majestic aura far exceeding before erupted from Douluo Bo, causing the air in the secret chamber to distort. Douluo Bo opened his eyes, which shone with brilliant light, and couldn't help but let out a long howl. Rank 96. Ha ha ha. This old man has finally stepped into the realm of a super Douluo. Feeling the surging power within him and his lighter, more agile body, Douluo Bo laughed heartily. After stabilizing his cultivation, Douluo Bo found Yunting, and the master and disciple immediately set off for the Sunset Forest's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. After entering the valley where the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was located, Yunting walked straight to the vicinity of the spring's confluence. There, a vine 10 meters tall and silver blue all over swayed gently, emitting powerful mental fluctuations and a life aura. It was the Blue Silver King, whose cultivation had reached 90,000 years. Blue Silver King, Yunting spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable majesty. Emperor, you have come, the Blue Silver King's mental fluctuation transmitted, filled with respect. Blue Silver King, I need you to sacrifice your 100,000-year cultivation to become my 6th spirit ring, Yunting directly stated his purpose. I will use the blue-silver domain's ultimate profound truth, all rivers run into the sea, to gather the life force of the thousands of subjects in this sunset forest and help you break through the 100,000-year mark as soon as possible. Yunting paused before continuing. After the sacrifice, your life origin will condense into a life grass seed, which is equivalent to a second rebirth, and your foundation will be stronger than before. With the cultivation bonus for plants from the ice and fire yin-yang well, in 1,000 years at most, you can return to the 100,000-year realm. So, Blue-Silver King, are you willing? Upon hearing this, the Blue-Silver King had almost no hesitation. Its vines bowed respectfully. To offer everything to my emperor is my honor. It won't take 1,000 years, I will surely be reborn as soon as possible to serve my emperor again. Yunting nodded and said no more. Then, he closed his eyes. His massive mental force and spirit power erupted simultaneously, and that blue-silver emperor spirit ring suddenly burst with a dazzling red light. Blue-silver domain ultimate profound truth, all rivers run into the sea. In the next second, with Yunting as the center, a circle of blue-gold light erupted from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions and covering most of the sunset forest in the blink of an eye. Countless ordinary blue-silver grass on the ground seemed to receive their Emperor's summons, one after another emitting faint blue specks of light. Then, these blue specks of light converged toward the ice and fire yin-yang well, like all rivers running into the sea. For a time, the entire ice and fire yin-yang well was enveloped in dense blue life energy, like a massive blue light cocoon. And the core of the light cocoon was the Blue-Silver King. Its vines grew thicker at a pace visible to the naked eye, becoming crystal clear as its aura surged higher and higher. 93,000 years, 95,000 years, 97,000 years. Chapter 88. Shui Bang's Plan. Douluo Yan absorbs the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner elixir. Ultimately, after gathering the vitality of nearly half the blue-silver grass in the forest, the Blue-Silver King's cultivation steadily came to a halt at the 99,000-year peak. It was just one step away from crossing the threshold of a 100,000-year soul beast. King, it was a success. The Blue-Silver King's mental fluctuations were filled with surprise and gratitude. Please rest assured, King. With the help of the energy dissipating from the ice and fire yin-yang well, I will surely break through the 100,000-year mark within a year at most. Feeling the Blue-Silver King's majestic vitality, Yunting nodded with satisfaction. Douluo, who was watching from the side, was shocked by the power of the Blue-Silver domain's profound truth, while also feeling gratified by his disciple's planning. He stepped forward and asked, "Good disciple, in a year's time when you absorb this Blue-Silver King's 100,000-year spirit ring, combined with the medicinal power of the crystal blood dragon ginseng and yearning heartbroken red that hasn't been fully refined in your body, I'm afraid you'll be able to directly reach a breakthrough to Spirit Saint. Your 7th spirit ring, do you have plans for it?" As he spoke, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Douluo's eyes. "How about this? Once the Soul Master tournament is over, we'll go straight to capture that old rabbit, then force the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in the Stardow Forest to have one of them perform a sacrifice for you." Yunting shook his head, his gaze deep. "Teacher, there's no rush. Moreover, to maximize the benefits, we cannot touch Xiaowu for the time being. As for the 7th spirit ring, I already have a target." As he spoke, he looked meaningfully toward the distance outside the window. Seeing that Yunting was confident, Douluo stopped asking. He had 100% trust in this disciple's calculation abilities. He just didn't know which 100,000-year spirit beast was going to be unlucky. Subsequently, the master and disciple left the ice and fire yin-yang well and returned to Heaven Do City. Inside a luxuriously decorated lounge at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Shui Bang was leisurely savoring fine wine when a student who looked like a lackey hurried in and whispered a few words in his ear. "Oh, Shrek Academy, that rural academy that's a bit famous in Suotuo City?" Shui Bang asked nonchalantly, swirling his wine glass. But when the lackey linked the words, Tang San, and Shrek Academy, together, the laziness on Shui Bang's face was instantly replaced by resentment. "I do not change my name when I travel, nor my surname when I sit. I am Tang San of Shrek Academy." He remembered it all. 6 years ago, it was this kid named Tang San who gave him a severe beating at the entrance of the Heaven Do Royal Academy and even humiliated him afterward. Tang San, I didn't go to Swotuo City to find you, yet you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Shui Bang gnashed his teeth, the wine glass in his hand creaking under his grip. Do you really think I, Shui Bang, am made of clay and have forgotten the grudge from back then? Immediately, a sinister light flashed in his eyes. He beckoned the lackey over and whispered a few instructions. Hearing this, the lackey was stunned for a moment, then a lewd and excited smile appeared on his face as he flattered, "Fourth Prince Highness, this move of yours is truly wicked. But I like it, he. You must let me watch from the side when the time comes." After speaking, the lackey turned and left quickly, clearly going to arrange Shui Bang's plan. Shui Bang watched the lackey's departing back, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably, his eyes filled with playfulness and the pleasure of revenge. Tang San, Heaven Do City isn't Swotuo City. Now that you're on my turf, let's see how this prince slowly plays you to death. The debt from 6 years ago, we'll settle it slowly, with interest. He could already envision the scene of Tang San kneeling and begging for mercy before him, and in high spirits, he drained the wine in his glass in one gulp. The vindictiveness and insidiousness of a profligate son were displayed vividly at this moment. Until this moment, Shui Bang had no idea that the person who beat him back then wasn't Tang San, but Yun Ting using camouflage to look like Tang San. A week later, early morning, Yun Ting and Du Guyan had finished packing and were preparing to head to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to begin restorative training. Just as they reached the gates of the Dugu residence, a dark shadow appeared abruptly on the stone steps like a Gui Mei, blocking their path. The newcomer was dressed in rags and was unkempt, with a faint scent of blood on his body. It was Tang Hao, who had returned from the Hell Road. Yun Ting's pupils constricted slightly as he instantly recognized the person. He paused his steps and shielded Du Guyan slightly behind him. Seeing this, Tang Hao's gaze swept over Yun Ting. Without any nonsense, he directly raised his hand and tossed an object over. The object was the size of a fist, entirely crimson, and emitted a supreme yang and fierce heat. It looked as if lava was flowing inside. Yun Ting reached out to catch it. It felt warm to the touch, even somewhat hot, and he immediately sensed the majestic energy contained within. Hiss. Beside him, the moment this inner elixir appeared, Du Guyan couldn't help but gasp. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously took half a step back. Although her jade phosphor flood dragon spirit was powerful, it ultimately originated from the jade phosphor serpent spirit. Facing the inner elixir of the 10-headed fierce young serpent, which was known as the supreme among serpents. That sense of suppression originating from her bloodline made her extremely uncomfortable, and her face turned slightly pale. Yun Ting looked at Du Guyan's abnormal state, then carefully sensed the aura of the inner elixir, confirming his suspicions. He looked up at Tang Hao, his tone calm with a hint of well-placed surprise. His Excellency, clear sky sufficiency is indeed staggering. In less than half a year, you have retrieved this 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir. Tang Hao gave a cold snort, his voice raspy and icy. The item has arrived. Remember your promise. If you dare to play tricks. He didn't finish, but that icy killing intent and the aura of a titled Douluo already made everything clear. After speaking, he turned to leave, clearly concerned about Tang San and Xiao Wu and wanting to rush back to Swotuo City. Your Excellency, please wait. Tang Hao's figure paused. He didn't turn around but merely turned his face, his sallow gaze staring at Yun Ting through his messy, graying hair, filled with inquiry and warning. Seeing this, Yun Ting said unhurriedly, as far as I know, Shrek Academy will arrive in Heaven Do City in a few days, intending to merge into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. If your Excellency heads to Swotuo City now, I'm afraid you won't see Tang San. Hearing this, Tang Hao spun around abruptly, his sharp gaze piercing toward Yun Ting like a physical force, seemingly trying to discern the truth of his words. Yun Ting met his gaze candidly, his eyes calm and rippleless. I have no need to deceive your Excellency. The source of information is reliable. In half a month at most, Tang San and all Shrek members will surely arrive in Heaven Do City. Silence lasted for several seconds. Tang Hao took a deep look at Yun Ting, seemingly wanting to find a flaw in his face, but ultimately said nothing. His figure flashed again, as if merging into the air, vanishing instantly. It was unclear whether he believed Yun Ting's words and stayed in Heaven Do City or had other plans. Once Tang Hao's aura had completely vanished, Yun Ting stroked the burning inner elixir in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied arc as he thought to himself. Before long, Heaven Do City is going to get lively. Then, he turned to look at Du Guyan, whose face was still somewhat pale, and handed the inner elixir over, his tone warm. Senior sister, don't resist its aura. Let's go back and find teacher. Then absorb this 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir. It can make your spirit evolve again and become even more powerful. Du Guyan looked at the inner elixir that made her instinctively feel fear, then at Yun Ting's firm and encouraging eyes. She bit her lip and nodded heavily. All right, I'll listen to you, junior brother. Chapter 89. The Six-Headed Blazing Sun Jiao capable of evolving into 10 heads. In the secret room, Du Gubo stared solemnly at the blood-red 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir in Yun Ting's hand. Even with his current cultivation as a rank 96 super Douluo, he could clearly feel the majestic energy contained within the inner elixir and an almost absolute suppression of snake-type spirits. This thing, its energy is too overbearing. Can Yan Yan withstand it? Du Gubo's tone carried a hint of worry. Yun Ting thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Senior sister's current physical fitness is already comparable to an ordinary spirit king. With both me and you, teacher, personally acting as protectors, it shouldn't be a big problem. Saying that, he turned to Du Guyan, Senior sister, the process might be somewhat painful. Be sure to maintain your focus. Teacher and I will step in at the critical moment. Du Guyan took a deep breath, a flicker of determination passing through her beautiful eyes, and nodded. I'm ready, junior brother, grandpa. Then, under the protection of Du Gubo's majestic spirit power, Du Guyan sat cross-legged, took the scorching 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir, and swallowed it without hesitation. The moment the inner elixir entered her stomach, it felt as if a terrifying ball of flame had exploded within her body. The extremely violent energy frantically washed through her meridians, causing intense pain that made her let out a muffled groan. Her delicate body trembled violently, her skin turned crimson instantly, and her entire body emitted an astonishingly high temperature. Du Gubo immediately pressed his hand against Du Guyan's back, as pure spirit power flowed in continuously to help her channel that incredibly scorching torrent of energy. Meanwhile, Yun Ting observed calmly from the side, the 100,000-year wood spirit ring appearing on his arm, ready to respond to any emergency. The pain lasted for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The jade phosphor flood dragon spirit behind Du Guyan emerged involuntarily. In an instant, that originally dark red and ferocious flood dragon form began to undergo an earth-shaking transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark red scales became as if cast from red gold, their edges sharp and shimmering with dazzling light, making the flood dragon's body appear more slender and vigorous, filled with an explosive sense of power. Most astonishingly, beside the originally single-horned flood dragon head, the flesh on both sides of its neck writhed violently. Accompanied by the toothacheing sound of bone growth, 4 slightly smaller but equally ferocious and majestic red-gold flood dragon heads actually grew out. Is this a 5-headed, fierce young flood dragon? Yun Ting thought for a moment and said the name with some uncertainty. The 5 flood dragon heads looked up at the sky simultaneously, letting out a silent yet majestic roar, as a dragon pressure far more overbearing and scorching than before spread out. At the same time, Du Guyan's spirit power soared like a rocket. Level 44, 45, 46, it broke through the level 50 bottleneck with irresistible force. The very moment her spirit power broke through level 50, the brilliant red-gold 5-headed fierce young flood dragon spirit underwent another mutation. Beside the 5th flood dragon head, a 6th bulge suddenly burst open, and a 6th red-gold flood dragon head emerged high. This, Du Gubo watched dumbstruck. Despite his vast experience, he had never seen such a strange sight of spirit evolution. A look of realization flashed in Yun Ting's eyes as he mused, Teacher, it seems the effects of this 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir far exceed expectations. Senior sister's spirit isn't just a simple evolution, it's transforming towards the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Looking at the situation, it seems that with every major realm she advances, senior sister's spirit will grow another head. When senior sister breaks through to titled Douluo in the future, perhaps, it will become a 10-headed fierce young flood dragon. Hearing this, Douluo frowned and thought. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A deep, pitch-black spirit ring quietly emerged from beneath Douluo's feet, slowly rotating around her. Is this a spirit ring? Douluo looked bewildered, unable to believe the scene before him. He muttered to himself, without a spirit beast, where did a spirit ring come from? Could it be a natal spirit ring? Yunting frowned and observed closely, then shook his head after a moment of silence. Teacher, it's not a natal spirit ring. As far as I know, the 10-headed fierce young serpent is an ancient primordial species, its life form vastly different from ordinary spirit beasts. It doesn't produce a spirit ring after death, instead, it condenses all its essence into this inner elixir. We can view this inner elixir as an extremely special spirit ring. Senior sister, absorbing the inner elixir is equivalent to absorbing a special 10,000-year spirit ring containing the origin power of the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Hearing this, Douluo looked at the black spirit ring pulsing on Douluo and nodded slightly, accepting Yunting's explanation. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, the violent energy fluctuations in the secret room gradually subsided. The red-gold light around Douluo's body withdrew, and the phantom of the six-headed blazing sun Jiao merged into her body. She slowly opened her eyes, and as her beautiful eyes blinked, a flash of red-gold light flickered and vanished. Subconsciously sensing her own state, her pretty face was filled with unbelievable ecstasy as she cried out, "Level 52. My spirit power, how did it reach level 52? And my spirit?" Seeing this, Yunting stepped forward and told her in detail everything that had just happened, including the spirit evolution, the soaring spirit power, and the origin of that special 5th spirit ring. Douluo's heart surged as she listened. Feeling the powerful energy surging within her, far beyond what she had before, and the transformed powerful spirit, she was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Then, she raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yunting with a complex gaze, scenes of the past flashing through her mind. The eradication of her family's hereditary toxin, the evolution of her spirit into the jade phosphor flood dragon after absorbing the 9-rank dragon Ganoderma, the absorption of the external spirit bone 8 spider lances, and the 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir she just absorbed. Each of these events was like warm spring water flowing through her heart, yet they also carried a heavy weight. Douluo knew very well that all of this was brought to her by Yunting. Without him, she wouldn't be who she was today. Thinking of this, a strong impulse surged in Douluo's heart. She wanted to repay him, desperately wanting to repay Yunting's kindness. However, she found that she seemed to have nothing to offer in return, because Yunting seemingly lacked nothing. Instantly, an indescribable sourness and sense of helplessness welled up in Douluo's heart. For the first time, she felt so useless. Then, looking at Yunting's handsome profile, Douluo's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Ultimately, 1,000 words were reduced to a seemingly plain sentence that contained a different kind of sentiment. "Junior brother, thank you, really, thank you." However, at this moment, Yunting was thinking about what Douluo's 5th spirit ability would be and how strong it would be. After all, it came from the primordial exotic beast, the 10-headed fierce young serpent. He didn't notice Douluo's changing expression due to her intense emotional fluctuations at all, and simply replied indifferently, "Senior sister, there's no need for thanks. Between us, such things aren't necessary." Chapter 90. 5th Spirit Ability, Red Emperor's Descent, Soul Burning Domain. This scene caused Douluo, whose eyes had originally shown a look of relief, to immediately darken his expression. He now wished he could kick Yunting away. His own granddaughter had a look of deep affection, yet this kid was actually thinking about other things. Immediately after, Douluo coughed heavily twice, interrupting Yunting's deep thought and also allowing Douluo to suppress the complex emotions in her heart. Coming back to his senses, Yunting looked at the dark-faced Douluo, somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with this old geezer? Then, he turned his head to look at Douluo in front of him, his eyes carrying a hint of curiosity and anticipation as he asked, "Senior sister, after absorbing this 10-headed fierce young serpent inner elixir, what is the 5th spirit ability you obtained?" Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in the depths of Douluo's eyes, and then a bitter smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "If junior brother wants to know, then your senior sister will show it to you." As she spoke, her gaze sharpened, and the pitch-black 5th spirit ring beneath her feet, its edges faintly flowing with a dim crimson gold luster, suddenly lit up. Fifth spirit ability. Red Emperor's Descent, Soul Burning Domain. Boom. An aura far more scorching and terrifying than before instantly erupted from Du Guyan's body. Fine and tough crimson gold dragon scales instantly covered her skin, shimmering with a metallic luster and searing high temperatures. Her hands transformed into sharp crimson gold dragon claws, her fingertips burning with golden flames, and both sides of her forehead bulged slightly, as if dragon horns were about to burst through the skin. Her eyes turned into cold crimson gold vertical pupils, and her entire being radiated terrifying pressure and extreme heat, as if the Red Emperor had descended upon the mortal world. Looking at the Du Guyan. Before him, covered in crimson gold dragon scales and filled with a sense of power and wild beauty, Yunting couldn't help but think to himself, holy crap. A dragon girl. This look is just too incredible. Beside them, Du Gubo's eyes widened suddenly upon seeing Du Guyan in this form, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and he exclaimed, isn't this the dragonification of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? However, right at this moment, the scorching aura filled the entire secret chamber in the blink of an eye, and with Du Guyan as the center, a crimson gold domain with a diameter of over 30 meters suddenly expanded. The temperature in the secret chamber instantly soared to a terrifying degree, the air distorted violently, and the ground began to crack and melt, as if it had turned into a lava purgatory. Yunting and Du Gubo, standing in the center of the domain, could clearly feel their spirit power being scorched as if by some invisible fire, unexpectedly beginning to stir slightly with a tendency to be ignited and evaporated. Du Gubo recovered from his shock, his emerald snake pupils shrinking suddenly once more as he felt that strange burning sensation on his spirit power, and said in surprise, "This domain can actually directly burn the enemy's spirit power. And it ignores rank. What an overbearing ability." A startling brilliance also erupted in Yunting's eyes as he suppressed the amazement in his heart. "Senior sister, your soul-burning domain is practically unsolvable. If one can't deal with it immediately, they will eventually be worn down to death by you. Combined with this form similar to dragonification, you're simply a humanoid natural disaster." Hearing this, Du Guyan's crimson gold vertical pupils flickered with excitement as she felt the fierce yang fire within the domain responding to her every whim. With a slight thought, the flames within the domain instantly condensed into several ferocious flame-flood dragons and massive flame claws, circling and roaring around her. "Within my domain, the enemy's spirit power is my flame's fuel." Her cool voice now carried a hint of majestic magnetism, full of dominance. After demonstrating for a moment, Du Guyan withdrew her spirit ability. The flood dragonification state receded, the domain dissipated, and the temperature in the secret chamber slowly returned to normal. Her face was slightly pale, as maintaining such a powerful domain spirit ability clearly consumed a great deal of energy, but the excitement in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. This spirit ability consumes a huge amount of spirit power, but its power is truly too strong. Du Guyan took a breath, her gaze toward Yunting filled with gratitude. Yunting nodded and smiled. An area of effect domain spirit ability that combines continuous damage, weakening the opponent, and self-buffing into a trinity, it's practically unsolvable. Senior sister, in future fights, you just need to open the domain and stand there, then have Lingling buff your spirit power, and just wait to reap the rewards. Hearing this, Du Guyan nodded gently and gave Yunting a sweet smile. "Junior brother, your thunder prison is much stronger than my soul-burning domain." Looking at Du Guyan's demeanor, Yunting always felt something was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. He could only say, "Senior sister, we should go to the academy. Lingling and the others have probably been waiting for the two of us for a long time." At those words, Du Guyan nodded, waved to Du Gubo, and followed Yunting out of the secret chamber. After leaving the Dugu residence, the two walked toward the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Just as they stepped through the academy's grand gates and passed through a neatly manicured tree-lined path, Yunting suddenly heard a conversation filled with suppressed excitement coming from behind a rockery ahead. "Rest assured, fourth prince. Everything has been arranged according to your plan," a fawning voice said. "The city gate guards have already been taken care of. As soon as they arrive, the message will be sent immediately. We're just waiting for those hillbillies from Shrek Academy to walk right into the trap." Then, another voice rang out with undisguised pride. It was Shui Bang. "Good. Well done. Once I've dealt with that bastard Tang San and vented the resentment I've bottled up for 6 years, there will definitely be generous rewards. At that time, beauties and gold coins will not be lacking for you all. Thank you, fourth prince. Your highness is wise. A group of lackeys immediately showered him with flattery, feeling extremely excited. On the other side of the rockery, Yunting paused his steps slightly when he heard Shrek and Tang San. 6 years ago, I used Tang San's appearance to give Shui Bang a beating, and now it's time to reap the rewards. I wonder how Shui Bang will deal with Tang San, Yunting thought to himself, a hint of curiosity and amusement appearing in his eyes. Just then, Shui Bang's group rounded the rockery and happened to come face to face with Yunting and Du Guyan. The pride and ruthlessness on Shui Bang's face froze instantly, but in the next second, it switched at an incredible speed to a warm and even somewhat fawning smile. The speed of his face changing was breathtaking. Brother Yunting, young Miss Du Guyan, what a coincidence. Shui Bang stepped forward quickly, his tone familiar. Are you two just returning from outside? He kept his uncle Prince Shui Xing's repeated warnings firmly in mind. No matter what, he had to stay on good terms with Yunting and must never offend him. Hearing this, Yunting's expression remained calm, and he gave a slight nod. Fourth prince. Du Guyan only gave a slight nod without speaking. She wasn't particularly fond of this playboy prince. Shui Bang's warm greeting was met with a cold shoulder, yet he didn't feel embarrassed at all. And remained all smiles. His gaze swept over Yunting, his mind racing as he thought about how to bridge the distance. Yunting didn't care about Shui Bang's little thoughts and said casually, I seem to hear the fourth prince mention Shrek Academy, and that Tang San. Shui Bang's expression changed slightly, his eyes flickering for a moment as he hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, brother Yunting, you heard wrong. We were just chatting. He didn't want Yunting to think he was doing something behind people's backs, especially this kind of unpresentable retaliatory behavior. Seeing this, a faint, ambiguous smile curved at the corner of Yunting's mouth. He stepped forward slowly, approaching Shui Bang, and said in a low, calm voice, the fourth prince needn't be nervous. I also have some old grievances with that Tang San and Shrek Academy. Oh, Shui Bang looked up suddenly, a light of surprise and inquiry erupting in his eyes. Yunting continued, his tone flat but full of temptation, I know them reasonably well. If the fourth prince truly wants to host them properly. Especially that Tang San, I have some information about them here. Perhaps, I can even provide you with some good ways to host them. Yunting deliberately paused slightly on the word ways, his meaning profound. Chapter 91. The Foolish Tool, Shui Bang, Yunting's strategizing. Shui Bang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, but then ecstasy instantly overwhelmed his caution. Yunting actually had a grudge against Tang San as well. Moreover, he seemed to have the intention of helping him. With Yunting's help, dealing with Tang San would be as easy as pie. When the time came, he could even take the opportunity to draw closer to Yunting. Yunting, brother Yun, are you serious about what you just said? Shui Bang's voice trembled with excitement, his previous concealment and embarrassment instantly cast to the winds. Please, brother Yun, give me some guidance. Looking at his expression, Yunting smiled faintly in his heart. A tool is indeed quite useful. He then turned his head slightly and said to Du Guyan beside him, Senior sister, go to the training ground and find Ling Ling and the others first. I'll be there shortly. Du Guyan's beautiful eyes flickered between Yunting and Shui Bang. Her red lips curved into a playful smile filled with a bit of anticipation as she nodded. She knew very well that once Tang San and Shrek Academy were targeted by Yunting, their future days would be miserable beyond imagination. At the thought of that group of people she detested being about to suffer great misfortune, a sense of gratification welled up in her heart for some reason. All right, then I'll head over first, Du Guyan said with a smile, her voice carrying a hint of lazy schadenfreude as she turned to leave. Watching Du Guyan walk away, Yunting's gaze finally fell back onto the lackeys behind Shui Bang, who were shrinking their necks and trying their best to minimize their presence. He said indifferently, if you all aren't leaving, are you planning to stay here and listen? As soon as he spoke, those lackeys felt as if they had been granted a great pardon. They shook their heads like rattledrums and hurriedly bowed to take their leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Shui Bang looked at Yun Ting with a flattering and expectant expression. Brother Yun, look, Yun Ting interrupted him directly, getting straight to the point. Shui Bang, tell me, how do you plan to deal with Tang San and Shrek? Upon hearing this, Shui Bang immediately perked up, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. He lowered his voice and said, to be honest, Brother Yun, I've already made arrangements. I've ordered the city gate guards to keep a close watch. Once those country bumpkins from Shrek arrive at Heaven Do City, my people will clash with them immediately. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling upward. Then, I'll just happen to pass by and take down the entire Shrek group on charges of disturbing the order of Heaven Do City and offending the prince's personal guards, throwing them all into the dungeon. Hee, once they're on my turf, won't Tang San be at my mercy to be dealt with as I please? After finishing, he looked at Yun Ting with an expectant face, waiting for praise for his perfect plan. However, Yun Ting only looked at him as if he were an idiot, his tone carrying a hint of unbelievable mockery. Shui Bang, before doing all this, did you never think to investigate Shrek Academy's background first? Shui Bang was stunned, then waved his hand dismissively. Investigate? What's there to investigate about a poor country academy from Swotuo City? If they have a single spirit king among them, it would be me, Shui Bang, thinking too highly of them. Yun Ting was completely speechless. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, inwardly sighing that this playboy truly did things without using his brain. He said with a laugh of exasperation. A country academy. Shrek Academy has 2 deans at the Spirit Saint level and 3 teachers at the Spirit Emperor level. Shui Bang, are you sure the manpower you arranged is enough to even fill the gaps between their teeth? What, 2 Spirit Saints, 3 Spirit Emperors? The smugness on Shui Bang's face froze instantly, turning into horror. His voice even changed pitch. How is this possible? Why would a country academy have so many powerful experts? And how could they be willing to nest in such a small place? He suddenly lost his composure, then grabbed Yun Ting's arm and said urgently, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you have to help me. I want to deal with Tang San so badly. I dream about it. You must have a way, right? Seeing this, Yun Ting shook off his hand with disgust. His tone remained calm, but he dropped an even heavier piece of information. In Shrek Academy, there is a student named Dai Mubai. His true identity is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. A prince of the Star Luo Empire. Shui Bang almost jumped up in shock, his face turning pale instantly. What does he want to do by infiltrating our Heaven Do Empire? An undercover agent, to spy on military intelligence? Or does he have ill intentions? Looking at his state, the disgust in Yun Ting's eyes increased a bit more. He said indifferently, what he wants to do is not important. What matters is that a prince of an enemy nation dared to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire and is about to infiltrate the Heaven Do Royal Academy. This fact itself is a massive crime. Pausing for a moment, Yun Ting looked at Shui Bang, his voice carrying a hint of seduction. When the time comes, you can pin any crime you want on Dai Mubai, whether it's being a spy or an undercover agent. And Shrek Academy, which harbored Dai Mubai, can be identified as spies and traitors. After that, you can rightfully throw them into the dungeon. Won't Tang San then be at your mercy? Upon hearing this, Shui Bang's eyes lit up instantly. He trembled with excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Tang San begging at his feet. But Yun Ting immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him, continuing, while this method is good, there is one variable, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, is in Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong. Shui Bang was shocked once again, his expression shifting uncertainly. He couldn't understand how a country academy not only had Spirit Saint experts but also an enemy prince and the successor of a great sect. Could it be that they even had the children or grandchildren of titled Douluo? Then, Shui Bang could only look at Yun Ting eagerly again. Brother Yun, what should be done about this? Seeing this, Yun Ting feigned a solemn expression and patted Shui Bang's shoulder, saying deeply, Bang. Now, the time has come for you to sacrifice yourself for the empire and the imperial family. Sacrifice. Shui Bang's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He wailed with a miserable face, Brother Yun, I only want to deal with Tang San, I don't want to die. Seeing this, Yun Ting knew he had misunderstood and immediately explained helplessly, it's not to make you die, but to have you get beaten up. Get beaten up. Shui Bang breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing this and patted his chest. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm an expert at getting beaten up. After all, I get beaten up quite often. Yun Ting sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Shui Bang, if Dai Mubai beats you up severely in front of everyone within the Heaven Do Royal Academy, with other members of Shrek participating, such as Tang San. Afterward, when everyone learns of Dai Mubai's identity, it will be the third prince of the Star Luo Empire beating up the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire in broad daylight, and at the Heaven Do Royal Academy no less. Guess what will happen? As he spoke, Yun Ting's voice lowered, carrying a hint of coldness. If you are unfortunately beaten until your bones are broken and you're paralyzed, how do you think your father, Emperor Shui Yi, will handle it? This would no longer be a personal grudge, but would escalate to the face of the empire. At that time, even if Ning Rongrong wants to do something, how could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School let her act recklessly? Chapter 92. The title was audited, in the text. Hearing this, Shui Bang's face turned pale. Especially when he heard hemiplegia, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Hemiplegia, isn't that a bit too? With Ling Ling here, what are you afraid of? As long as you have a single breath left, she can save you, Yun Ting interrupted Shui Bang flatly, his voice deep. Hearing this, Shui Bang struggled for a moment, but his hatred for Tang San eventually outweighed his fear of pain. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Fine, I'll do it. Seeing this, a barely perceptible arc formed at the corner of Yun Ting's mouth. He took out a prism-shaped, transparent crystal from the Wishful 100 treasure purse and handed it to Shui Bang. This object is called a mirror image soul tool, it can record images. Shui Bang took the mirror image soul tool and asked with a curious face, Brother Yun, is this for? Yun Ting's lips curled slightly, but his smile carried a hint of malicious playfulness. To deal with Tang San and Dai Mubai, physical pain is only secondary. Breaking their hearts is the superior strategy. And the most interesting part of this is letting their beloved women see with their own eyes the two of them being humiliated and losing their dignity as men. After a pause, Yun Ting continued, coincidentally, in Shrek Academy, there is Dai Mubai's fiancée Zhu Zuqing, and Tang San's sister and lover Xiao Wu. Sister, lover, Shui Bang cried out in surprise, saying in disbelief, this Tang San even goes after his own sister. He's practically a beast. Hearing this, Yun Ting was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. In a strict sense, Tang San really was a beast, since his mother was a 100,000-year soul beast. Then, Yun Ting pointed at the mirror image soul tool and said to Shui Bang, what do you think Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu will feel when they receive the footage of Dai Mubai and Tang San being dealt with by you? An incompetent wife, a useful husband, a capable. Yun Ting did not continue with the rest of the words. When he saw the perverted, excited smile gradually appearing on Shui Bang's face, he knew that Shui Bang fully understood his intentions. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Brother Yun is really high and mighty, ha ha ha. Shui Bang caressed the mirror image soul tool like a treasure, letting out a silly giggle. His gaze toward Yun Ting was full of admiration and a hint of wariness. I didn't expect Brother Yun to have such wonderful tastes, he said with a forced laugh. Yun Ting glanced at him, his tone returning to indifference. In about 10 days, the Shrek group will arrive at Heaven Do City. Go and prepare. Fine, leave it to me. When the time comes, Brother Yun, you must come with me to the dungeon to visit Tang San. Shui Bang laughed loudly, then quickly turned and left. Looking at Shui Bang's departing back, a flash of anticipation crossed Yun Ting's eyes. The stage was set, and now he was just waiting for the actors. 10 days later, outside the east gate of Heaven Do City. Having crossed 2 provinces, the travel-worn Shrek group finally arrived at Heaven Do City. We've finally arrived. I'm so hungry. Dean, I want to eat a big feast. Ma Hongjun patted his increasingly round belly. After abstaining from women, he had become more obsessed with food, and his weight had soared quite a bit. Eat, 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 all you know is eating all day. Look at how much weight you've put on. Flender's face was dark as he looked at Ma Hongjun with a sense of disappointment. Then, he looked at Yu Xiaogang beside him and asked, Xiaogang, do you know where Heaven Do Royal Academy is? Yu Xiaogang glanced at Flender. Flender, as the dean, even you don't know. How would I know? Just then, at the city gate, a guard captain looked at them, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He then gave a look to a subordinate beside him, who immediately left quietly, heading straight for Heaven-Do Royal Academy to deliver the news. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had been waiting in Heaven-Do City for a long time, scanned the Shrek group. His brow instantly furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Where is Xiao Wu? Could that rabbit have sensed something was wrong and run away?" Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as killing intent and anxiety surged. However, he suppressed his emotions and condensed his spirit power, sending a faint but clear voice into Tang San's ear. "Little San, come meet me in the alley around the corner ahead." Tang San was already feeling restless because he hadn't seen Xiao Wu for many days. Hearing this familiar, long-awaited voice, he was suddenly overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Yu Xiaoging, "Teacher, I have something to do. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Yu Xiaoging's response, he quickly rushed toward the empty alley. Deep inside the alley, he saw Tang Hao's disheveled figure standing quietly. "Dad!" Tang San reached Tang Hao in a few strides and shouted excitedly. Since their last parting in the small town on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, he had missed Tang Hao every moment. After all, at that time, Tang Hao had only spoken a few words to Xiao Wu alone before leaving directly, giving him no chance to express his longing. Seeing Tang San like this, Tang Hao only nodded faintly without any extra movement. His first words were, "Little San, where is Xiao Wu?" Hearing this, Tang San's full heart of joy and longing was instantly extinguished by these words. It felt as if a stone was blocking his chest, and he felt incredibly lost. He lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Xiao Wu, she went to find her two brothers, Daming and Erming. Daming and Erming are herb gatherers. She wanted to try and see if she could find some herbs to improve everyone's strength." Upon learning of Xiao Wu's whereabouts, Tang Hao felt slightly more at ease. He naturally knew that the Daming and Erming Xiao Wu spoke of were the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape of the Stardo Great Forest. As for herbs to improve strength, Tang Hao was dismissive. What herb could be more precious than 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone? "Dad, your identity?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. The strength Tang Hao had displayed last time was comparable to Douluo Bo, and this question had been bottled up in his heart for too long. "The time has not yet come, you will know in the future." Tang Hao interrupted him, his tone brooks no argument. "You go with Flender to Heaven-Do Royal Academy first. I will wait for Xiao Wu here." Before his voice had even faded, Tang Hao's figure flickered and disappeared like a ghost. For a moment, Tang San was left standing alone in the alley, dazed. His heart full of eagerness was doused by his father's coldness and concern for Xiao Wu. He felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart, and his mood was low. Then, he clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, comforting himself, "Dad must care about me, he's just expressing it through Xiao Wu." Thinking this way, Tang San turned and walked out of the alley. "Little San, what's wrong?" Yu Xiaoging immediately asked with concern when he saw Tang San's slightly off appearance. "I'm fine, teacher." Tang San shook his head. At this time, Ning Rongrong looked at the direction and said, "Dean, Heaven-Do Royal Academy is outside the city. Follow me." Hearing this, the group followed Ning Rongrong and walked toward Heaven-Do Royal Academy. At this moment, Tang San did not know that what awaited him ahead was a carefully planned trap, one sufficient to cause his social death and ruin his reputation. And the only one who could save him from this dire situation was his good father, Tang Hao. However, at this moment, Tang Hao was wholeheartedly waiting for Xiao Wu. Chapter 93. The Brave Shui Bang, the Enraged Dai Mubai. Heaven-Do Royal Academy. The academy's main gate, resembling a royal garden, appeared ostentatious and nouveau riche in the eyes of all Shrek members. "Tisk, so this is Heaven-Do Royal Academy." Ma Hongjun patted his belly, his small eyes darting around, making clicking sounds with his tongue. "It looks grand, but compared to the concept of being close to nature at our Shrek Academy, it still lacks something." He originally wanted to boast about Shrek Academy's shabbiness, but couldn't find the words, so he just awkwardly made up. Oscar chuckled beside him, nudging him with his elbow. "Give it a rest, fatty, your drool is almost dripping. I bet you're eyeing the cafeteria here, aren't you?" Dai Mubai folded his arms across his chest, his evil eyes showing a hint of disdain. Directly affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire imperial family, just a bunch of trash piled up with resources. True powerhouses aren't cultivated solely by environment. His words carried a hint of bitterness, as the competitive environment of the Douluo imperial family was much more brutal than this. Flender adjusted his slightly crooked crystal glasses, cleared his throat, and tried to put on the air of an academy dean. Quiet down, all of you. Remember, we're here by invitation. Although, this place is a bit gaudy, since we're here, we'll make the best of it. He said that, but he couldn't be happier in his heart. After all, he would no longer have to worry about gold coins. Just then, an extremely discordant voice, filled with the accent of a dissolute young master, rang out. Hey, where did this bunch of beggars come from? What are you doing blocking our academy gate? Do you know where this is? Shui Beng swaggered over with a few followers, his gaze sweeping over all Shrek members, filled with undisguised contempt. Today, he had come with the glorious mission of getting beaten, and he had to be beaten terribly, to an earth-shattering degree. Seeing this, Flender frowned, but still stepped forward and said as politely as possible, This student, we're Shrek Academy, invited by your esteemed academy to discuss exchange and merger matters. Shit, Shrek Academy. Shui Beng exaggeratedly dug at his ears as if he'd heard a huge joke, then sneered, what dilapidated academy from some rural area? You have the nerve to talk about merging with our Heaven Do Royal Academy. Who invited you? Were their brains squeezed by a door? Then, he pointed at the slightly dust-covered clothes of all Shrek members from their long journey and mocked, look at yourselves, disheveled and covered in dust. Our Heaven Do Royal Academy has a rule, those improperly dressed and dogs are not allowed. Do you understand the rules? These words were utterly malicious, directly comparing all Shrek members to animals. Dai Mubai was furious, cold light flickering in his evil eyes. Seeing this, Shui Beng seemed not to notice, his gaze accurately locking onto Tang San and Dai Mubai. He pointed at Tang San and pouted, you're dark and grimy, like a piece of charcoal. Your features are barely passable when put together, and you'd be lost in a crowd. With your looks, you're fit to enter our Heaven Do Royal Academy. You'll lower the average aesthetic level of our academy, you know. Hearing this, Tang San's face instantly darkened. In his 2 lives, he had never been so openly humiliated about his appearance. Then, Shui Beng pointed at Dai Mubai, his tone even more frivolous and malicious. And you, pale complexion, dark eye sockets, clearly overindulged, a silver-plated wax spearhead. You must have spent a lot of time with women's portraits, huh? With your kidney-deficient appearance, can you handle the environment of our academy with its countless beauties? Don't die in the academy then. Unlucky. Roar. Dai Mubai completely exploded. How could he, known as the Canon King of Swotuo City, endure such a monstrous insult? Especially an insult concerning a man's dignity. His white tiger spirit instantly possessed him, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings flashed, and he roared as he pounced towards Shui Beng. Mubai, calm down, Flender urgently shouted, but it was already too late. Even more unexpectedly, a black shadow was faster than Dai Mubai. Tang San clenched his right fist, and with the mysterious Jade Hand's enhancement, he slammed his fist onto Shui Beng's face. Bang! Shui Beng screamed, blood streaming from his nose, and he was sent flying. Dai Mubai followed closely, his fists and feet raining down on Shui Beng's body. Ah, he's hitting me. Help! Shui Beng, while scurrying away with his head in his hands, still defiantly yelled at Dai Mubai, hey! Didn't you eat? Why are you so weak? Are you really impotent? As expected, a silver spear, wax head. Useless. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Dai Mubai's eyes turned crimson, his reason completely consumed by rage, and his attacks became heavier and heavier, each aimed at a vital point. Tang San, seeing this, thought to himself that this was bad. If this continued, someone would really die. He hurriedly stepped forward, trying to pull Dai Mubai back. Boss Dai, stop, you can't hit him anymore. However, just as he was about to touch Dai Mubai, a subtle, extremely faint black gold electric arc silently entered his lower back. Immediately, Tang San's body stiffened. It was as if all his muscles and spirit power were frozen in an instant. He could only watch helplessly as Dai Mubai continued to violently beat Shui Beng, unable to move even a single finger. What's going on? Tang San was horrified, his purple demon eye frantically operating, yet he couldn't find any source of abnormality. At this moment, in the shadows, Yun Ting slowly lowered his right hand, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, behind him, Oslo appeared like a ghost. "Captain, the message has been sent out," Oslo whispered. Yun Ting's gaze remained fixed on the scene, and he asked indifferently, "Leopard, are all the people arranged?" Hearing this, Oslo grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. "Don't worry, Captain, everything is ready. They're all good at causing a ruckus." No sooner had he spoken than a large group of students and teachers suddenly poured out of the academy. The leading few immediately saw Dai Mubai, possessed by his white tiger spirit, furiously beating the almost unrecognizable bloody figure on the ground. At this moment, someone seemed to recognize the identity of the bloody figure, and then, a shrill, terrified scream pierced the sky. "Murder! In broad daylight! Someone is assassinating His Highness, the Fourth Prince!" This shout, like a clap of thunder, made Dai Mubai's movements suddenly stiffen. He looked down at the barely breathing, disfigured Shui Bang at his feet, then looked up at the terrified and incredulous gazes around him, his face instantly turning pale. Fourth Prince. The fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Flender and Zhu Zuqing were even more thunderstruck. Dai Mubai was the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. A Star Luo prince brutally beating a Heaven Do prince at Heaven Do Royal Academy. This was an enormous disaster. "Go, quick, get out of here." Flender made a decisive move, shouting at all Shrek members, his voice distorted. "Mubai, little San, don't worry about it, run. You hit someone and think you can just run. What do you take Heaven Do Royal Academy for?" Teacher Sun Buyu sternly shouted, his face livid. He was responsible for the academy's security, and with such a major incident, he couldn't escape blame. Chapter 94. Yun Ting controls the entire scene, Yu Xiaoging's foolishness. Just then, a voice in the crowd rang out at just the right moment, full of surprise and uncertainty. "That person who hit him seems to be called Dai Mubai, and his spirit is the white tiger. He couldn't be from the Star Luo imperial family, could he?" These words were like a spark thrown into a pot of oil, instantly igniting the entire scene. White tiger spirit, Star Luo imperial family, a member of the enemy empire's imperial family, beating our prince at our Heaven Do Royal Academy. This is going too far. Seize them. The crowd was furious. All the Heaven Do students' gazes shot towards Dai Mubai like knives, filled with hostility and rage. Sun Baiyu's heart sank to the bottom, things were completely out of control. He urgently shouted to the people around him, "Quick! Go and invite the 3 committee members." Then to another person, "You immediately enter the palace to report to His Majesty and Prince Shui Xing." Seeing this, the 3 subordinates also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately ran off in different directions. Flender looked at the situation, knowing that things wouldn't end well today. He steeled himself and shouted to Zhao Wuji, "Old Zhao, prepare to fight to the death. Later, we'll cover the rear and let the children rush out. Head straight back to Swotuo City." Zhao Wuji's bear-like eyes widened, his spirit power erupted, and 7 spirit rings coiled around him. He roared, distorting right and wrong, "I've long been annoyed with these people. Come on." However, just as Flender and Zhao Wuji were about to unleash their spirits and fight to the death. "What's going on?" A clear yet undeniably authoritative voice rang in everyone's ears, instantly suppressing the clamor of the entire scene. Yun Ting, accompanied by Oslo, walked out from the courtyard with an unhurried demeanor. His gaze calmly swept over the messy scene, finally landing on the unconscious Shui Bang and the panicked all Shrek members. Seeing Yun Ting appear, Flender's last shred of hope was shattered, leaving only a desperate wail, "It's over. It's all over. Completely over." Seeing that the newcomer was Yun Ting, Sun Buyu, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, immediately rushed to Yun Ting and stammered urgently, "Captain Yun Ting. This is bad. Fourth Prince Your Highness was severely injured by these people. His life is in danger. Quick, please ask young Miss Yi Lingling to save him." Yun Ting frowned slightly upon hearing this, showing a perfectly timed look of difficulty. "Lingling and senior sister went out of the city to play early this morning. They are not in the academy right now." "What?" Sun Baiyu's vision went black, and he almost fainted. If the 4th prince died here, he would be in deep trouble. Seeing this, Yun Ting sighed and stepped forward, comforting him. Teacher son, don't worry. I have healing spirit abilities, let me first stabilize Prince Shui Bang's injuries. With that, he walked to Shui Bang's side, looking at the tragic state of the dedicated actor, beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. He secretly praised Dai Mubai for his ruthless hand. He squatted down, his palm covered with gentle spirit power, pretending to treat Shui Bang. In reality, he secretly sent a wisp of extremely faint lightning power silently into a crucial node in Shui Bang's spine. At the same time, he thought to himself, Bang. I'm sorry to put you through this, I'll treat you later. A moment later, Yun Ting stood up with a feigned solemn expression and said in a deep voice to the eagerly watching Sun Buyu, his life is temporarily out of danger, but Fourth Prince Your Highness's spine is severely damaged, and he might be unable to walk for the rest of his life. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly turning Sun Buyu and the 3 committee members who had rushed over, Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin, pale, paralyzed. A prince of the Heaven Do Empire is crippled. Immediately, Ji Lin hurried to Yun Ting's side and asked, Captain Yun Ting, 4th Prince Your Highness, he. Hearing this, Yun Ting stepped aside and said indifferently, if committee member Ji doesn't believe it, you can check for yourself. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin nodded slightly and immediately began to examine Shui Bang's body. Seeing this, Meng Shenji suppressed the shock and anger in his heart, then sternly demanded, Who used such vicious methods against 4th Prince Your Highness? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze collectively focused on Dai Mubai and Tang San. Seeing this, Bai Baoshan snorted in anger, and his Heaven Star Furnace spirit instantly appeared, the immense pressure like a mountain pressing Dai Mubai and Tang San firmly to their knees. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Flender walked in front of Bai Baoshan and the other 2, wanting to explain. Bai Baoshan directly rebuked Flender, someone's almost beaten to death, and it's still a misunderstanding. Can I beat you to death now and call it a misunderstanding too? Meng Shenji, on the other hand, stared at Flender with an unfriendly expression and asked, Who are you? Why did you condone your people harming 4th Prince Your Highness? I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Flender said with some difficulty. As for Shrek Academy, Bai Baoshan, who already had no goodwill towards Shrek Academy, roared directly, Good, good, good. Your Shrek Academy is truly arrogant. The teachers make unreasonable demands, and the students even cause serious injuries. At this moment, Ji Lin, with a ashen face, came to Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan's side and nodded gently to them. Seeing this, Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan's hearts instantly chilled by half, their brows tightly furrowed, unsure of what to say. With Shui Bang crippled, they, as committee members, were largely to blame. Just then, Sun Buyu scrambled to Meng Shenji and the other 2, pointing at Dai Mubai and saying, 3 committee members, this person is a member of the Douluo imperial family, Dai Mubai. He is the one who beat 4th Prince Your Highness into this state. Douluo imperial family. Upon hearing this, Meng Shenji and the other 2 stared intently at Dai Mubai, their eyes instantly erupting with monstrous killing intent. With the Douluo imperial family involved, this matter was no longer just an academy dispute but had escalated to the level between nations. Come, arrest all Shrek members, imprison them in the celestial prison, awaiting His Majesty's judgment. Meng Shenji's voice was chillingly cold. At this moment, Ning Rongrong immediately ran forward, came before Meng Shenji and the other 2, and bowed slightly. Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School greets the 3 committee members. Then, she pointed at Shui Bang. 3 committee members, it was Shui Bang who provoked our Shrek Academy first, which is why we retaliated, it's just that. The 3's expressions changed slightly. They naturally knew that Ning Rongrong was the daughter of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Could it be that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School also? Ning Rongrong, this is not a dispute between academies. Meng Shenji glanced at Ning Rongrong and continued, it's a matter of face between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Douluo imperial family. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot interfere with the imperial family. Also, are you representing yourself, or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Seeing Ning Rongrong lower her head with a troubled expression, Meng Shenji sighed softly, go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the enforcement team to act. I am the third prince of the Douluo Empire, and everything was my personal doing, unrelated to anyone else. Dai Mubai shouted, intending to take full responsibility alone. The third prince of the Douluo Empire. You think too highly of yourself. Bai Baoshan looked at Dai Mubai as if he were already dead, and said coldly, you'd better pray that the Douluo imperial family is willing to pay enough to redeem you, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's heart turned to ashes. His elder brother Dai Wisi would rather he die right now. Subsequently, the Academy's enforcement team charged directly towards all Shrek members. Precisely at this moment, Yu Shaogang made the most foolish decision of his life. He held up the Pope's edict and loudly declared, the Pope's edict is here. I'd like to see who dares to touch my Shrek Academy today. Instantly, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone's gaze collectively turned to Yu Shaogang, their eyes full of surprise and uncertainty, wondering if Yu Shaogang was an idiot. At the same time, they inwardly marveled that Shrek Academy's composition was extremely complex. A teacher was from Spirit Hall, a student was a prince of an enemy empire, and now they still wanted to join their Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yu Shaogang, you fool. Flender cursed Yu Shaogang in his heart. Why was he causing trouble at a time like this? Did he want them to die faster? Meanwhile, Meng Shenji and the other two, after confirming that the Pope's edict in Yu Shaogang's hand was real, sternly questioned, Yu Shaogang, you've joined Spirit Hall. As everyone knew, besides elders who had made outstanding contributions to Spirit Hall, only the sect masters of the upper three sects possessed the Pope's edict. Hearing this, Yu Shaogang was in a difficult position, unable to admit it. He knew that once he admitted it, he would only be purged by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Seeing Yu Shaogang remain silent, Meng Shenji sneered, except for Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and this nameless person with the Pope's edict, arrest all other Shrek Academy members. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. With that, the enforcement team no longer hesitated and charged directly towards all Shrek members. Seeing his beloved disciple Tang San being roughly apprehended by the enforcement team, Yu Shaogang suddenly lost his temper, once again raised the Pope's edict, and blurted out, as an elder of Spirit Hall, I order you to release my disciple. As these words came out, the entire scene was astonished. Those who didn't understand wondered when an elder of Spirit Hall had become so weak. Meng Shenji and the other two, however, were incredulous that Yu Shaogang dared to personally admit to being an elder of Spirit Hall. They wondered what his father, Yu Yuanjun, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, would think. At this moment, Yun Ting contentedly handed the mirror image soul tool that had recorded everything to Oslo behind him, who took it and quietly left. No one paid attention to Yu Shaogang's hysterical, impotent rage. A moment later, all Shrek members were bound with soul-locking chains. Dai Mubai and Tang San, in particular, were designated to be imprisoned in the deepest part of the dormitory building, where serious criminals were held. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurried towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She knew the only thing she could do was to go and act spoiled. After dealing with the scene, Meng Shenji and the other two, holding on to a last shred of hope, came before Yun Ting and asked almost pleadingly. Captain Yun Ting, I wonder if poison Douluo has any immortal herbs that can heal Prince Shui Bang. Could you possibly? The three of them knew very well that Shui Bang's injuries could not be completely healed even by Nine-Heart Begonia. For now, they could only pray that Du Gubo had an immortal herb that could heal Shui Bang. Seeing this, Yun Ting pretended to ponder for a moment, then said indifferently, 3 committee members, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. How about this, I'll go back and ask my teacher. Upon hearing this, the 3 thanked Yun Ting gratefully, saying that if there was anything they could do for him in the future, he should just ask. Afterward, the 3 carried Shui Bang and hurried into the palace to meet Emperor Shui Yi. Watching their retreating figures, Yun Ting stood with his hands behind his back, a knowing smile playing on his lips, everything under his control. Chapter 95. Emperor Shui Yi attempts to win over Yun Ting, Ning Fengji's constant fickleness. Inside the imperial palace of Heaven Do, the atmosphere in the hall of deliberation was as heavy as iron. Emperor Shui Yi looked at Shui Bang, who was lying on a stretcher, his mouth and eyes twisted, resembling a cripple. His body trembled slightly from extreme rage. His second son and third prince had been poisoned to death, and now his youngest son had been beaten into such a state within the empire's highest institute of learning. Star Luo imperial family. Dai Mubai. Good. Very good. Shui Yi's voice was like a devil's whisper, every word carrying bone-chilling killing intent. In front of everyone, they crippled my son. This is a declaration of war. This is a blatant provocation against the Heaven Do Empire. Prince Shui Xing stepped forward at the opportune moment, fueling the flames with righteous indignation and grief. Your Majesty, this is a monumental disgrace. The third prince of the Star Luo Empire infiltrated our Heaven Do Royal Academy and severely injured our imperial prince. His intentions are damnable. Blood must pay for blood. Otherwise, where will Heaven Do's dignity lie? I petition that we immediately dispatch troops to the border to intimidate the Star Luo Empire with thunderous might. Hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi slammed his hand onto the imperial desk. The agarwood tabletop instantly turned to dust. Deliver my decree. Star Luo Prince Dai Mubai, for the heinous crime of attempting to assassinate 4th Prince Shui Bang, shall be immediately thrown into the death row prison. Send envoys to Star Luo, demanding a satisfactory explanation. If they refuse, I do not mind using Dai Mubai's head as a sacrifice banner. From this moment forward, the entire nation shall enter a state of wartime, and border legions shall be placed on first-level combat readiness. I want to see if Star Luo dares to accept this challenge. All Shrek members, 4. Harboring a hostile empire's prince and affronting the empire's dignity, shall be imprisoned on death row pending trial. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy. As for Yu Shaogang, let Sect Master Yu handle him himself. This display of anger from Shui Yi was 3 parts genuine rage and 7 parts political performance. He knew well that with Spirit Hall acting as an overwhelming constraint, a full-scale war between the two empires was impossible. Ultimately, Spirit Hall would step in to mediate. This action was, firstly, to demonstrate Heaven Do's firm, unyielding stance, and secondly, to seize this opportunity to force the Star Luo Empire to pay a heavy price at the negotiating table, a price that would satisfy him. After venting his anger, Shui Yi took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to Meng Shenji and the 2 others, whose faces were pale. His tone softened slightly. 3 committee members, what did Yun Ting and His Holiness Dugu say? Do they have a solution for Benger's injuries? Meng Shenji quickly bowed and reporting to Your Majesty, Captain Yun Ting has initially stabilized His Highness the 4th Prince's injuries, but, he said he needs to consult His Holiness Dugu. His Holiness Dugu possesses many miraculous medicines, perhaps, there is a sliver of hope. At this moment, Shui Xing, who was standing nearby, stepped out again. Your Majesty, I have shown kindness to His Holiness Dugu. Allow me to go and invite His Holiness Dugu to treat the 4th Prince. Shui Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying with gratification, I trouble you, Imperial brother. It is Benger's good fortune to have an uncle like you. Hearing this, Shui Xing shook his head and said, feigning sincerity, this is the responsibility of me, his uncle. At this moment, Bai Baoshan suddenly stepped forward, his tone carrying unconcealed admiration. Your Majesty, this child Yun Ting is truly a rare genius. According to our estimations, he may have already achieved a Spirit King breakthrough, and his combat power is unfathomable. His hard nature, wisdom, and strength all far surpass his peers. If we can firmly tie him to the Heaven Do Empire's war chariot, he will surely become the pillar supporting the sky and the beam bridging the sea for the Empire in the next 100 years. Ji Lin also agreed, that's right, Your Majesty. If we can bestow great favor upon him and win him over, making him grateful for the imperial grace, he will surely become the Crown Prince's right-hand man in the future, and the royal family will have no worries. Hearing, His Highness the Crown Prince, a trace of gloom flashed across Shui Xing's eyes. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes gleamed, and he whispered, Imperial brother, perhaps we can use the matter of treating Benger as an opportunity to heavily reward Yun Ting and His Holiness Dugu. Titles, wealth, resources, perhaps even, a marriage alliance. As long as Yun Ting asks, our Heaven Do royal family will spare no effort to satisfy him. A genius of this caliber is worth a major investment. Emperor Shui Yi pondered for a moment upon hearing this, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. He slowly nodded. Granted, you, Imperial brother, shall personally handle this matter, and you must demonstrate the sincerity of our royal family. As long as Benger can be cured and Yun Ting is won over, any price is acceptable. Yes, I will certainly not fail your trust, Imperial brother. Shui Xing's voice was firm, and a faint smile curved his lips. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The atmosphere inside the hall of deliberation was heavy. Ning Rongrong was crying sorrowfully, clinging to Ning Fengji's sleeve. Dad, you must save third brother and the others, they are innocent. It was Shui Bang who provoked them first. Seeing this, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples helplessly and said gently, Rongrong, this matter involves the dignity of the Heaven Do royal family. Although our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the upper three sects, it is inappropriate for us to directly interfere in imperial affairs. Sword Douluo Chen Shin said in a deep voice, Rongrong, Shui Yi is likely furious right now. If we intervene at this moment, we might bring trouble upon ourselves. Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong also advised, that's right, Rongrong. Shui Bang is an imperial prince after all. Now that he has been crippled, Shui Yi will absolutely not let the matter rest. Seeing that pleading was useless, Ning Rongrong's eyes darted around. She pulled out a pile of hidden weapons, including the flying sand and rolling stones and the godly Zug crossbow, and said urgently. Dad, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, look. These are hidden weapons made by third brother. Their power is immense, and even ordinary people can use them. If these can be mass-produced, imagine the improvement for the auxiliary spirit masters of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As long as we save third brother, I believe he will definitely be willing to offer the hidden weapon manufacturing method to the sect. Ning Fengji took the godly Zug crossbow and examined it carefully, a glint flashing in his eyes. As a sect master, he immediately saw the immense value and strategic significance contained within it. It was a perfect fit for his Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, Ning Fengji was moved. He began to weigh the possibility and cost of forcefully protecting all Shrek members. Ning Rongrong felt slightly reassured seeing her father's interest, so she began recounting her experiences at Shrek Academy to Bone Douluo and Chen Xin. While talking, she unintentionally mentioned, it seems that Yun Ting has had a grudge against third brother and third brother's teacher, Grandmaster, since a long time ago, back in Nuoding City. Before she could finish, Ning Fengji's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and interrupted her. Rongrong, did you just say Yun Ting and Tang San have an old grudge? Yes, and the conflict seems quite deep. Ning Rongrong nodded, not understanding why he asked. Hearing this, the interest on Ning Fengji's face instantly vanished, replaced by extreme solemnity. He pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Rongrong, the sect cannot intervene in this matter. Why? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Just because third brother and Yun Ting have a grudge. It's more than that, Ning Fengji said sternly. Rongrong, standing behind Yun Ting is Dugu Bo, and Dugu Bo after his spirit evolution at that. Furthermore, Yun Ting's own talent is considered a prodigy, and he is destined to become a peak powerhouse in the future. It is not worth offending the limitless potential of Yun Ting and the spirit-evolved Dugu Bo just for one Tang San. As he spoke, Ning Fengji suddenly became earnest and serious. Rongrong, you are no longer young. You must start learning to prioritize the sect's interests. Chapter 96. Shrek Sharing Hardships. Ning Rongrong looked at the serious expressions of Ning Fengji and the two elders, Sword and Bone, knowing they wouldn't change their minds. Her heart was filled with anxiety, and she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she remembered a secret and gritted her teeth, saying, but third brother has twin spirits. And his second spirit is the Clear Sky Hammer. I personally asked him. His father's name is Tang Hao. It's the same name as that Clear Sky Douluo. What? The expressions of Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong all changed simultaneously. Twin spirits, Clear Sky Hammer. Father is Tang Hao. With these pieces of information combined, Tang San's value in the hearts of Ning Fengji and the others skyrocketed instantly. After all, the entire Clear Sky sect stood behind Tang San. Furthermore, he was a twin spirits genius with extraordinary talent and the ability to manufacture hidden weapons. His weight in their hearts instantly surpassed that of Yun Ting. Subsequently, Ning Fengji quickly exchanged glances with Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong. Chen Xin nodded slowly, and Ji Yu Rong also said in a deep voice, Fengji, if Tang San really is from the Clear Sky sect, the upper three sects are connected like branches of the same tree. Whether out of sentiment or reason, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly cannot stand by and do nothing. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and nodded slightly, then made a decision. Rongrong, you stay in the sect for now. Don't go out. Uncle Bone, follow me to the palace immediately to see Shui Qing. There might still be room for maneuver in this matter. Inside the spirit hall of Heaven Do City, Yu Shaogang held up the Pope's edict and ordered Platinum Bishop Solace haughtily, Bishop Solace. I command you in my capacity as an elder of Spirit Hall to go to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace immediately and have Emperor Shui Yi release my disciple Tang San and all Shrek members. Solace looked at the waste. Before him, who had low spirit power yet was bossing him around with the Pope's edict. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and fury burned in his heart. But the Pope's edict represented the presence of the Supreme Pontiff himself. He didn't dare to openly defy it and could only suppress his anger, replying stiffly. Yes, Elder, I shall head to the Imperial Palace at once. At the same time, the Star Luo Imperial family and Spirit City also received the news one after another. In a side hall of the Imperial Palace, Yunting and Du Bo came at the invitation of Prince Shui Xing to treat Shui Bang. Du Bo made a show of examining him, while Yunting secretly withdrew the lightning power lurking in Shui Bang's spine. Du Bo took out a top-tier herb that seemed to be brimming with spiritual qi but was actually a common herb in camouflage and gave it to Shui Bang to ingest. Under the treatment of Yunting's spirit ability, Shui Bang's injuries improved at a rate visible to the naked eye. He soon woke up, and aside from being a bit weak, he could actually move normally. Seeing this, Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shui Xing were both surprised and delighted, feeling even more grateful to Yunting and Du Bo. Shui Yi and Shui Xing took Du Bo to a side parlor to discuss matters, while Yunting was left in Shui Bang's bedchamber. A moment later, Shui Bang woke up. Looking at his perfectly restored body, he felt even more awe toward Yunting. At the same time, his hatred for all Shrek members reached its peak, especially for Tang San and Dai Mubai. Brother Yun, it's a good thing you came up with the plan to easily take down Shrek. Shui Bang said with a look of admiration, then chuckled. I wonder if Brother Yun would like to come with me to the dormitory building to see how I deal with those Shrek scumbags. Hearing this, Yunting shook his head with a calm expression. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested. However, you need to give me a copy of the mirror image. Soul Tool recording the process. Shui Bang understood instantly and grinned hideously. Don't worry, Brother Yun. I'll definitely record it clearly for you. Seeing Shui Bang like this, Yunting knew that Tang San and the others were likely in for a world of pain. In the deepest part of the dormitory building, it was dark and damp. The air was filled with the smell of mold and blood, along with a faint, indiscernible scent. Inside the cell, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Flender, Zhao Wuji, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were all confined in an extremely humiliating posture. Their bodies were forcibly bent, their hands cuffed behind their backs, and their buttocks forced high into the air, making them unable to move. Little San, Grandmaster and Rongrong, they'll find a way to get us out, right? Oscar asked with a trembling voice. In Shrek Academy, only Ning Rongrong and Yu Shaogang hadn't been captured, they were the only ones who could save them. Hearing this, Tang San feigned composure and said firmly, yes, teacher will definitely find a way to save us. Once we get out, I'll make Shui Bang pay the price. As he finished speaking, a cold-killing intent flickered deep in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Flender smiled bitterly and shook his head, his heart cold. He knew Yu Shaogang too well. Aside from martial soul theory, Yu Shaogang couldn't accomplish anything. As for Ning Fengji, as a sect master and the most intelligent businessman on the continent, without sufficient benefits, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would never go head-to-head with the Heaven Do royal family for their sake. Just then, the cell door was kicked open, and Shui Bang walked in haughtily, surrounded by a group of guards. His gaze swept over the humiliating postures of all Shrek members, and a twisted, satisfied smile appeared on his face. Oh, still alive, Shui Bang sneered. Are you still waiting for that idiot Yu Shaogang and Ning Rongrong to save you? Seeing this, Tang San stared at Shui Bang with bloodshot eyes and shouted angrily, Shui Bang, I advise you to release us quickly, or my teacher will never let you off. Tang San believed that Yu Shaogang would take that Pope's edict to Spirit Hall to find their titled Douluo senior. Beside him, Oscar also grew bold and cursed at Shui Bang and Rongrong. She'll definitely come to save us. Hey, Shui Bang acted as if he had heard the funniest joke. That waste Yu Shaogang, does he really think he's someone special just because he's holding a Pope's edict? As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would an old fox like Ning Fengji tear apart his relationship with my Heavendo royal family for a few pieces of trash like you? Then, he clapped his hands, and a burly bald man wearing black-rimmed glasses stepped forward, exuding a ferocious aura. Let me introduce you. This is a veteran of the dormitory building named Ah Jia. You should call him Brother Jia. He likes playing deep-reaching, wrestling games with people of your physique the most. Shui Bang looked at the confused Shrek members with a wicked smile and took a brown medicinal pill with a peculiar fragrance from his storage spirit tool. This medicinal pill is called the 13 Spears of Life-Taking. As for the effect, it's just like the name. Ha ha ha. He then handed the pill to Ah Jia. Take it and look after these idiots well. Make them unable to stop. Give each of them 2 rounds of the pill. As for that one called Tang San. Shui Bang pointed at Tang San, his eyes full of excitement and madness. Give him 3 rounds. Whether there's a hole or not, make sure every strike from this prince lands. Why? Tang San was shocked and angry. Why did I get 3 times? You don't know what you did to me. Looking at the innocent-looking Tang San, Shui Bang found him truly detestable, and his anger flared even more. Tang San, trying to play dumb, are you? Ah Jia, let him experience what it means to be rebirthed through blood. Hearing this, Ah Jia swallowed the pill and swept his greedy gaze over all Shrek members, licking his dry lips. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm a professional. With that, Ah Jia opened the cell door and walked in, admiring the sturdy builds of Tang San and the others, his lips curling upward uncontrollably. Zhao Wuji looked at Ah Jia, who was as burly as himself, and said in terror, you'd even lay a hand on someone like me. Ah Jia licked his lips and smiled wickedly. Someone like you is just a lowly in our dormitory building. Zhao Wuji felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his worldview collapsed instantly. Seeing Ah Jia get closer and closer, Tang San and the others trembled and cried out in terror, don't come over. I'm warning you, don't come over, or else. Or else what? Ah Jia took off his glasses with one hand and looked at Tang San and the others meaningfully, saying gently, be good, let me see. The cell door was closed. Soon, the terrified curses and desperate roars of all Shrek members came from inside, along with the sound of Ah Jia's excited collisions. Before long, a dense and peculiar fragrance began to waft out from the crack in the door. Chapter 97. Uchiha Bibi Dong. Spirit City. The atmosphere in the Supreme Pontiff Palace was solemn, under the cold dome. Bibi Dong sat high on the pontiff's throne, her exquisite face shrouded in a layer of intractable gloom. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's figure appeared like a ghost, kneeling on one knee, his voice high-pitched and respectful, Your Holiness, urgent report from Heavendo City. Speak. Bibi Dong's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The Heavendo Empire's 4th prince, Shui Bang, was severely injured by the Star Luo Empire's 3rd prince, Dai Mubai, within his royal academy. It is rumored, he is already crippled. Yu Guan reported cautiously, Emperor Shui Yi is furious and has mobilized a large army to station at the border. The Star Luo Empire is also unwilling to show weakness, and the situation between the 2 nations is on the verge of erupting. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's willow-like brows furrowed slightly, and the gloom on her face deepened. If the 2 great empires were to go to war, it would undoubtedly disrupt the power she had secretly accumulated and affect her grand plan to ultimately destroy Spirit Hall. This was something she would never allow to happen. Yu Guan, Bibi Dong ordered coldly, issue an official letter in the name of Spirit Hall to Shui Yi and Dai Yao. State that the matter between Dai Mubai and Shui Bang is a private feud between the 2 royal families and should be resolved privately. Our Spirit Hall will not interfere. If the 2 insist on rashly engaging in conflict, then, don't blame our Spirit Hall for stepping in to mediate. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's face showed a hint of hesitation. Your Holiness, will such wording be too damaging to the prestige of the 2 royal families? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's lips curved into a cold sneer, her eyes full of disdain. Prestige. A bunch of self-important good-for-nothings, do they deserve this seat to save their prestige? Do as I say. Yes, Your Holiness. Yu Guan's heart trembled, not daring to say more. He then presented a secret letter, Furthermore, this is an urgent document from Bishop Solace in Heaven Do City, stating that Your Holiness must open it personally. Bibi Dong took it and broke the wax seal. The letter contains Solace's detailed report on Yu Shaoging's forceful demand, using the Pope's edict, for him to interfere in the Heaven Do royal family's affairs, and asked Bibi Dong for instructions on how to proceed. After reading the letter, Bibi Dong's face instantly darkened, and an uncontrollable surge of anger swelled in her eyes. She naturally knew that the Pope's edict in Yu Shaoging's hand came from Tang Hao, but what angered her was, the Heaven Do royal family dared to so blatantly disregard Yu Shaoging, who held the Pope's edict. Her perfect Yu Shaoging was actually looked down upon by the Heaven Do royal family. Moreover, seeing the Pope's edict was like seeing the Supreme Pontiff in person. Slapping Yu Shaoging's face was slapping her, Bibi Dong's, face. Yu Guan. Bibi Dong's voice was icy cold, carrying an unquestionable authority. Immediately send someone to deliver my personal letter to Shui Yi with the fastest speed. The letter only needs to say one sentence. Immediately release Tang San, the disciple of Grandmaster Yu, an elder of Spirit Hall. Those who disobey will be considered to have declared war on this seat. Yes, Your Holiness. Yu Guan sighed inwardly, thinking, may the young lord never see this letter, otherwise. Subsequently, Yu Guan dared not disobey in the slightest. After respectfully receiving the order, his figure quietly vanished. For a moment, in the empty grand hall, only Bibi Dong remained. She slowly leaned back in her chair. The previous cold authority gradually replaced by a fanatical obsession. She murmured in a low voice, which echoed in the vast hall, carrying a chilling madness. Shaoging, bear with it for a few more years, wait for me, wait until I become the Rakshasa god, wait until I completely destroy this disgusting spirit hall. By then, I will create a brand new world for you. A Douluo continent where everyone in the world will revere you, no one will dare to belittle you, and they will sincerely honor you as a grandmaster. Heaven Do Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study. Crown Prince Shui Qing was respectfully reporting to Emperor Shui Yi, Father, Schoolmaster Ning sought out your son a few days ago, mostly pleading for Shrek Academy, hoping that Father would deal with them leniently. His deeper meaning seems to be hoping that you would let bygones be bygones and release all Shrek members who were imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Shui Yi frowned deeply and snorted coldly, HMPH, even Ning Fengji wants to get involved. The connections of this Shrek Academy are truly profound. Why do you say that, Father? Shui Qing gasped in confusion. Could there be others pleading for Shrek Academy? Seeing this, Shui Yi slowly began, 2 days ago, Solace came to see me. In his words, he also asked me to release the people, and said that among all Shrek members, there was someone with a very deep connection to a certain elder of Spirit Hall. An elder of Spirit Hall. Shui Qing appropriately showed a hint of confusion on her face. Your son has not heard of anyone in Shrek having old ties with any elder. However, she quickly pondered in her heart, as the young lord of Spirit Hall, she was momentarily unaware of which elder of Spirit Hall would be involved with Shrek. Shui Yi glanced at Shui Qing, and said with disdain, Solace was referring to Yu Shaoging, who holds the Pope's edict. So it was him. Shui Qing feigned sudden realization, but her doubts deepened, secretly thinking, where did Yu Shaoging's Pope's edict come from? The investigations by Porcupinefish and Shilong show that it definitely did not originate from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Just then, an internal attendant urgently announced, Your Majesty, Your Highness, a special envoy from Spirit Hall has arrived, presenting an official letter from the Supreme Pontiff and a personal letter from the Supreme Pontiff. Upon hearing the 5 words, personal letter from the Supreme Pontiff, Shui Qinghei's heart suddenly thumped, but she maintained her composure. Why would Bibi Dong personally write to Shui Yi at this moment? Seeing this, Shui Yi had someone present the letters. He first read the official letter. After seeing its contents, his expression remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated it. However, when he unfolded the personal letter and saw the single, commanding sentence on it, his face instantly turned ashen, and he slammed the imperial desk, roaring, outrageous. How dare Bibi Dong do this? Seeing Shui Yi's angry demeanor, Shui Qing immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, Father, what happened? Upon hearing this, Shui Yi angrily handed her the letter, see for yourself. Shui Qing took it, and saw only one line of text on the letter, written with sharp strokes, conveying an unquestionable will, immediately release Tang San, the disciple of Grandmaster Yu. Those who disobey will be considered to have declared war on this seat. Bibi Dong. Seeing this, Shui Qinghei's brows furrowed completely, her heart filled with doubt. Bibi Dong actually personally wrote such a strong letter for Yu Xiaoging's disciple, Tang San. This was absolutely unusual. When Bibi Dong reinstated Yu Xiaoging as an elder, she found it strange and asked Shilong and Porcupinefish, but they both replied that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging had only met a few times and had no special relationship. She believed them at the time, thinking Bibi Dong was muddled and actually let a good-for-nothing become an elder of Spirit Hall. Now it seems, did Shilong and Porcupinefish hide something from her? The relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging is definitely extraordinary. Chapter 98. Qian Runshui, desperately seeking the truth. An intense desire to investigate and a sliver of anger at being kept in the dark rose within her. Shui Qing decided she must get to the bottom of this immediately. But for now, she had to deal with Shui Yi first. Instantly, an expression of righteous indignation flooded her face, perfectly matching Shui Yi's fury. Imperial Father, this Bibi Dong is going too far. To act so imperiously, showing no regard for you or the Heaven Do Empire. She then shifted her tone, probing seemingly casually, however, this son truly cannot understand. Why would Bibi Dong go to such lengths, even daring to personally pressure you, Imperial Father, all for the sake of a disciple of Yu Xiaoging? Upon hearing this, Shui Yi scoffed, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Why, HMPH, what else could it be? Rumors have long circulated outside that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging are intimately involved, even that they are having an affair. Although the Spirit Hall has always publicly dismissed it as slander, where there's smoke, there's fire. If it weren't true, why would she protect that waste so fiercely? Wah, what? Even with the composure honed from years of undercover work, the moment Shui Qing heard these words, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and she even staggered on her feet, nearly losing her balance. Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging. They're actually having an affair. This information was too shocking for Shui Qing. If this were true, then Bibi Dong, her mother, had actually cuckolded her father. Shui Qing simply dared not think about it any further. Unfortunately, once suspicion arises, guilt is already established, let alone when Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging were truly having an affair. Qing, what's wrong with you? Shui Yi noticed her lapse in composure and asked in confusion. Shui Qing forcefully suppressed the storm of shock and the turmoil of complex emotions in her heart. She hurriedly lowered her head to hide her lapse, keeping her voice as steady as possible. It's nothing, Imperial Father. This son is just too shocked. I truly cannot fathom why the esteemed Supreme Pontiff would fancy a waste like Yu Xiaoging. She deliberately emphasized the word, waste, a fleeting trace of icy killing intent flashing deep in her eyes. Hearing this, Shui Yi waved his hand impatiently. Who knows, perhaps Bibi Dong's taste is just that unique. She likes trash. He took a deep breath, looking at the handwritten letter, his expression shifting uncertainly. For now, it was indeed inadvisable to clash head-on with the Spirit Hall, especially with Bibi Dong taking such a hardline stance. But this grievance, he had to vent. Qing, Shui Yi looked up, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Your royal uncle Shui Xing is currently negotiating with the Star Luo envoy. Go tell him to demand that the Star Luo imperial family produce a 10,000-year spirit bone or above to ransom Dai Mubai. Otherwise, I will have Dai Mubai beheaded and displayed publicly, his head hung on a flagpole at the border. He intended to vent the anger he suffered from Bibi Dong, doubled, onto the Star Luo imperial family. He understood perfectly well that before the Star Luo imperial family decided on a crown prince, they would never let Dai Mubai die. Additionally, Shui Yi paused, then added, tell Shui Xing that this 10,000-year spirit bone will be awarded to Yun Ting as a reward for curing Shui Bang. Shui Qing responded respectfully on the surface, yes, Imperial Father. This son will see to it immediately. But in her heart, it was crystal clear. Shui Yi was using this opportunity, giving away someone else's flower as an offering to Buddha, to pull Yun Ting to his side. Originally, Shui Qing had been thinking about recruiting Yun Ting to her side before Shui Yi could. But now, her mind was in turmoil. She only wanted to leave as soon as possible to interrogate Shilong and Porcupinefish for the truth. After bowing and taking her leave from Shui Yi, she quickly left the imperial study. First, she went to find Prince Shui Xing to convey the decree, then immediately rushed back to the Crown Prince's mansion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, deep within the dormitory building, an aura of despair had almost solidified into substance. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others had long been tortured beyond human recognition by days of inhuman torment, their spirits teetering on the brink of collapse. Ajia's care was just the beginning. Afterwards, Shui Bang arranged for a colorful assortment of people, black, white, bearded, wearing white socks, etc., to come and visit Tang San and his companions. Shui Bang admired their wretched states, a perversely satisfied smile blooming on his face. He toyed with the mirror image soul tool, recording all of this, and instructed the jailer beside him, listen well. The hospitality for them must not stop for a moment. If they pass out, douse them awake. If that doesn't work, find a healing type spirit master to treat them, then continue once they're healed. Then, find more people. Make sure Tang San and his gang properly admire each other's states. Yes, fourth prince, your highness. The jailer responded respectfully, a cruel glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Shui Bang left the filthy place satisfied and headed to the Heaven Do Royal Academy to find Yun Ting. In a secluded pavilion within the academy, Shui Bang handed the mirror image soul tool to Yun Ting. Yun Ting infused it with spirit power, and cold images appeared. After watching for just over 10 seconds, he immediately shut off the recording because it was simply too nauseating to watch. Well, brother Yun, impressive, right? Shui Bang rubbed his hands together excitedly, his tone exhilarated. Yun Ting glanced at him, his gaze indifferent, even carrying a trace of barely perceptible disdain. Excessively filthy, but indeed fitting for Tang San and his ilk. He rubbed the mirror image soul tool in his hand, his heart cold. The contents within were the ultimate weapon to destroy Shrek's reputation, to be used for a fatal blow at the most critical moment. It was a pity it lacked Yu Xiaoging's brilliant performance. But it didn't matter. Yun Ting already had a plan in mind for how to deal with Yu Xiaoging. He was quite looking forward to the splendid expressions Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong would have when they received specially crafted recordings about Yu Xiaoging. At that moment, as if remembering something, Shui Bang spoke up, seeking credit. Brother Yun, I have good news for you. My imperial father has ordered the Star Luo imperial family to use a 10,000-year spirit bone to ransom Dai Mubai. After I found out, I pleaded vigorously with imperial father on your behalf for this spirit bone. He agreed to award this 10,000-year spirit bone to you as a reward for curing me. How about it? Touched. Upon hearing this, an appropriately grateful smile immediately appeared on Yun Ting's face. Thank you for your great favor, fourth prince, your highness. But in his heart, he saw things clearly. This was clearly Shui Yi seizing the chance to win him over. It had nothing to do with Shui Bang. Shui Bang's action was merely to make him feel indebted. Seeing Yun Ting's grateful appearance, a look of smug satisfaction appeared on Shui Bang's face. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the study of the Crown Prince's mansion, Shui Qing dismissed her attendants, her face as cold as frost. She took a deep breath and called out in a low, icy voice, Shilong Elder, Porcupinefish Elder, show yourselves. With a faint shimmer of light, two figures quietly appeared in the study. Sensing the unusual icy aura emanating from Qian Runshui, and hearing that distant address of Elder, both Shilong and Porcupinefish felt their hearts sink simultaneously. Their expressions changed slightly, unsure what had happened. Qian Runshui turned around, her gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at the two. Her voice held not a trace of warmth as she questioned them, word by deliberate word. Tell me the truth. What exactly is the relationship between that woman and Yu Xiaoging? I want to hear the truth. Chapter 99. Qian Runshui's breakdown, Yun Ting's plan to build a power. Shilong and Porcupinefish's expressions shifted slightly. They subconsciously exchanged a startled look, thinking to themselves, why is the young lord bringing up old matters again? Didn't we already brush it off before? Seeing her so certain, could it be she really found out something she shouldn't have? One must know that after Qian Runshui was born, High Priest Qian Dalu and the former Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji had issued strict orders, forbidding anyone from speaking of or mentioning the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging. Violators would be killed without mercy. Then, Porcupinefish's Adam's apple bobbed as he braced himself, repeating the previous words in a dry voice. In response to the young lord, there is, indeed, no connection between the Supreme Pontiff and that Yu Shaogang. Hey, Qian Runshui let out a very faint sneer, her eyes filled with disappointment. The last shred of hope instantly vanished into thin air as she said indifferently. I infiltrated this Heaven Do city at the age of 9, and it has been 13 years since then. In these 13 years, you two are the only ones who have been by my side, known my secrets, and given me support. I regarded you two as uncles, as my right and left arms, and poured all my trust into you, yet you joined forces to keep deceiving me. Qian Runshui's voice remained calm, but the suppressed rage and sorrow beneath that calmness made Shilong and Porcupinefish's hearts tighten. Before the two could defend themselves, Qian Runshui suddenly took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, as she threw out that explosive question, that woman and Yu Shaogang were once lovers, right? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Shilong and Porcupinefish's pupils suddenly constricted, and their bodies instantly stiffened. That shock and panic, which they couldn't completely hide, served as the best answer, laid bare before Qian Runshui's eyes. This scene was enough. Qian Runshui first stared fixedly at Shilong and Porcupinefish for a few moments, as if she wanted to engrave their panicked expressions into her mind. Then, she suddenly raised a hand to cover her face, her shoulders beginning to tremble slightly. Hey, hee. A low laugh intermittently escaped from between her fingers, filled with endless self-mockery and a sense of absurdity. Ha ha ha, so it's true. It's actually true. Ha ha ha. As she laughed, the sound suddenly changed its tone, turning into uncontrollable sobbing. Scalding tears flowed through Qian Runshui's fingers, sliding down the back of her fair hands and splashing onto the floor. The pain of collapsed trust, the grievance of being kept in the dark by those closest to her, the shock and shame of her mother's affair, the anger over her father's betrayal. Countless extreme emotions instantly shredded Qian Runshui's sanity. Get out! Qian Runshui suddenly raised her head, her tear-streaked face showing unprecedented madness and despair. She grabbed the files on the desk and hurled them violently at Shilong and Porcupinefish. Get out! Get out of here! I never want to see you again! Never! Her screams tore through the silence of the study, filled with the despair of a breakdown. Shilong and Porcupinefish were forced back repeatedly by the impact, their faces filled with heartache and helplessness. They looked at the almost completely broken Qian Runshui, knowing that any words at this moment would only serve as a provocation. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of bitterness and worry. Finally, Shilong sighed heavily. Together with Porcupinefish, he gave a deep bow to Qian Runshui, who was curled up behind the desk and trembling all over, before helplessly withdrawing from the study. The moment the door closed, all of Qian Runshui's strength seemed to be drained away, and she slumped along the desk onto the carpet. The grievances and despair suppressed for over a decade completely erupted. She buried her face deep into her knees and let out a heart-wrenching, loud wail. The crying lasted for an unknown amount of time before gradually turning into whimpers. A moment later, Qian Runshui slowly raised her head. Her originally brilliant golden eyes had become hollow and lifeless, and her tears had long since dried, leaving only red and swollen eyes. She stood up unsteadily, walked to the window, and said to her trusted maid waiting outside, "Pass the order, I am unwell and need to rest for a few days. I will see no one." Hearing this, the maid fearfully accepted the command and left. 3 days later, in front of the gate of the Douluo residence, Douluo Bo and Yun Ting, with smiles on their faces, saw off the beaming Prince Shui Xing to his carriage. "Nephew Yun, please stay. I hope you won't decline His Majesty's kind intentions." Before getting into the carriage, Prince Shui Xing did not forget to enthusiastically pat Yun Ting's shoulder, the intent to win him over in his words almost overflowing. "Your Highness is too kind. I don't deserve such praise," Yun Ting responded flawlessly with a gentle smile. After the carriage drove away, the polite smiles on both Yun Ting's and Douluo Bo's faces vanished simultaneously, and they turned back to the study inside the residence. The study door closed, and spirit power isolated the outside world. With a wave of Yun Ting's hand, 2 streaks of light landed on the desk. One was flowing with green light all over. It was the 10,000-year wind-chasing leopard left leg bone that Shui Xing had just given him. The other was the 20,000-year storm devil wolf left leg bone obtained from the previous trade with Ning Fengji. Teacher, how do you think these two spirit bones should be handled? Yun Ting asked, looking at Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo glanced at them and waved his hand dismissively. They are your things, decide for yourself. He paused, a glint flashing in his eyes, and continued. However, I suggest you keep them. When you build your own power in the future, spirit bones of this quality will be enough to serve as great rewards to win over the hearts of top experts. Yun Ting was thoughtful, his fingers lightly tapping the table. A power, huh? HMPH, that old fellow Shui Xing was implying he wants to use Shui Ke to tie you down and make you work for the Heaven Do royal family. Douluo Bo sneered, his green eyes full of understanding. But he misjudged you. You, kid, were never meant to be just a fish in a pond. How could you be willing to stay under someone else? Saying that, he looked at Yun Ting with a certain tone. Disciple, in the future, you will surely be a mighty lord of your own territory, and these two spirit bones are prepared for you to establish your status through clear rewards and punishments. Hearing this, Yun Ting nodded slightly. Teacher is absolutely right. Once the Soul Master tournament ends, it will be time for us to consolidate our forces and make our mark. These two spirit bones will be of great use then. Seeing that Yun Ting understood immediately, Douluo Bo stroked his beard with satisfaction. Then, as if thinking of something, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly changed the subject. Actually, there's an even more suitable use for these two spirit bones. Yun Ting raised his head, looking puzzled. A betrothal gift. Douluo Bo uttered two words. Yun Ting's face immediately turned awkward upon hearing this, and he subconsciously replied, a betrothal gift for Binger. Isn't it a bit too early? Though it's not impossible. Douluo Bo's face instantly darkened, and he interrupted him irritably, you brat. What are you thinking? It's a betrothal gift for Yan Yan. Senior sister. Yun Ting was completely stunned, looking bewildered. How did we get to senior sister? Seeing Yun Ting's completely oblivious look, Douluo Bo was so angry his beard fluttered and his eyes widened. He scolded him in frustration, you blockhead. Can't you see Yan Yan's feelings? They've been set on you for a long time. Without waiting for Yun Ting to argue, Douluo Bo continued like a machine gun. You helped her detoxify, gave her an external spirit bone, and even gave her the inner elixir of a prehistoric variant like the 10-headed fierce young serpent to absorb, helping her spirit evolve. Furthermore, you asked for nothing in return. Tell me, what woman could resist that? What woman wouldn't fall for you? That silly girl Yan Yan is only hiding her feelings deep inside and doesn't dare to show them because she saw you declare your heart to the girl from the Shui family first. She doesn't dare, but I'll speak for her. Douluo Bo huffed, his eyes staring intently at Yun Ting. Today, I've put my old face on the line, so you brat must give me a straight answer. Chapter 100. Xiao Wu's return. Let Yun Ting counsel Qian Runshui. Yun Ting was a bit dazed by Douluo Bo's string of words. Then, he carefully recalled everything that had happened between him and Douluo Yan. He realized he had indeed been a bit too good to Douluo Yan. No wonder. Senior sister. Then, Yun Ting took a deep breath and looked at Douluo Bo, his tone much more serious. Teacher, regarding senior sister, let nature take its course, it will happen when the time is right. Forcing it now would only spoil it. When Douluo Bo heard this, he didn't get a direct refusal, which meant there was a chance. A bloom of a smile immediately appeared on his old face as he thought to himself, silly boy, as long as you're wavering, the rest won't be up to you. With a little trick from this old man, I'm not afraid that girl Yan Yan won't fall in line. From disciple to grandson-in-law, wonderful. Simply wonderful. ... Outside the east gate of Heaven Do City, Xiao Wu arrived at the city gate travel-worn. Her face showed a hint of fatigue, but the upturned corners of her mouth indicated she was in a good mood, clearly having gained something in the Stardo Great Forest. Just as she was about to ask the city guards for directions to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, a deep and familiar voice rang out directly in her mind, Xiao Wu, come to the woods outside the city. It's Uncle Tang. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She immediately turned and ran joyfully toward the woods outside the city. In the woods, Tang Hao's figure quietly emerged. Uncle Tang. Xiao Wu ran up to him and called out somewhat shyly. Hearing this, Tang Hao squeezed out a slightly stiff smile and nodded. He didn't ask if Xiao Wu had gained anything, but instead took out the turtle breath crystal that Ah Yin had once used from his robe and handed it to her. Xiao Wu, take this. This is. Xiao Wu took the crystal and felt a strange power within it that could restrain one's aura. This is the turtle breath crystal, Tang Hao said in a low voice. It can help you hide your 100,000-year spirit beast aura. Once worn, even a titled Douluo won't be able to see through your true form. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was deeply moved. Thank you, Uncle Tang. With this, she would be much safer staying by Tang San's side and could accompany him always. Since you've chosen little San, then I'll handle everything. Tang Hao waved his hand, his tone extremely calm, before adding dominantly, in the future, even if your identity is exposed, I will certainly protect you. After speaking, he raised his finger and pointed in a direction. In the Heaven Do Royal Academy, you can go find little San now. Xiao Wu's heart was excited. It had only been a month since she parted with Tang San, but her longing for him had already overflowed. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, she ran toward the Heaven Do Royal Academy without stopping. Watching Xiao Wu's departing back, the forced smile on Tang Hao's face vanished instantly. He murmured to himself, Ah Yin, don't blame me, all of this is so little San can grow faster, only when he becomes strong can he avenge you. Ah Yin, where on earth are you? He could never forget the empty little mound and the missing 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone when he returned to the cave. Seeing this scene, how could Tang Hao not know? His Ah Yin, his spirit bone, had been stolen by a shameless thief. No matter who you are, or where you're hiding, I, Tang Hao, swear I will hunt you down and tear you into 10,000 pieces. A surge of killing intent flashed through his eyes before being forcibly suppressed. Outside the gates of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Xiao Wu saw a familiar figure pacing anxiously from a distance. It was Ning Rongrong. Rongrong! Xiao Wu shouted and ran over quickly. Seeing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong was first delighted, but then her face was filled with worry. Xiao Wu, you're finally back. Rongrong, why are you alone? Where are third brother and the others? Xiao Wu looked around and didn't see Tang San or the others, feeling a sense of disappointment. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her eyes turning slightly red, and quickly told Xiao Wu about the earth-shattering changes that had occurred over the past few days. What? They dared to treat third brother like that? After hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes turned crimson as she roared, Heaven Do royal family. I'll kill you all. And Shui Bang, to dare humiliate my third brother, I'll use the 8-stage drop to kick that bastard to death, one kick at a time. She was trembling with rage, her eyes filled with frantic killing intent. Ning Rongrong was startled by her appearance and hurriedly pulled her. Xiao Wu, calm down. The situation is better now. Third brother and the others are fine and can come out today. Come, I'll take you to meet them. Fearing that Xiao Wu might actually go find trouble with Shui Bang in her anger, she quickly pulled her toward the dormitory building. Crown Prince's mansion. Shilong and Porcupinefish stood far off in the courtyard, looking toward the study with concern. For several days now, the air there had been thick with the smell of alcohol, and suppressed weeping and frantic laughter could be heard from time to time. Through the partially closed gap in the window, they saw Qian Runshui slumped on the carpet, surrounded by scattered empty wine bottles. Her clothes were disheveled, her hair was a mess, and the meticulously maintained image of the Crown Prince was completely gone. One moment she was drinking wildly from a bottle, the next she was sobbing into her hands, and then she would laugh low for no reason. She had clearly broken down. The young lord has been like this for 5 days. Shilong's voice was hoarse, filled with a sense of helplessness and heartache. If this continues, I'm afraid her body and mind will. Porcupinefish Douluo, standing beside him, also had a face full of worry. Sigh, neither of us can even get close to comfort her. What should we do? Shilong pondered for a moment, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. This is no longer something the two of us can solve. I'll leave immediately for Spirit City to report everything to the High Priest and let him decide. As for you, Shilong looked at Porcupinefish. Porcupinefish sighed. I'll stay here and try to look after the young lord. Perhaps, we could try to find Yunting. Yunting. Shilong was startled. Yes, Porcupinefish nodded. The young lord was quite focused on this person before, and he's about the same age as her. Perhaps, he might have a way to console her. If it works, when the high priest comes to hold us accountable, we might receive a lighter punishment because of it. Shilong thought for a moment. There really was no better way right now. They might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. He nodded heavily. Fine, we'll do it. I'll go and return as quickly as possible. I'll leave things here to you. With that, his figure flashed and he rapidly sped toward Spirit City. Porcupinefish watched the direction where Shilong had disappeared, then looked back at the study where the sound of broken sobbing came from. He let out a long sigh, and his figure also quietly merged into the shadows, heading toward the Imperial City Academy to search. At dusk, the setting sun draped Heaven-Do City in a blood-red hue. The royal fighting team finished their training for the day. Upon learning that Du Guyan was going shopping with Yi Lingling, Yunting returned to the Dugu residence alone. Just as he reached a relatively quiet alley, a figure shrouded in a black robe appeared silently in front of him like Wei Mei, blocking his path.